episode of Roots Connections on Q, right here on Q95. Whether you are joining us from Dominica, the Caribbean region, or the rest of the world, we say thank you and welcome to the program. As we get ready to begin the program, we continue to pray for our country, Dominica. We continue to say happy birthday to anyone who's celebrating a birthday today. I know Ayola George is celebrating her birthday, a phenomenal young lady from Dominica. So if you're celebrating your birthday and anniversary, we wish you happy birthday, happy anniversary. If you're simply celebrating life, because sometimes we just have to celebrate another day of life, right? Of course, if you've lost a family member, a close friend, we want to say our sympathies go out to you. And of course, we lost a phenomenal man of West Indian descent, Mr. Harry Belafonte, who unfortunately left us. He lived up to the ripe old age of 96. So I think he was quite blessed to have lived up to the age of 96. And I just want to mention him because, I think he did an excellent job of putting the Caribbean and Calypso music on the map. Take a listen to this. Harry Belafonte is one of the few performers to have received an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony Award. He earned his career breakthrough with the album Calypso in 1956. Did you know this? And that particular album, it sold 1 million copies. So he was the very first artist to sell 1 million copies. So, it just kind of begs the question, where did we go from there with our Calypso music? Because in my mind, I'm thinking we should have been way ahead because of the work that Harry Belafonte did all the way back in 1956. But that aside, again, welcome to the program. This is Roots Connections on Q. This is episode number 46. For today, Wednesday, April 26, 2023. And I am your host, Simone Mathieu. We have another packed 2 hours of programming for you. So we are looking at, as we listen to the song lyrics, when we see the way that our young women are dressing and carrying themselves and the role models that they're emulating, we must ask the question, what is the value our girls and society in general? What value are they placing on our girls? And why is this so important? So today we are asking, how can we empower our girls and young women to see their true value? And as you will notice, if you're a regular listener to this program, there are certain themes that we're going to keep on the forefront. So for example, back in January, we talked about domestic violence. Then in February, we talked about toxic masculinity. And today we're talking about empowering our girls. So anything that has to do with, vulnerable populations, anything that has to do with economic opportunities, those are generally going to be some of the focus areas for our discussion. So our panel is here. We are very excited to have them because they represent different areas where girls and women are either empowered or should be empowered. So this evening we have Miss Tanya Dickson, the proprietor of Reve Mode. And Tanya, you'll correct me when you come on the mic, which is a spiritual shop. And she's also a social activist. We have Kalinago Woryi, proprietor of Orinoco Editing. We have Marcia Dublin, who's a commissioner of the Girl Guides Association of Dominica. And we also have Mrs. Debra Charles Mark from Talk 1-to-1 TLC. And she is also a member of the Convent High School Parents Teacher Association. So we try to cover various spectrums in terms of including everyone in this discussion. But I have to say, I truly wish that we had a male perspective on the panel. So that is something we're going to work on for the next program because all voices are important. It is important to hear from our our women. It is important to hear from our men. And it is also important that we hear from our young people on these particular conversations. So let us invite our panel to unmute their mic and introduce themselves as we get the conversation going. We will begin with Commissioner. You can go ahead and unmute your mic, and everyone else, please keep your mic muted as she introduces herself.
Right, let me say good evening to all these queens that I'm surrounded by, lovely people. I am Commissioner, Master Dublin, the Training Commissioner of the Girl Guides Association of Dominica. I'm also a social worker by profession. And as part of the Girl Guides Association, you know that we deal mainly with girls and young women, where we help to nurture and build and empower them in different areas of life.
Yes, thank you for being here with us. Debra, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Hi. A pleasure to be here indeed. It's such a joy and a pleasure here, to be on here with you, Simone, Tanya, Kalinago, and Miss Dublin. It's such a joy being here. As Tanya said, as Simone said, I am Debra from Talk One to One TLC, and also I wear the hat of executive member of the Convent High School. So it's a pleasure being here, and also in collaboration with the Dominica Child Protection Society and ambassador for the Child Protection Society, and working in all different aspects with the Safaria Miriam Foundation, also coming out of Trinidad. That is a girl empowerment program around Trinidad, coming out of Trinidad for the whole of the Caribbean. So it's such a pleasure being here. Thank you.
I need to unmute my mic. Tanya, please.
So good evening to the panel and good evening to all the listeners of Q95. Really happy to be here. My name is Tanya Dickson, the Trinidadian. Most people call me the Trini. I am, as Simone rightfully said, the proprietor of Réveillé Moody. It's a spiritual shop that I have, just started. And I'm also a social activist with the Dominica Child Protection Society, focusing mainly on child sexual abuse in Dominica and the Caribbean at large. So that's my mission, empowering our girls to know more about child abuse, child sexual abuse in particular, and how to protect themselves.
Yes, thank you for that. Kalinago, you can go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's so interesting to come in a panel of social workers. I am actually an ex-social worker myself. I did supervisory level adoptions, foster care, and child protection welfare. But that is not the platform from which I'm coming from. My very much interest is a political one in terms of dealing with the empowerment of women. Not so much from a feminist perspective, because I think the whole feminism movement is somewhat washed out and really discouraging to some degree, because it almost wants us to not be feminine and not be female and to become this man. And a lot of people in my life, personal life, will know that I have claimed I am a man as of about 3 years ago, quite fed up with being female, not simply because of the craziness that happens to our bodies over time, or any of the drama we have to deal with as biological humans that are female, but because it's a male-dominated world. It still is. We still say girls rock, we still say girls rule, but in a male-dominated sphere. And in Dominica, and coming back to live in Dominica, it's almost like a dinosaur world where we're still way over here. The world is advancing, and we still have these concepts and these ideas of what it is to be feminine, what it is to be female, and how that plays into this whole male-dominated sphere. So, as I said, my interest is very political in that respect. So I'm here to speak on that aspect of empowerment of women, not just in terms of females being girls, but females being women in general in Dominica. But I applaud the three ladies on this panel here. You guys are coming from absolutely excellent perspectives. And I think the idea of a social work and a very social development of girls is necessary.
Yes, and I'm sure you can tell we are going to have a very packed program this evening with many varying views and just bringing different perspectives to the conversation. So again, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be a part of the program this evening. We're looking forward to your contribution. And we're also looking forward to the contribution of our Facebook and YouTube live audience who are joining us on Q95 FM radio. As a matter of fact, I see they're coming in. Ruby Mandaro, nice to see you. David Johnson, always great. David Joseph, my apologies. Always very good to see you. Tina Bell, thank you for being here. To our listeners around the world, we're looking forward to your contribution when the phones open up and you're able to call us. So don't forget, we are also live on Facebook at Q95 FM Radio, YouTube, Q95 FM Radio, and Push Past 10 on Facebook. So don't forget to like and share and click that notification button to find out the next time that we are live. Remember, for the best in daily programming, log on to q95da.com, where you can listen to live programming as well as past episodes of this program and other programs. We have, for example, as food and other prices continue to rise, how can we improve and maintain healthy eating habits and our general health? So that's what we talked about on the last episode of Roots Connection. So if you missed that episode, the video is now playing on Facebook, YouTube, and Q95da.com. We remain grateful to Mr. G and the Q95 FM radio family for the opportunity to tap into our human resources in Dominica and around the world to begin that process of reversing the brain drain via technology. Lambi, always nice to see you on the console. We look forward to you directing the traffic on the radio. Our engineer, Sherwin Norris, DJ Shan, everyone who keeps this program going. So we're continuing our theme. Our theme for this year is Invest in Me, Invest in Us. And today, and with every program, we always focus on an action plan, a strategic action plan for what is affecting us in Dominica. So again, if you're just joining us, this is Roots Connections, and we are talking about from song lyrics to the clothes they wear, how can we empower our girls to see their true value? And ladies, I thought we would get started this evening by looking at some of the legislation that is currently being talked about, because I certainly think that we're heading in the right direction when we talk about more support for our girls and our boys, especially those who do not live in, a traditional household. And I thought we could begin by just having some thoughts on what are your thoughts on the new legislation. And if you don't have an opinion, that's fine, because that was not part of what we initially said we were going to talk about. But I think it's important to talk about current situations, especially as it relates to the vulnerable boys, the vulnerable girls in our society. So does anyone have an opinion on that? You guys are shy?
Well, that I listened to snippet of it today, and I think that was a very powerful move. I was so excited, to hear some of the debates and the conversation, and really understanding, walking in the shoes of a child who is born, out of wedlock, and who's born, with a fling on the side or whatever, and that child is just labeled, such, and they go through life, with low self-esteem because of where they come from, and it was no fault of theirs, how they came into the world, and yet still, like, stepmothers is just discriminate against them, and there's no such thing as a lovely stepmother. I'd
like to disagree.
Yes, yes. I'm sure there are some lovely stepmothers actually. And I know of one in my family, and she's been really good to my nieces and nephew. You know, when the father was away, she really looked after them. So definitely we just have this thing about stepmothers, but you know, with everything, you know, you have good and bad with different people. So definitely
Yes.
it was very powerful to have that legislation in place to protect the child that is born out of marriage. That's very powerful, and I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, but the question that keeps coming to mind, and Tanya, I'm going to come to you for this one. Is the legislation enough? Because I know you're very vocal when it comes to the topic, and we all are very vocal when it comes to the topic of protecting our vulnerable children in Dominica, our girls and our boys. So is the legislation is enough? Because I think a few months ago, I heard one of the attorneys at law in Dominica said that we have some of the most powerful bills in the books regarding child protection services. And then it just begged the question, well, are they being implemented? So what are your thoughts, Tanya? And then anybody else can feel free to jump in.
Well, Simone, I think you said exactly what I think. I always think there is legislation. I applaud them for going into further with this legislation they put into to act there now. I think it's always great ideas, but enforcement is our problem in Dominica, and that's that. We can write all the legislation in the world, but if we don't enforce the legislation, if we don't show that zero tolerance for certain things, then we won't get anywhere. And I think that's our issue in Dominica. We don't show zero tolerance for a lot of things. We don't enforce our legislation. A lot of people are getting away, you know, jack free, doing a lot of harmful things to our children. And that's my take.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Anyone else wants to share on the topic?
Well, Tanya, you just hit it right. You just hit it right on the nail. The legislation is not in the books; it's in the people, and it's in the action of the people. And that is, you hit it right on the books. And we have to step up and say we have zero tolerance for any form of abuse against our children, and take the necessary action to protect our children. And you know, I agree with you 100%. The legislation is in the people.
Yes,
Yeah,
Marcia, go ahead.
yeah, I just want to concur with sisters here. Really and truly, we have been placing legislations here and there. And too often we keep, commending they're very good, but very good is just saying so. It's really putting it into action. And too often, as we have said already, these legislations are on the books and not much is being done about them. I just wanted to go back to the issue of a bastard child, and I cannot understand in this day and age in Dominica that we still refer to a child as bastard in our books. You know, it's just so depressing. A child is a child, whether they come from whatever situation they came from. And too often we relate to children in that kind of way and degrade them. So this was one of my issues with the legislation. We need to commend the efforts that were made in getting them together. But I really would like to see as well a family court that we have been speaking about for so long. All these legislations are good, but when come to really put them to implement them, we need the support system that's going to help to have them effectively implemented. And without a family court, we're going to have the open court where it's going to be delayed for 5-6 years. A child is raped and have to go through the whole situation over and over again, having to repeat, having to confess, and even forced to feel that they are the guilty ones, when they are the victims. So this is one of my concerns, and we need to really look at this legislation in its entirety and to make sure that whoever authority that is responsible for getting it done, they do the job that's supposed to be done. For example, if a child is raped, they said that not even rape, when a child goes to the hospital and the child is underage, they are supposed to report. Well, how many of the health workers report this situation? And even if it is reported, what is done? Because I was speaking to a nurse and she said, there was a situation of this young girl, only about, she was about 15, and she was pregnant by this one of the high-class members of society. And she reported it, but then that was it. Nothing, no follow-up, nothing was done. So we need to begin to even educate our people as to what's supposed to be done. This legislation is in place. What is it that we're supposed to do in order to make sure that it is enforced?
Yeah, the legislation needs to have some teeth, right? Kalinago, Woryi, let me come to you. And by the way, I think people will find your name very interesting. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your name?
There's always an icebreaker topic. Kalinago Woryi is actually my writer's name, and I chose it specifically because I am from 3 different races, genuinely Dominican, Kalinago, African, and European. And one of the things growing up is the lack of value and representation of my Kalinago heritage, and almost being spit on. So in terms of, we're talking about empowerment of women, I believe in the empowerment of people in general. So I wanted to empower my people by naming myself that, by claiming that, so that every time somebody speaks it, there's a reference to those people. So yeah, this is all part of my whole philosophy of life. In terms of empowerment of women, and going back to the topic, I'd love to jump on to what Marcia said about the education of our people, and the necessary teeth that is needed, that both ladies, all ladies, I should say, have said in this program so far. The necessary teeth comes from education, and the education does not come from legislation. Legislation is merely a guide. The government is but a buffer to society. It does what society is needing in terms of creating the framework and the necessary guidance towards a certain direction. Now we have the guidance towards a direction. And as Sonia said, we have something, but it's not everything. So what needs to happen at this point is that both teachers, educators of all levels, social workers of all levels need to be able to come together in a forum of some kind to find ways to develop curriculum, to find ways to develop standard operating procedure on how we deal with social work, how we deal with that pregnant child at the hospital, how we deal with that child going through family court. All of that requires standard operating procedure. Now, that sounds a little crazy and very businesslike in a very emotional setting, but it is a very necessary tool in terms of educating our people, in terms of creating a process for the children that are abused, not just girls, but males also are in these predicaments. We need some form of construction that allows the legislation to move towards the not just formal education, but the casual education of our people. One of the biggest problems that I have personally in returning to live in Dominica is how men conduct themselves with me. And a simple thing of passing down the street is not a simple thing anymore. I'm used to a society where I can politely walk down the street and not be bothered by any male. Every few seconds, I walk down the street, I'm bothered by somebody. Not in some horrible sense to say that men are just being absolutely lecherous, but they are lascivious to a degree, and it is quite ridiculous. I have to be told how beautiful I look. I have to be told how my effect on that man is sexually or sensually. Why do I need to experience that just walking down the street? Simple things like, hey, darling, like, come on. At some point, when do our males recognize that is not complimentary to a woman? It's actually quite predatory. And that whole attitude that we have of, like Tanya said, we just let things slide. We let there's no teeth in that zero tolerance attitude. If we're letting that slide, then just imagine what is happening to the young girls who are walking the street, who, unlike me, cannot maneuver those conversations very well, or find themselves fearfully maneuvering those conversations. You know, I can bat with the best of them. And, you know, we could have a little parlay and it come off as a joke thing, but I'm deadly serious. Don't talk to me like that. Don't refer to me like that. Don't call me out of my name like that. Don't pss me like a dog. I can have those conversations. A 12-year-old who's beginning to experience puberty most likely is not ready for that conversation. most likely will not say anything and will have to deal with that, and takes that on board. And a lot of our girls are taking that on board as their value. This is how they're valuing themselves over time, that a male appreciates them sexually and sensually. So then they begin to dress a certain way. They begin to search for that kind of value of themselves. That empowerment comes from another human being in a sexualized form. So we can see the domino effect on the rest of society when that comes into play like that. It's very easy for these girls to get themselves into trouble. And it's not because they're looking for it. It's because they're trained to believe that some of these things are normalized and okay. And that old man, 30 something years old, can come and at a 12-year-old, at a 15-year-old, at a 17-year-old, and it be like no big deal. And that girl is thinking, hey, somebody of value, high in society, with car, with job, with money. This is where our girls are moving in that direction more.
Yeah, and I'm so happy that we're having this very candid conversation, because that is what we need to talk about. What are the different elements of this issue with our girls starting to think that their value is in their looks, in their sexuality, and what are the implications for that? And later on, we're going to talk about, the strong characteristics that the women who raised us, what they stood on, the values that they stood on, and the importance of instilling that in our girls when we're battling things like social media, when we're battling things like song lyrics. But Tanya, I could tell that you wanted to say something, so let me come over to you. And then, ladies, let us go into just some of the observations. So I think, Kalinago, you started it off very well with some of the observations you're seeing in Dominica. But I always say, before we can address a problem, we need to lay out what the problem is. So we're going to talk about our observations. What are we seeing on the ground in Dominica that is of concern to us, where it impacts our girls? For example, and Tanya, I haven't forgotten you, we talk about how our little girls are being dressed. I saw some pictures, not of a Dominican little girl, but of a little girl who was only 5 years old. And she was graduated, and she had weave, and she had false eyelashes, and she had nails. And look, I am all for enhancing your beauty. I straighten out my hair, I wear makeup. I am all for enhancing your beauty. But what are we teaching a 5-year-old when at 5, we are extending her hair and we're giving her false eyelashes and we're giving her false nails? What value are we teaching her? That her value is in her looks, that you have to be pretty and nothing else is of more importance than your looks. Tanya, I know you have a lot to say.
No, I don't have a lot to say, but I must say Kalinago just really had my mind going with what she said, especially when she said about maybe she's seeing this like a business, the whole idea of education. Now I take it even further back. I don't see it as just education. That's a piece of what we're trying to do. I really see it as a cultural shift. That is what is really needed in Dominica, a cultural shift. And if we think about it like business, when we do change management and we go in and we want to change the culture of a business, there are like about 4 things we should be looking at. We go in there to educate, like Kalinago rightfully said. We should be educating our young people, especially as young as we can get them, to change their mindset about exactly what you guys just spoke about, how they should dress, how should a man approach them, how they should be loved, and then from there we go back into, I think after education we should look at resources, which Marcia spoke about. Do we have resources going into certain structures to support this type of work? Right now I've heard that our bureau, they don't really get money. They can barely do projects. They can barely do things to assist in gender-based violence. So after we look at resources, then we need to look at communication. Are we constantly speaking to our young people and to the adults, getting messages out there, having programs out there where they can be, it's always in your face. You know, the same way they conditioned us because they put things in our face every day. We watch BT, we see gold chains and girls behaving a certain way. The music you keep talking about, it's on the bus, it's on the radio, it's everywhere. It's conditioning us every day. Then we need to put those messages of the culture shift, the shift we need out there. And lastly, like Kalinago rightfully said, the law, the legislature comes way after. It comes way after. And that's what I wanted. You just made my mind go there. You know, it made me think about business itself. And it should be seen like
Right.
business.
Process
Maybe we approach it more
implementation, right?
seriously.
We
Yeah.
need stages. And the
Yeah,
first thing we
absolutely.
need is that written portion. Great. The legislation is wonderfully there. That's a guidance to educate. Now we're educating, and now we're supposed to be moving into culture shifting. And how do you manage culture shifting unless you get down to the school level, down to the family level, down to the community level? It is all necessary parts of the steps. But
Yep.
I think, Simone, you were mentioning how our mothers raised us, our grandmothers raised us. You know, all of us ladies here are a significant enough age to have that kind of experience of mothers and of grandmothers. However, I'm noticing a bigger trend. Again, coming back to Dominica, it's really dinosaur world. The generational shift that has happened in the 36 years that have been gone is incredible. The ideas of my mother's generation are almost dissipated. Never mind my generation, which is still struggling to find itself represented in the whole moral fabric of Dominica. But then I look back as well and I realize it is from perhaps my generation that things started really collapsing. We had a lot of brain drain happening about the same time that I left Dominica as well, 36 years ago. We had a lot of socio-economic changes that happened. We had a lot of hurricane after hurricane after hurricane, setting people back, causing migration patterns, bringing new cultures and new people in. And there's still no finding of feet in that. Now, it's not to say there's anything wrong with migration. It's a beautiful thing. I think Dominica needs to do a better job. Again, I love empowering people as much as any gender. Dominica needs to do a better job of welcoming its immigrants because we all have different ideas. As we're sitting on the panel here with Miss Tanya from Trinidad, wonderful, right? This is a regional influence. We have many regional immigrants.
And I was born in Guyana. My mom is St. Lucian, dad Grenadian.
There you go.
There you have it.
Different
Husband Dominican.
There you have it.
We all need to welcome that because I think what's happened in my generation, there's so much brain drain and so much emigration out that the coming in hasn't been given a chance to be valued and to be represented, to allow the movement of a natural and organic way of moral fiber in this country. So what's happened is essentially the babies have been left to raise themselves.
Raise the babies.
And if you have latchkey kids, we all know the effect. Statistically, you leave a kid without any supervision, without any parenting, without any strong moral guidance, you're going to end up with a different kind of output than you really want. And so I think a lot of what I see and observe in Dominica is from that perspective. And I remember as a 6-year-old that we had women burning bras, you know, and where's our empowerment? We had the first freaking female prime minister. What is going on?
Right.
We've had
But
women leaders to that highest degree, and we're still struggling with the idea that women can lead. Women can hold dominion. Women can do that in a very flawlessly feminine way, without being butch, without being male, without, yes, we can just be women. We don't have to go the extra mile of being loud and beating our chest as if we're some kind of gorilla. It doesn't have to be that way. Our value is in being feminine. Our value is in being female. And who we are as female.
And I'm happy you're raising these very important points. But let us also hear from Debra and Marcia, our observations. Why should we be concerned? Debra, let me come to you.
Yes, absolutely. On the ground. Well, this year my daughter goes to convent, as you probably know that this year, the first time after COVID, they had the Christmas party, and the theme was posh and pink. And so, as parents, you want your child to look nice. Parents were very pressured, and a lot of Amazon delivery was made, and they were spectacular. But my daughter, she didn't have a posh and pink dress, and I always teach her to have a contented heart and make use, be very resourceful, and make use of what you have. So I look in her wardrobe, and she had a white trousers, and then I'm like, okay, we're going to go into town and get a top, to complement this, a pink top. So we went into the shops, and then the lady's like saying in the shop, no, 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 she can't wear that. She has to wear evening gown and click clock. And I'm like, but children have to be children, So I got a perfect top for her, a nice pink top. And, I had to tell her, I just got paid outfit, because we have to get him in the mindset. I just got paid outfit. I put on a little bling belt on her and this top, and she had this nice little flats, glittery flats. And my girl, she had a good time. She was good. And, I really compliment the parents who was on the ball, getting the clothes, outfit shipped in. But there was another side of children. They did not go because they did not get the perfect outfit. Did not participate in the Christmas party. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And, I'm teaching my child. And then she was in the party. They did a live, and I saw her up on the stage, and she really enjoyed who she was, and, her outfit and everything. And I really applaud her for that. And like, when they were like, my daughter was like about 5, come as you like. And I'm like, oh my God, come as you like. Do I go out and buy a princess outfit or a nurse outfit? No, I just look in my closet, and she had this red hoodie and a welly from England, a welly boots. And I'm like, you are Little Red Riding Hood. So she bought into that, and like, yeah. And my son, he had no teeth in front of his mouth, and I turned his head back, and I said, you coming as a gangster?
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is that there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
To socialize their children in particular ways. So we're still in that whole girls have to be pink and boys have to be tough. And Marcia, as I come to you, I'm so happy that Kalinago brought up that example of the men on the street, because I left Dominica 30 years ago, and back then they were doing it. The psst, psst, nice girl. I'm like, first of all, it's not nice girl. I'm not a fruit. You're either beautiful or there's no such thing as a nice girl, right? I'm not a fruit. So, that was me and my convent brain back then. But 30 years ago, and maybe even before then, we had these men on the street. And I think the bigger issue is that they don't see an issue with it. They don't see that it could potentially be insulting to a young woman walking down the street, being called nice girl, and just not wanting to be bothered. Like Kalinago said, I just want to walk down the street. I don't want to be bothered. So Marcia, as we're coming to you, I think it is so important to already begin the conversation as it relates to the need for a cultural shift, just in the way we socialize our young children and in the way we approach our girls and our young children. And by the way, Facebook, I'm seeing all the great comments, so keep them coming. Of course, I will get to you in a little while.
Yeah, I think we have to begin a total change in mindset and the way we look at things. And we really keep blaming the young girls. We can't blame them when those who gave them had nothing to give, had nothing to offer. In the sense that what they want, they live in a society where everything is a push button. So it's not like before when we were raised, we had to do things, we had to create things. Sorry. We had to be creative in everything that we do. We enjoyed swimming, we enjoy climbing the trees, we enjoy eating the fruits. Our children of today don't know this luxury, this beauty in enjoying nature. What they know is to be on their phones and engaging in all sorts of food stuff that is not healthy for them, and that is what they're given. And too often we said, I remember talking to a young lady, and she says, oh, I do not want to raise my child the way that my parent raised me. My child has to have everything that the other children out there have. And, and I said, yes, you can speak that way, but are you able to afford this kind of luxury to this child? And this is the problem that we have too often, that we, because of the way we were raised and the culture out there of what is existing, that we want to just, we are vulnerable to what is out there. And as you said before, they used to call us sit and so on, but it's worse now, because really and truly, when they call you sit and you don't respond, they would just leave you alone. Now they really challenge the girls.
Yes,
You
they
know,
get aggressive.
who you think you are. You know, you think you're better than other people, and almost come up to their face at times. So it's really threatening, and it's troublesome to think of young girls having to face this sort of situation. So most time what they do is just they go in, you know. Once I was passing and somebody says, hey girl, and I see this girl, I said, is your name Hey Girl? So the guy said, oh, we are not talking to you. I said, yes, you're talking to me. So I said, you're on your way, continue going. Your name is not Hey Girl. You don't relate to that, you know? So we really, as adults who know better, we need to help the young girls as well, in order to help them to shape the world that they're supposed to be in. A world that is at peace, more comfortable, and to get them to understand that you can say no, and when you say no, you have to stand up to the no that you're saying, and to be firm in what you're saying. Because if you don't, you'll be walked over. And even our parents, we have so much education to do with our parents of today, because they themselves are living in a fantasy world, and actually bringing up the children in this kind of world. And as you said, of this young child with this extension and all of this fancy, that is how we see ourselves. And because some of these young women growing up did not have all of these things, they actually see themselves through these little girls that they are raising up, or these young boys, because you see the boys now with the earrings, and you see them with a big chain, and you see them with their pants below, and they're only about 5'6", and their pants already way below. So this is how they're being trained. And we really, it has really bring a whole different perspective to how children were raised before. And we need to begin to re-examine that, because we are really going down the road that is not good enough for this country.
Yeah, and I think it's even worse when we have immigrant parents come to the U.S. and we claim we want to give our children everything we did not have. But by saying that, it almost naturally translates to wanting to give them all the material things we do not have. So it is no wonder that they come to learn to value material things, their looks, their possessions, the prices of their bags, the prices of their clothes, as opposed to their skills and their characters and what they can offer to their family and to their society in general. But I think we would all agree that it begins in the home. So let us talk about the socialization of our children. So Tanya, let me come to your thoughts on that. How are we socializing our children that might be different from how we were socialized when we were growing up? Because, for example, I know for sure that when I grew up, I had what I needed, but I didn't have what I wanted. So let us talk about, we hear about parents buying these expensive cell phones for their children. So it begins in the home, and it begins with us as women and us as mothers, the value that we see in our own selves, and then our daughters emulate that value. And then we have to come back around to that whole thing of social media and WhatsApp and how predators are getting access to our daughters, because our daughters have such little self-esteem and self-value because we haven't taught them their true value, that they can simply go for, the fancy words, the pretty words. So we have so much more to discuss. So again, if you're just joining us, we are talking about how can we empower our girls to see their true value, a value that is not based only on their looks. Because, I mean, we value our looks. If we didn't value our looks, we wouldn't wake up in the morning and get dressed and comb our hair. It's important to value your looks. But is that the most important value? Or should we be teaching our girls to value their skills, their abilities, who they are as women? So Tanya and everyone, let's talk about how are our girls being socialized?
Well, I want to say something because I'm hearing us speaking a lot about the extensions and the hair and the nails and stuff. And I don't want people to get me wrong, but I am very much for self-expression. And I'm very much understanding that this is a different time. And they are going to want to express themselves differently from those before. I think it's important for us to just acknowledge that it's a different era, it's a different time. They're going to want to dye their hair purple and pink and whatever. Now, of course, I don't believe in going to the extremes, where you look very sexualized or you look like if you're an adult, you do not look your age. But I do believe we should allow our children to express themselves within boundaries. I think it's very important not to take away that voice from them. Give them that ability to be confident in their self-expression. But I want to say that there are some things that I think are necessary. Like I rightfully said, we're in a different era. They must have cell phones. They're going to have tablets. These things are being requested in school. These are not bad things. It's how we use it that makes it bad. Okay? So I don't think don't give them any phones. We have some parents, they shouldn't have phones. They shouldn't watch TV. They shouldn't have that's a bit too much now. I think it's really about setting boundaries for your child and sticking to those boundaries, helping them to understand why the boundaries are there. And I have to say, yes, I don't think we're doing a good job as parents at home socializing. We're either very far extreme, very strict. So we're making children then become like, I guess, rebels. They just want to break out. And then we're either just very like, okay, raise yourself, do your thing. There must be some balance. We have to recognize it's a different era. We cannot tell these children, well, purple hair is just ugly. They like purple hair. They like pink hair. They like extensions. I think we have to give them the ability to express themselves, but give them the boundaries. And I think that's where we're falling short as parents.
Yeah, absolutely. Kalinago, let me come to you. Socialization. And I think you've had some experience outside of Dominica. So I'm not sure if you want to share the differences that you notice, or is it pretty much the same?
Yeah, the whole world is the same. There really is nothing different in Dominica and nothing new in Dominica. What I have noticed in the last few months I'm living here is that it's extreme. To the point that we're such a small island, it's easy to pinpoint our problems far more than another society that we're not interacting with on a daily basis. It's as simple as that. That's the only reason why everything seems, oh my God, I've dropped down into dinosaur land. But nothing has changed around the world. The whole world is experiencing these issues. The whole world is questioning the moral fabric and the direction of society, and whether parents are doing a better job or a worse job than the previous generation, whether our communities are involved in raising these children like a village, like they should be. But I think what is common also is that everybody around the world, no matter what their politics are, no matter what their religion is, no matter what any other kind of cultural orientation is, every human society fundamentally believes in the same basic moral fiber of how one conducts themselves as a gender, as a family member. Everyone has honor codes. Everyone has ways that they expect their children to be developed. It's the same everywhere around the world. What Dominica is sort of not so much lacking, but allows to let loose, is the idea that we are supposed to be involved with one another like a village. And I think we have lost that in such a significant way. I think part of it is, like I said, the migration patterns have been so significant, and we've almost sort of left people to their devices. We have a lot of very senior age people here. That's wonderful. And we can hit the Guinness Book of Records. Wonderful on the 100-year-olds that are here. That's great. But the young people are the ones suffering for that lack of void, you could say, of that generation that has almost left completely. And so we have young people raising young people, and it's getting younger and younger. There are more teenage pregnancies since I left this island. And back when I lived here, oh my God, it was such a shame. And now it's like, no big deal. You know, hey, whatever, let it hang. It's like Tanya says, you know, we have one extreme or the other. We're either super strict, where we're causing our children to either be rebellious or so repressed that they're of no social use, or we have the really crazy let it hang. And we're doing a lot of let it hang. And I'll bring this to the music. My God, I would never raise my children in Dominica just because of the music alone. The bacchanal culture here, the vulgarity of lyrics here. Oh my goodness. So there is a movement presently, Dominicans against explicit lyrics. And I really petition everyone to go and sign that petition and get on board with the idea that we need to take back control over what is played publicly to our children. Now, if you as a parent want to go and do that, that's your business. If you want to go into a public space and you want to hear that, that's great after a certain hour, and if kids are not involved. This is the level that we need to get involved in. It's like Marcia said, there are children, young girls, males, all of us are around, young adults even, experiencing parts of society that are quite threatening. And they do not have any reprieve. They cannot stand on their two legs and say, no, I'm not having that, or no, thank you, without it coming back to their face. And I think this is where, as adults in this society, seeing how it is, we need to take responsibility and say, okay, you know what, that's enough. That's enough of that. We're not tolerating that. Zero tolerance on this. Hey, young girl, you just listen to that man give you lyrics. This is what I'll call it, lyrics for 20 minutes. Because men will just stand there and say the most amount of stupidity out of their mouth about the woman's appearance, what the effect they're doing with them. I actually challenged a young man doing that to a young lady who couldn't have been more than maybe 19. And he was determined to convince me that there was nothing wrong with what he was saying to this girl and that she was perfectly fine. Now he left, and that young woman had to thank me and tell me, well, thank you for intervening, because he was making me feel uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But
and
she had no response to him other than, yeah, sort of like giggling it away. But she was extremely uncomfortable. And our men do not seem to get it. No one is taking this as a compliment unless they're in that kind of value system where they think their sexuality, their body is what gives them value. So yes, they're going to take that kind of compliment and see it as a wonderful thing. But for the most part, growing up in that, even if you're in that environment, it is like a hands up, like, wait a minute, should I be comfortable with that? And I think as adults, we need to get to that point where we're helping the younger generation.
Yeah, and it just feels like to me, because I was in Dominica in June, and it just feels like to me that we're living in this very over-sexualized island in Dominica. Right. I mean, like you said, you simply cannot protect your children from the song lyrics. We rented, seriously. We were not even taking public transportation. We had a personal driver taking us around, and he had, not kidding you, he had a screen playing music videos, and he's clearly aware that my daughter is 10 years old. And what was playing on those videos, the music videos playing on that screen, I had to tell him, do you really think it's appropriate to have a 10-year-old in this transportation with you and to have that on? And the first thing they will be quick to tell you is, oh, well, if she's not going to be exposed to it here, she'll be exposed to it somewhere else. No, because at my house, she's insulated. We don't allow that type of lyrics. We don't allow that type of material in our homes, and we monitor all her devices. So in Dominica, we're very quick to say, "Oh, you're a hypocrite," right? But the fact remains, when we were growing up in Dominica and we were being socialized, you did not see people in carnival costumes bent over, their backsides exposed, and their backsides exposed, and they're bent over. I mean, I was shocked, and people did not did not seem to be perturbed. They did not seem to be disturbed. So to me, that just speaks about, and somebody mentioned it before, that this is becoming normalized. But what should never be normalized is the access and the permission that this sort of things are giving predators to our children.
Right,
So
but
I think,
I will take it back to what Tanya said, though.
we're taking this way too lightly in Dominica. We
Right.
have to take this more seriously, that this is not normal for these type of lyrics to be playing in public forums, for women to be so scantily dressed and still bending over and touching the ground. There's no
And I get you
in
completely.
this.
You see, I completely agree, and do not like bacchanal culture. Would not want to raise my kids like I'm insulating my kids to a certain degree. But like Tanya said, I believe that this generation has their own forms of expression. We just need to set boundaries on it. Now, okay, if you want to be in a carnival costume at carnival time, and you're like, have at it, okay, darling, but could you make sure that, certain parts are actually covered, or that you reserve those kinds of costume parades for after a certain time in which children are not involved in those parades. I went through the first carnival in Dominica I've had in my adult life. I was mortified. I would never bring my
That's the
children to
thing,
carnival.
Kalinago.
And carnival is a part of our culture. I cannot justify showing my children that part of my culture just because of the things I saw, the vulgarity of the lyrics.
And I had to turn it off. I was
way.
watching it on the internet, trying to show my daughter my culture, and I just had to simply turn it off because it was too much.
There has to be a distinction, and it's not hypocritical. There are some things that children simply cannot process the way an adult does, and therefore we have to graduate them into that kind of thing. So like, it's no big deal to be a string up your backside and you're bending down and you're taking it from behind with some man whining. Come on, man. What is that?
I'd like to chime in.
Yeah, let Tanya chime in, and then Marcia, we're coming to you.
Because I'm going to keep it real.
Yes.
I have no problem with people who want to have strings up their backside and do what they want to do. What is important, again, is the boundaries. I'm from Trinidad, and there's a time and a place for everything. There's Kiddies Carnival. Yes, kiddies go to that carnival, and people are properly dressed, and we enjoy the colors and all the kiddies fashion, right? When there is adult carnival, I don't see kiddies in the band. I see that here in Dominica, and that's very strange to me, even in the late hours of the night. So I don't have a problem with children enjoying the festivities, but they have to get things that are PG, for the kids, and allow adults to be adults. We are adults. We are adults. And again, boundaries for adults too. There's certain things you just cannot be doing in public. Okay?
Right. And other adults have other perceptions that we have to deal with. We're a society that are living together and have to live in harmony. So there's a place and an appropriate thing to do.
Exactly.
Which is, okay, you want to have that? Let's have that. We're talking about Dominica. Let's have that in the stadium where you carry on, do your little bacchanal, all your wildest fantasies of carnival. Carry on. No kids allowed. You're in a restricted space. Nobody has to engage in that public space if they don't want to. They can choose to be there. Unlike, it's in the middle of the street. I don't have a choice. I'm trying to get to that restaurant over there, and I have to take somebody's boom boom and tete in my face. Like, come on.
Let me come to Debra and Marcia if they have any thoughts.
I am not knocking it, but there are limits, like Tanya says. We have to have boundaries. And the only way we have that is if we step up as adults and say, there's a limit to that. Can we have this restriction on that restriction? Because it's a free society, it's a democracy. We have to allow people to do whatever it is. Every man has a right to decide his own destiny. Now, on a faith perspective, if we believe that choice that they're making is giving them a hell destiny, because there's a lot of that in Dominica where people are just mortified. It's, oh, they're going to hell. Okay, if that's your faith base and that's your opinion and that's how you run your life on that particular faith philosophy, wonderful too. There's a space and a time for you also and for your expressions. Let's have a clean-cut version of Carnival where there is not all of that craziness going on, but it's an adult version. We don't necessarily have to reserve that just for kids. There are adults in Dominica who don't want to participate in Carnival, but it's a cultural thing. It's a historical thing. Why shouldn't they? But they don't want to because of the level of bacchanal, because of the ridiculous way that it undervalues the female in particular. And we're talking about the empowerment of women. There's nothing about Carnival that's the empowerment of women. I'm sorry, yes, we can have our choice to put a string up our backside. That's not empowerment. We have valued ourselves according to a socialization based on sexualization. And because of that value, we're putting a string up our backside.
Yeah,
So
thank you for that.
I really make the conversation turn itself around where, okay, if that's how you want to value yourself, you're entitled to in a free society, do as you please. However, we also are entitled to say there's a limit and park it over here and carry on smartly, and we will carry on smartly over here. And I think Dominica does not have that balance of allowing everybody in that democracy. It's either one thing or the other, one domination or the other. There's no room for anything different. If you come up with these ideas, you're a hypocrite. You're not letting the young people enjoy themselves. Oh, it's their culture and so on and so forth. But no, we're in a whole society in which there are many ideas, in which there are many faiths, many orientations of every kind. And we cannot allow one to dominate the other.
Right.
Empowerment of females is the result of male domination.
But let me jump in, Kalinago, because I also want to hear from Debra and Marcia your thoughts so far. And let us go right into as well social media, because you know the universe works in a very strange way. I was preparing for this program, and I just happened to catch a news story today, and what it is telling us is social media is creating a mental health epidemic, to the point where the U.S. legislation, the U.S. Congress are looking to impact legislation to prohibit 13-year-olds from being on social media by, and this is important because I see someone is here and I just had that conversation with her, because we all know that children under 13 can simply just click on, yes, I'm over 18 and be done with that. But what they're saying is that they're going to force the social media companies to increase the verification process so that 13-year-olds can no longer log in. But then when you have somebody like Rebecca, who I just had a conversation about this on, and she's telling me that parents are allowing their children to use their date of birth to create social media accounts, where does that lead us? And the other thing that particular news story was telling is that teenage girls, because of their high levels of social media use, and this is from a report from the Centers of Disease Control, so this is not just someone talking off the top of their head, they're seeing more violence in girls, more sadness in girls, and increased risk of suicide. So what is it about social media, and what are our girls emulating from social media that is causing them to be more violent, more sad, and even at risk for suicide? So let me go to Marcia and Debra, and then Tanya, I want to come to you.
All right. Well, if we do not understand our values, then anything is going to influence us, and that is the serious problem that we're faced with with social media. And once you tune in, you want whatever is out there that you want to be like that. You want.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, you just want to be part of this crowd out there. And it's like in Dominica, I notice anything goes. And we have not set boundaries, as Tanya was saying, for this sort of situations that children have to be allowed to grow as children. We force our children to be adults before they even understand the whole development of childhood. And I mean, Tanya is saying, yeah, the adult should be able to, the girl should be able to have the expression, yes. But you have to understand that when you're at a certain age, there's some things that your mind is not fully developed yet for that. And when you expose these young girls to that at such an early stage, it becomes a real problem for them later down. Because later down, they want to be like children when they are supposed to be acting like adults. And they're now, trying to behave like children. So we have to begin as persons who know better, to help the children to understand. Just recently, we had this band, Carnival Band. It was actually highlighting the issues of gender violence. We're trying to raise awareness. And even our own members of the Girl Guides Association that we're trying to get in to register to be part of this group, this Carnival Band. The parents are saying, oh, the children have already registered in this big feather. And I'm saying, but who is in control there? Is it and we're talking about 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds? How can you allow a child to make a decision to be in a band for adults and not be in support of your own organization and band that is raising issues, some very pertinent issues on gender violence that they are being affected by? So those are the sort of things that we are faced with when we begin to think of how these young girls on social media are impacting on them and impacting negatively on them. And we are not saying that they won't be exposed to that, but we have to begin to educate our girls to use social media responsibly. Because, I mean, there's so much you can do on social media. There's so much education that could be had on social media. But I think most of what is being used, social media is being used for, is always the negative thing. And we need to begin to help our young girls to see that social media, there's much more to it than exposing yourself. I saw a video of this singer, and he was really drumming on a woman's butt. And I'm saying, but this guy, he has a daughter. Would he feel comfortable somebody drumming on it and he's singing along with a song about the bomb and the bomb and the bomb? And I said, would he feel so good with just watching a man drumming on his daughter's butt? And these are the kind of things that we're faced with in relation to social media. And we need to begin to educate our young girls that they could use social media in a much more positive way for better results. And that is why we are having this situation with increased suicide and mental situation, because some of our girls become so stressed when they go out there because they want to belong. And because they're unable to, then that results in a lot of mental stress.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Debra, Tanya, and then we're going to come to the phone lines. The time is always speeding along on this program. We need to slow down the time.
Yes,
Debra and then Tanya.
absolutely. I agree with Marcia. There's a lot of mental stress based around social media. What they see, they think it's real. People can sharpen up the image to look a certain way. And then, everybody wants to look the same. Straight nose, long lashes, big boobs, and everybody walking around the same. No individuality. But the whole thing is, Simone mentioned a key word earlier. You mentioned the word role model. Yeah, role model. That is very powerful. and that's the fabric of society. As adults, we can be a mother, we can be an auntie, we can be a neighbor, but we are responsible to be role models for the young generation. The only hope is through us. And it's not what we say, but it's what we do. That matters. We have to demonstrate to the children, this is how you live. You want a clean house, you just have to demonstrate to the child, look, I'm cleaning my room. You don't bang down on them, clean your room. You do it. You clean your own room. Look at the man in the mirror. What is it that you're doing? You're always on the device. You're always on social media. What do you expect the child to do? Children imitate us, and everybody is always pointing finger at the children. But I always say, take the quads out your eyes first. Look at the man in the mirror. What is it that you're doing? Look, and you will see very closely. And quite interestingly, my daughter, she's 14 years old, and she said to me, "Oh, mommy, why is it that we're so fixated at what is happening in Syria, in America with Donald Trump? And those things we cannot change, but the shooting in America, we cannot change."
I think she paused for a minute. Let's give her a minute. Tanya, let's jump in with you until Debra comes in. And Tanya, we need to do a whole program on social media, because I think many times, we have to look at the pros and cons. Because, for example, I just finished teaching a course that I created on using social media as a marketing tool, because so many of our small businesses do not see the potential of social media to get their products out to a worldwide audience. And, I'm just very concerned, and Rebecca Corey Geist and I had this conversation yesterday, that many of us of a certain age say, you know what, that social media thing, that's not for me. But in the meantime, our children have a PhD in social media, and they're using it in all the wrong ways. So, Tanya, let me come to you, and then we're going to take some phone calls, and then we're going to take some comments. And then after that, we want to start talking about, how do we do the work? How do we empower our young girls and reverse this trend of, the wrong socialization that they're experiencing right now? So go ahead, Tanya, and please be as candid as possible.
Yes. For me, I really wish I wish I could live China. I wish I could live in the places that have just banned social media. As much as I am on it every day using it, I am self-aware, and I think a lot of us are, and we know the effects. We spend a lot of time scrolling. And I think what social media does to our kids and to the adults is really the comparison trap. You go there and you start looking at other individuals. You think they're real. You think they look like that. You think they have those things, and you start to compare yourself. And as Marcia rightfully said, if you don't have your values in check, if you don't know who you are, if you don't have your principles in check, then you can easily get carried away on social media, right? So you're in that comparison trap. And I think that's what's happening with the kids. They get into that comparison trap. And because I can't look like that, I don't have the money to do those things, to buy that gold chain, to go to that concert, to buy those shoes, you become very sad. Because let's keep it real, as human beings, all we really want to do is fit in.
And Tanya, I want you to continue your thought, but not only do we become very sad, but we seek alternative ways of getting those things.
Right.
And then that creates a whole other conversation, Tanya, that you and I have had before, the whole concept of grooming,
right,
the whole concept of men of certain status, and wanting to give us those things we see on social media because we clearly can't afford it. But I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Well, that's exactly where it goes. So you become very sad to the point of you can become suicidal, or you become so sad and desperate that you find ways to get those things. And as Simone rightfully said, you find yourself sitting online, offering up your goodies to get these things. Okay? Or you are easily susceptible to, like, the groomer online saying, I'll buy you that iPhone. I'll get you that top up. I'll get you those Nike shoes. And so that is what is happening with our kids and social media. Even those who, some kids go on there, I think, Simone, to do the right thing, Yes. We have kids who want to model, but they are not aware that there are fake modeling agencies there just waiting to just eat you up. Mm-hmm. Yes, send your pictures. Next thing you know, your pictures are somewhere on the net of you in a two-piece, you half naked, and you have no idea how it got there. So I think honestly, we need to do some more education for our kids on what social media has come to. I think when it started, it was a good idea for us to keep in touch, but it's so much more than that right now. It is so beyond us. We don't even understand it. You don't even understand when you scroll on Amazon and you look at something too long, that's going to pop up on your Facebook page to convince you to buy it. There's so much algorithm there. There's so much, it's like a mind reader, and I'm mind blown by what they have done with social media. And I don't think our kids really understand how deep it goes. And so we need to start teaching them more about it and how to be safe using it. We're not gonna be, I want to live in China and not have it, but our kids want it. We just have to find a way to make it safe. Less screen time. You know what I mean? What you call those things? Parental locks. Those are the things that we should be looking to as parents to make sure our kids are safer. Web filters, all of those things to just keep our kids safe from social media and the World Wide Web.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about change on this program because this is the program we use to navigate change in Dominica. And I just want us as parents of people of a certain age to stop having that thought that social media is not for me. If you have children, if you have nieces, if you have nephews, if you have anyone that you're concerned about, the onus is on us to know more. I'm not saying to go and be on social media and post your food and post, everything else that everybody else is posting. But the onus is on us to know a little bit about social media, a little bit enough to know the potential risks, the potential benefits, so that we know what our children can potentially get into. Because like you said, Tanya, social media is like any other thing. It's like a car. You can use a car for good, you can use a car for bad. A cell phone, you can use a cell phone for good, you can use a cell phone for bad. Social media is no different. I mean, look at how many companies, I promote companies from Dominica, left, right, and center, social media. Right? But it depends on what you choose to use it for. So we as the adults, we have to make sure that our girls in particular are not using it to compare themselves to these other women who it's a fake life that they're living. It's not even real. Chances are they borrowed the bag that they're showing off on social media, or somebody is sponsoring them to show that bag, and they don't even own the bag. But anyway, let me go to Lambi. We can open the phone lines if anyone wants to make a contribution. And then we're going to the Facebook comments. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the how. How do we empower our girls? So I want to hear what the Girl Guides Association is doing, what the Convent PTA is doing, what Kalinago as a business owner is doing, what Tanya with Dominica Child Protection Society and everything else that we do together, the how do we empower them? So Lambi, over to you.
Powerful program, ladies.
Thank you.
You're listening to Roots Connection on Q95. The numbers to call in are as follow: 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, 616-4257. These are all local numbers, and the international connection number is 305-432-9624. Let me run those again. 449-3095-9697, 616-4257, local numbers. International number 305-432-9624. And we already have a call on the line. Caller, please go ahead.
Yeah, all what have been said there, I heard. But will that change the hands of time? Can that change the hands of time?
Meaning?
Yeah, I ask you a question.
No, what does that mean? Change the hand of time. What do you mean by that?
There's something that been prophesied and we must take place. And that all what I'm saying is true, but that cannot change the hands of time. The time we facing now, that is manifesting. Children will disobey to parents. Number one, the moral will go they'll go in vain as though you don't talking to them. You're talking to them as though they don't hear what you're saying. They have their own mentality. Because that's the time we're living in.
Yes. Thank you, caller. Thank you for your observation. Tanya, you wanted to say something?
I think that is just the wrong mindset to have. I think that is the wrong mindset to have, sir. I mean, I appreciate your comments. I always like people to contribute to programs.
Yes, and we
Because
always like
how
our
we
callers to
learn.
call in.
Yeah, this is how we learn the mindset. And we just spoke about culture shift. We just cannot take that mentality on that attitude of, well, they won't listen. They're just gonna do what they want. Okay, we understand they have a mind of their own. I think we should see that as a good thing. Them having a mind of their own. They just need proper guidance. We cannot give up on our children. We cannot do that. We have to give them proper guidance. Maybe we are not reaching them in a way that interests them. And these are the things we have to look at. We just cannot just say, oh, well, they're not listening. Maybe you have not reached that child or these children in a manner that interests them. Giving them the information that they understand. You're probably speaking in your tongue, in your era. And that is important for us to again recognize we are in this era. This is where we are. It's a different time, and we have to reach them so that they understand.
Absolutely. And thank you, caller. Thank you for your contribution to the discussion this evening. So let's see what's going on Facebook. So Ruby Mandaru says, good evening, Josephine Williams. Nice to have you on board. David Joseph, thank you for being here. He says, greetings and good night to each and every one. Special good night to the host and panelists. Looking forward to the discussion. Let's see who else is joining us. Augustina John. Hello, Dr. Matthew. Greetings to you and the guest, Brampton, Ontario, Canada. Nice to have you on board. Jennifer Coffey, good evening from Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you for letting us know where you're joining us from. My friend, my dear friend, Carl Kofi James. Always great to see you. Greetings and blessings. Rebecca Correa Gis. And Rebecca, I really enjoyed that conversation with you yesterday. Thank you for telling me what is going on the ground as it relates to social media. And thank you for being here. David Joseph says, while I welcome the legislation, I am of the opinion that it does not go far enough, especially when it comes to protecting our young children. Owen Prosper, good evening to you. Thank you for being here. Merle Alexander, we have a phone call coming in. Yes, Lambi, put your hand high. I can't see.
Okay, I'll do it at the next time. Caller, please go ahead.
Okay. You hearing me?
Loud and
Yes.
clear.
What I'm trying to say there, the man that was speaking there, maybe the lady who answered did not understood what the man was trying to say. We are just dwelling a lot on the physical, and we are not dwelling on the spiritual. So what he was trying to say is that 2 Timothy chapter 3 says, children will be unthankful and holy, the natural affection, the attitude continues there. But we have our own children. I think we should have our own the orders that the children have to go through. We have to stand up strong for our children and show them this is wrong, this is wrong, and sit down and talk to them and show them why it is wrong. And just to tell them, oh, that is not, you sit down and explain to them. So I believe that right now is not everybody's error. The scripture is fulfilling. These things will happen with the children, but sometimes parents are the cause of it. I heard one of your speakers was talking, one of the girls was talking, and he said about dying children here and this and this and this. Children have got no right to be doing what they want. When they are under your care, I don't say you can put a lipstick, but to change, put yellow tomorrow, brown, all these business are put in to children. A songwriter says, let children be children. You understand? But sometimes we make them grown-ups before they. You do not let go. And free children, no father, I was murdered. And I had to stand my ground. When one come with a rough stuff, I said, not here. I explained to him. One come with a thing in his foot, I stopped. There are things we have to stand up strong, and tell them no. But when we have got the spirit of background, anything goes.
Yep.
The standard of God, stand up strong.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, caller. Thank you for that great point that you made. Gavin Charles on Facebook. We have a call.
Yes. On the international line, please go
Hi.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening to you, Lambi, and good evening to the entire panel. First of
Good
all,
evening.
I really want to commend you guys on very, very, very. This is one of the best programs you all have had since
Thank
for
you.
the past year. But something I just wanted to. I mean, I don't like to. I don't leave like a rewind live, but I'm not too sure you guys are aware of a situation just under a year ago where a very well-known radio personality was caught on social media trying to solicit a minor.
Mhm.
And because of who he is and who he frequents, that matter never did see a court, or he was not brought to justice. But I'm still disappointed in the welfare. I mean, even if the police did not arrest the guy, I personally believe that the welfare or whoever it may be, they should have picked this matter and have this matter there. And I'm still not too sure, even if legislation was enacted yesterday in Parliament to deal with our minor, etc., that if one of these government supporters would caught dealing with a minor, I still believe that they will be dealt with accordingly. I mean, we just, like Tanya said earlier on, we have it on paper, but when it comes to really do what we have to do to bring these criminals to justice for messing up our minor or small children, I mean, come on, this is unacceptable.
Mhm.
Again, good evening and keep on the good work.
Thank you. Thank you, caller. And he's absolutely right, because the onus is on us to hold their feet to the fire, because we can have all the legislation in the world. But as we said before, if it is not being implemented, it is of no use. So who among us is going to ensure that these legislations are actually implemented and we're holding their feet to the fire? Because the onus is on us as Dominicans to ensure, because these are our children, whether we birth them or not, they are our children, and we have the responsibility to ensure that they're protected. So we want to see how it goes. We want to see if this is just, like we say in Dominica, Paola Bush, just talk, or if this will actually be put into action. So Garvin on Facebook, thank you for being here. Never hear about family for cases to go away. Thank you, Garvin, for being here. Sissy Christmas, nice to see you. Good night, ladies. Thank you for looking out, advancing for the safety and protection of our girls, children, and standing tall to see the measure put in place to protect them against all ills of society. Kudos to you, Dr. Simone, for bringing this dynamic women to be the voice of the children. Thank you. Great to see you, Sissy. Greg Baptist, good evening. Abby Christmas from the Girl Guides Association. Lovely to see you. And Abby is also a huge proponent of our girls as well. She is the proprietor of Perfect in Our Own Skin. So we have to have Abby. Abby's busy studying at UWI, so she couldn't be here, but we have to have that conversation. She says, so true, education is a major part of creating a change. Child abuse prevention is everyone's business, and as such, we must make it our duty to bridge the gap through sensitization. We need to teach our children what the different forms of abuse and disrespect look like. It is time we challenge societal norms that include objectification of children. Great discussion, ladies. Back to the telephone.
Good evening, caller. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead, please. Caller, please go ahead. The caller is there, but he's not doing anything. Go ahead.
Okay, maybe he'll call back. Let's take some from someone we haven't heard from, Debra Thompson. The big companies are making this music. The children have access to the videos on their phones. Even in the home, the parents are watching it and encourage the children to dress and dance to what they are watching. Clyde Gregoire, nice to see you. Some of the abusers are parents themselves. Our problem is lack of self-control in men and women, and with the absence of fear of God. Alicia Griffin, nice to see you. Carl says fathers need to step up and help raise their children. Judith Cochran, nice to see you. Julie Polidor, children should learn to be children and parents need to start taking control. Joan Samuel, nice to see you. Asha Maya Francis, I agree, parents have a major part to play with the discipline of children. but society does have a major part to play as well. Nowadays, children are making children. Society is making teenage pregnancy more acceptable. Yep, I've seen the baby showers result in poor discipline of children. What are your thoughts? Absolutely true. Pyro Davidson, 1 minute, Lambi, I'm coming. The police seem to have an issue with interpretation of laws along with application of those laws. For instance, take a look at the situation which occurred with, we won't call the name, the radio personality and the minor. How did the police respond? And Teresa, Susan, Roll, nice to see you. Thank you everyone for your comments. Lambi, do we still have that caller?
Yes, caller, go ahead, please. No, that again. There you are. Good evening. Good evening, caller. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I run in the mid-40s. As a youth, I've never seen a woman wear pants. Now you could hardly see a woman wearing a dress. Every woman wants a pants. Yes, the scripture say the hair of a woman is a beauty, but I see a woman have more body than man now. So it's not the time like that. So how they expect this woman to be very moral, very moral?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
no
caller,
moral.
you're right. We need morals.
For the children.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Do we have another call, Lambi? Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, caller. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello. I am just saying to our parents, the parents, really, are you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Uh-oh. Is she still there? We can hear you.
She's gone.
Oh, she'll call back. Yes. So ladies, so much to digest and still so much to cover. We have to do this again because we're running out of time. But let's look at the how. And of course, if you feel so inclined to respond to any of the comments, you can do so. But I want to talk about how are we empowering our children? So Marcia, I think Debra, did you want to make a contribution? Let's take one more call. We're going to run out of time today.
Yeah, good evening, caller. Go ahead, please.
Greetings, Lambi. Greetings to your panel. This is the rebel rocker himself here, Kofi.
Hey, Kofi, what's up?
Yeah, I want to make a little contribution tonight. You know what I mean?
Go right ahead.
As it relates to like accusations against or like cases where there's an accusation against an elder or older person against a minor. I think once it should be investigated, all right? And I think once the investigation begins and there is sufficient evidence to move forward with the case, the state should be totally responsible for that case. I don't think it should ever reach a stage where, some kind of negotiation can go on and the case doesn't go on. Because when we do that, it means that people are going to pay off and not get punished for the crime against the minor. So I think one of the things that they need to enforce in Dominica is that once these allegations are made and investigated and there's enough findings to move forward with a case, the state should take over that case, because we cannot just leave it to the parents to decide, he can pay me on this side or they can do this and the case is over. If we want things to straighten up in Dominica, we have to start to do straight things. I mean, and as it relates to our daughters and raising our girls and stuff, I mean, I don't know. Some of us just have different vibes in the way we see things and the way we were raised. But I think fathers in general need to step up and help to raise their daughters. You can't say, the mother has to raise her daughter. I have 2 daughters, Jed, and I'm telling you, I put in every effort into educating, guiding them, just being there, giving them that support and teaching them values. And it's not always about dress. It's about learning to live a social life with other people in your surroundings and, giving them that chance to develop their mind, to see things their way, but at the same time with guidance, man. I think that's been lacking, that kind of thing in Dominica. And we just leave everybody to do what they want. And it's not gonna go down good for us, and we're seeing the results like right now. Mm-hmm. That's my contribution for the night. But
yes, thank you.
everybody.
Thank you, Kofi. Excellent contribution. And you know, Kofi raises a very important point because I happen to know him. And you know, one of the things that he does to empower his girls is that self-expression we talked about, Tanya, having them explore their artistic sides, their ability to sing, their ability to play an instrument, their ability to be a part of theater, because all that is about building self-confidence, building self-esteem, teaching our girls that you're more than your looks, teaching them that you're more than the value of your bags and your cell phone. Debra, I think you wanted to make a contribution. You're muted. You're muted.
Yes, I do. I do agree with the caller. Yeah, we have to get the children to express themselves and allow them to to open out and to ventilate. So much time we just want to, not tell them they're disrespectful. We have to reach them at their level and know sometimes the way they speak, they're not articulate enough to express the emotion, how they're feeling. And sometimes they're lashing out, and that is the way to cry for help. I need help. And they do, become promiscuous or do things, as a cry for help. I need love, I need help. Like I can give you an example. Like my child, she's lashing out and it's nothing to do with me. She's has a lot of project, a lot of homework to do, and she's full of the interest, but she's lashing out on me because I'm the closest person to her. And I have to look at her, darling, I am there for you. What is it that you need right now? What solution you need right now to help you to resolve whatever is happening with you? I'm there for you. So as adults, we have to reach them at their level, speak to them in their language, and also make sure that we're there for them. And in terms of what I'm doing on the ground, I'm bridging the gap. Because right now in Dominica, there's one counselor assigned to about 10 schools. I've been speaking to counselors and they are overwhelmed. They are swamped, they're overwhelmed. And there's a lot of students and children just walking around traumatized. They're just cutting themselves and, harming themselves and, going into unsociable behavior and always getting into trouble. So I developed this program, Trilogy to Happiness. And one day I asked my daughter, what's one thing legacy you want to leave? When you hear Princess Roots, what one legacy you want to leave? And guess what she said? Can anybody take a guess? One legacy. When you hear Simone Mathieu, what you want the world to know and remember Simone Mathieu stands for? Just one thing.
Positive impacts on the world. That covers it in general. Positive light in my corner of the world.
Right. Positive light. What about you, Tanya? One thing you want the world to know, Tanya Dickson, when you hear
it. Truth.
The truth. She stands for the truth.
Truth.
And
yes.
You, Miss Dublin, one thing.
That's what came to mind as well. Let the truth be heard, and
let the truth be heard.
Stay firm to what you believe.
Yeah, stay firm.
Irrespective of what everybody else says.
Yeah.
Stay firm.
Yeah. And you, Kalinago?
Because I firmly live my life on the principle of empowerment of all people. Justice is what I want to be known for. Justice.
Justice. Yes. I mean, I love all those answers, but she didn't say, and she was 11 years old. We were walking to primary school, and she said, find the joy and magic of every moment. Find the joy and magic in every moment. And I'm like, wow, people have to go to India, to Africa to learn this simple thing. And that is just so powerful, and this is the whole course around my Trilogy to Happiness, by teaching people that all we have is now. All we have is now. It don't make any sense to be anxious about the future. Being anxious, anxiety is like paying a loan on something that you haven't even bought. And depression is you're just stuck in the past. But the joy is finding in the here and now. And that is part of the program that I'm teaching in the school. And one of the techniques I'm using is to give the girls techniques, how to help them to cope with stress, with anxiety, with trauma, and to bring them back into the here and now and to be the better version of themselves. And so before I go into the practice, one of the things I do is it's called tapping, body tapping. And the body tapping is you tap in, I don't know if you heard of acupuncture. Yeah. You tap on acupoints and you use you use affirmations, positive affirmations. So you start with tapping like the side of the hand, for example. You see, even though my world, you start with how you're feeling. You know, you start with how you're feeling, even though my world seems crazy. I love and accept myself. And then you tap above the eye, my mind, body, and spirit belongs to me. And then underneath the eye, I replace anger, frustration with others with intentional positive interactions. And then under the nose, I release the feeling of guilt, hurt, and shame. And then you go through this, and then you go underneath the mouth. My abuse and traumatic experience do not define who I am as a person. Yeah. And then you tap the chest. There's nothing to be nervous about. I am a great kid. I love myself no matter what. I can do this. You know, I got this. And they tap through and bring themselves back. And that is just very powerful. A little tool that can use to get themselves grounded. And before you go into the tapping, you have to, there's a precursor before you go into the tapping. You have to ask yourself, am I safe now? What is happening around me? You bring yourself back to the present. You know, you look out. You use all your senses. You're hearing, you know, you smell. What am I smelling? What am I seeing? I'm seeing, you know, some beautiful faces on the screen. You know, get the mind back into the present moment. And, you know, these tools are very powerful. And also there's the box breathing. You know, breath is everything. Heart center breathing, heart focus breathing. You breathe in for 4 whole into the heart. Yes. Breathe in outrageous love. Exhale. Gratitude. And we say these mantras and we go through, you know, what is it, whatever it is, and I can just home in, you know, if we have somebody who's been abused or something, for example, I can just adjust the mantra for them to say and to bring them back and to release them, you know, back to be the full, better expression of themselves. So
yes, thank you.
I'm doing it for parents as well, because empowered parents is equate to empowered children. When parents are empowered, you know, then they can go on and empower the children.
Absolutely.
Because first of all, we have to give ourselves our oxygen first. We have to be solid in our body, in our mind, in our spirit. We have to be solid in all of these aspects of us. And when we come, you know, to all of these challenges, this chaos, we're solid enough and stable enough to help our children, you know, to be stable in themselves.
Yeah, and I also know that the Convent PTA is doing quite a bit of work. As a matter of fact, we at Dominica Child Protection Society, we are working with them for some of the summer programs, and Tanya and I will talk about that a little bit. But I also wanted to hear from Marcia in terms of what the Girl Guides Association is doing to empower girls. And then Kalinago, I'm going to come over to you.
Okay. In the association, we have different sections. We have the rainbows, and these are the very young ones, just from 5. They go through this 2-year program, 5 to 7. And at that stage, we teach them really to appreciate themselves. So it's a lot of fun game. It's a lot of getting on to understand each other, getting to know themselves better as little ones, and just enjoying life for what it is. And they move on to the Brownie section. The Brownie section, they come in at 7, and they go through a 3-year program, 7 to 10. And at that level, we begin to give them a little bit of responsibility, where they are placed into different sections. So they are leaders already developing from their grouping that they have, because it's important not to get them into smaller groupings, because a lot of times children want to express themselves, but because they're in big groups, they're unable to do that. So we allow them the opportunity to get into smaller groups, and we call that the sixers, where they're able to express themselves among a smaller group, and then they get into the bigger circle where they can share what they have learned within that cycle there. Throughout the programs we also have the guides. These are the older ones, and you realize that we have this sort of upward mobility where they move from one stage to another, and at every stage there is a bigger program that we do with them relating to their particular age. And with the guides now, we begin to get them to understand the value of themselves. We begin to help them to develop their creativity, their talents, and to be able to speak out, to have a voice, to share, to report. And we really instill in them the importance of building relationship. and healthy relationship, knowing when you need to speak out, when you need to report when something is going wrong.
You're muted.
Who do you report to? And also we have situations where they have a lot of difficulties with the parents. How do you relate with your parents? How do you relate with the opposite sex as well? Because now they're growing into young women. If a boy says, I love you, is that okay for you to get into a relationship with him? You know, get into be friends first and understand what the opposite sex is about, and to build a friendship instead of some intimate relationship that you just enter into. Then they move on to the Rangers. The Rangers is the biggest section. They are now grown enough that they could be on their own, and we allow them to develop their programs, and they just have a mentor that guide them and take them through. But throughout our program, we teach discipline, we teach them commitment, we teach them citizenship, where you have to go out there and give service, because we are living in a community where we depend on each other to show love, to show gratitude. So we have to give back all the talents that we have to give back to the society that we get from, and that is why we're able to strengthen ourselves by providing service, particularly to the elderly and the less fortunate out there. So these are the programs that we deal with. We just recently, last year actually, we started the program of making child abuse our number one priority, and we had a rally. We had discussion with some lawyers, about 3 or 4 of them who were part of this grouping, and just discussing the laws and what existed and what needs to be done for us to deal with the situation of child abuse. We also had this um, carnival band that we put together in relation to gender violence. So all of these we discuss with our members to help them better understand. And also we have educational sessions with the parents as well, because the parents are sometimes in a world by themselves that they do not understand these young children with all of this energy and all of these ideas that they want to bring out, and even the way that they express themselves. Some parents do not understand why they behave in that sort of way. So we work with the parents as well in helping them to understand that these are children growing up. They have to be allowed the space and to provide them with the love and attention and support that they need, because a lot of these young girls really do not get the support from their parents, from family members, and worst of all from society, from which they depend on. And instead, society exploits them instead of helping them to grow into young women. So this is
Yeah.
what we do in the Girl
Yeah.
Guide Association. We have also our leader, Abigail Christmas, who also have this
Perfecting my own skin.
skin that she has been working with young persons, and getting people to understand that you are who you are, and you cannot make yourself different from who you are, but you work with what you have and make the best of it, because we are all created in his own image and likeness, and we have to learn to appreciate ourselves for who we are, and not because this other person say, oh, you should perm your hair, you should just go ahead and do that, but really and truly that's not what you want. So we're trying to instill in our girls that you have to be you have to value yourself, and you have to go out there and give back and
Yeah.
help
And
all
it's
the
really,
young ones, all the young ones to understand the importance of being themselves and having a voice. So important. Have a voice, and do not allow anybody to take that from you.
yeah, and it sounds like you guys are doing a fantastic job with trying to create a well-rounded woman, a well-rounded girl for the society that we need. So Kalinago, let me come over to you. We're quickly running out of time, but I still want to hear from you and Tanya. So very quickly, as a woman in business, tell us, because I think part of the empowerment conversation has to be about financial opportunities. So where are the jobs in Dominica? Where are the jobs? Our women need jobs so that they can stand on their own 2 feet, because what we find is that a lot of women unfortunately forced to remain in relationships of abuse, potential abuse and abuse, because they are not financially independent. So as a woman in business, tell us the importance that, you know, finances and financial independence plays in terms of empowering our girls.
Well, that is one big animal. That thing, it needs a whole show by itself.
Oh, yeah.
But the empowerment of women, as you said, basically the financial dependency of females is part of the major problem in Dominica. So we move from mothers being financially dependent on the father or boyfriends or whoever, their sugar man. They move from that to kids who are now dependent on the mother doing all these kinds of things that are not necessarily kosher. And then the child is following in that direction, both male and female looking at that and following in those same directions. And then we have a repetition and a domino effect of the acceptance, as Tanya was saying, of a culture that is what we're really fighting against. It's the mindset, the culture that it's okay to value yourself as a female for your sexuality, for your sensuality, and to be prized by a male for that reason, and then awarded for that with monetary things, material things, and whatever else are the rewards of that particular relationship. So while we say, you know, women are in abusive relationships, we tend to think domestic violence, he's beating the crap out of her, he's sexually abusing the mother, the girl in the family, whatever the case. But it's not always as that. The abuse is a simple thing, allowing that woman to become financially dependent on that man, where she cannot sustain her own life without that man. And that unless she is doing whatever it is that man is pleased with, she is not getting the financial support that she needs to conduct her life. She cannot support her children. Therefore, she's putting up with a lot in terms of attitude, in terms of devaluation of herself, in terms of relegating herself to only a value of being pretty, of being this pleasure princess, essentially. So that is the real abuse that I'm more concerned about than somebody getting pummeled upside the head. Yes, those are very detrimental things that are happening to women. And yes, we have to deal with that. But in terms of culture shifting, what we really need to deal with is the economic dependency of women. Now, when I moved to Dominica, it was a hop, skip, and a jump off the cliff of my life. Yes, it's a major financial investment, basically towards the investment of my children's future. So yes, there were many things that happened that I did not plan. And I'm just like, wow, I'm actually jobless. And I have 3 degrees and I'm still trying to get a job. This is so crazy. So what I did was rely on a hobby business of mine that I've been cultivating for about a dozen years, I should say. And I do editing, I do marketing, basically anything related to words. I can finesse it and help people either market themselves, market their businesses, basically project their own communication onto the world. I help with things. This is why you heard me, Tanya. I'm speaking a very business-like fashion in terms of there need to be standard operating procedure for how we conduct ourselves in educating the population on the empowerment of women, on the empowerment of girls, of the changes of legislation that are guiding us. It's because that's part of what I do in editing. It's creating the document needed for us to move forward in a guided way, to have a process, to complete a change, to enact some kind of positive transformation of anything. Now, I focus that tend to be in business senses, in creative people, artists, poets, writers, marketing, actual businesses, and I do promote a lot of investment and business in Dominica. But when it comes to the empowerment of women, this is where I see the direction is necessary, because we need a guiding document beyond legislation to say to parents, hey, you can do A, you can do B. All these women here have discussed in a very formal way how they try to engage and empower and educate the female population of this country. But I would like to see how we do that on an informal basis as well. How do we put out the kind of literature out there, the kind of videography, the kind of social media that engages the parents to understand their role, that engages the regular old person off the street, the regular young person off the street to say, hey, you know, this is a mindset that needs changing. This is why. And even if you may think it's normal and it's natural, this socialization has come out of that. Those sorts of education are all necessary and word related and require all of that kind of documentation. But at the bottom line, we have to have people reading that. We have to have people consuming it in some kind of way, visually or whatever might be the way for them. We hear it from the first couple callers, there is a faith-based, spiritual-based aspect of how people are responding in Dominica. That is, one, not being heard and not being accepted. However, on the tail end, the faith-based world in Dominica, which is generally Christian-based or Israelite-based, that faith-based world has lost its salt. So there is no real engagement of the youth. There's no real engagement of women. I almost had to laugh about the man who called in, who was talking about women's hair. I mean, I was bald for 2 years and I called myself a man. And it's not because I wanted to be a man or I had some sort of transsexual thing going on with me. I'm perfectly heterosexual. I say I'm a man because I'm determined to be in dominion in this world. And males are dominating the world. And I am determined to have justice and equity in how I conduct myself. So I conduct myself as a female who understands that I'm in a male-dominated society, and unless I stand up for myself, unless I empower myself and do techniques like Debra said, you know, you have to talk to yourself. You have to physically say
affirmations.
Let us move forward. Let us do. You have to gather with women, as in the Girl Guides gathering, empowering women together. You have to have those kinds of things in society to allow females to see their value, to understand and know. And you said, Simone, that you promote marketing on social media. Like, how do these girls move from, oh, I'm just here looking cute on social media, to I'm going to market myself on social media.
I'm going to make it a business.
I'm going to turn myself into a business. I am going to become my own brand. I'm not necessarily selling sex, sexuality, or anything like that. You can find ways and your creative things. The caller that you mentioned earlier, Kofi, who you said is promoting his children in theater, who's promoting and so on.
And he uses social media. Social media.
Some people have at their access this beautiful thing called social media, where they can build an empire.
Absolutely.
And so when you say yes, as a businesswoman, this is how I started, word of mouth. I was just in a poetry group, sharing my poems, and then commenting on poems and, you know, kind of helping people see, hey, you know, this is great. And how about you do this? And all of that brought word of mouth. And I got a lot of clients that way. People asking to help them edit their poems, to authors actually asking me to help edit books. So I have been a chief editor of one particular book that's most recent, which I'm very proud of, because this man is the one who created the poetry group that I was major in, which is the Dominica Poetic Circle. It's on Facebook. And his name is Ron Deschamps. And he really wanted to publish. Unfortunately, his own drive to promote other people put him back a little bit. And he did not get to do that before he passed. And one thing I would like to empower women to understand: you may be young, but time is passing. If you do not grasp those opportunities now, even with social media, even with just your education, in making sure you have the necessary qualifications, the professional certifications, making sure you're advancing your career instead of trying to look for man, trying to look for who can give you what. Learn how to build what you need.
Yeah, because looks fade.
Right. look up the YouTube videos that you're on instead of looking up the latest ratchet nonsense. Go on there and learn a new language.
Yeah.
Learn how to create a business. Learn
Yeah.
how to bookkeeping for your business.
Right. But Kalinago, I hate to cut you off, but we are running clearly out of time, and I still want Tanya to contribute. But do me a favor,
let me
guys.
give a quick point, because I
Yes.
really want to have the faith-based world engage in Dominica, because it's a major part of how we are going to rebuild a moral fabric, and they are needed. You just can't get past that equation. You are in need of the faith-based aspect to rebuild the population. However, they do not know how to engage the young people. It's as simple as that. We're on old-fashioned concepts and misguidance of scripture. So one of the people mentioned a scripture, and I want to give another. It's Matthew 24:12. And because lawlessness will be increased, the love of many will grow cold. But the one who endures to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be proclaimed throughout the whole world as a testimony to all nations. And then the end will come. So in that scripture, it's acknowledging, yes, the world will get to crap and we will go to hell in a basket. Yes. However, the people of God need to stand.
Absolutely.
And not just stand, but be a representation of what is necessary. Be the moral fiber, be that fabric that is needed, and show and engage in the population in Dominica, engage with the young girls, be mentors, be role models, give them access to resource, to knowledge, and help them see there is an alternative to what it is they're experiencing. And unless we get that, we're not going to shift that mindset.
Right, the cultural shift we were talking about. Thank you so much, Kalinago. And before I go to Tanya, I want to make sure, because we've had some powerful contributors this evening, and we want to thank them. But as we're going to Tanya, ladies, if there's any contact information that you would like to share, please go ahead and post it in the comments section on Facebook so that folks know how to get in touch with you if they so choose. So again, on the Facebook Live, in the comments section, you can post your contact information for anyone who would like to get in touch with you. So Tanya, you have the final word, and I'm so proud of the work that we're doing on Dominica Child Protection Society. As a matter of fact, you're new executive director, because we recognize your talent, and that speaks highly about creating something and then recognizing the talent, because I created Dominica Child Protection Society last June when Kanisha went missing, and then we've been recruiting members. We have Debra, who's an ambassador. I'm an ambassador, and Tanya is the executive director, because we see her passion, we see her talent, we see the skills that she's bringing to Dominica Child Protection Society. We see her reach to Trinidad and to other places that can connect us, and we can continue the collaboration. So Tanya, just kind of tell us, because last summer we had a fantastic summer where we went out to the various camps, the various summer school programs, and we teach the children the power of their voice. And let me also say this before I forget. You know, I like the work that the Dominica Girl Guides Association is doing, but from what I'm hearing, the Boy Scouts are no longer in existence, and we need the same for our boys. We need the same types of programs. When we hear the layered approach that the Girl Guides are using to empower our girls, we need the same for our boys. So we're calling out on the Boy Scouts in Dominica to get back into action, because, you know, we see all the murders in Dominica, boy against boy, and we see all the other issues we are facing with our young men in Dominica. So we are pleading to the Boy Scouts, get back into the fight, get back into the ring, so that we can have similar programs for our boys and for our young men. So Tanya, let me come over to you. Lambi, I do apologize. We're holding you a little longer this evening, but we have so much to cover.
Yeah, just as you said, like last year for summer, we went into a couple of those summer programs. I think that was a great idea, because we went in there with the idea of the read aloud, which is very simple for kids. And we were reading aloud from that book called If You Touch, I'll Tell, from Dr. Amina Obushon, which is a Dominican who also has had experience with child sexual abuse. And she wrote this book to help children find their voice and learn to use that voice to protect themselves from predators. So we went into those groups, Girl Guides being one of them, I remember, to share and read aloud. And I think that flourished into actually creating an entire presentation about child sexual abuse. Because I recognized, I don't, and I'm going to say it, I know I have to keep it real, Simone. I don't
Yes.
think we're giving children the right information. I think as adults, we think child sexual abuse is just if they touch you. And there's so much more to it. And so the children, I feel, are lacking that information. So an entire presentation came out of this where we teach the different types, the non-touching, the touching. We teach who can be that person. We teach about the trusted adult and so much more for them to be more prepared. And grooming, of course, biggest topic, online grooming. And so it flourished into that. And we're hoping that this year we're going to be doing it again. Going into the summer camps, we're hoping a lot of people reach out to us. We're going to add on a extra, I would say, section to it with Debra and the tapping, being able to, help children release that anxiety and stress a lot of them who are being abused are experiencing. And so, yeah, that's where we're going this summer, hoping that we can get into those groups again, those summer camps, and go out there and empower and educate our girls and boys. I'm hoping for boys this summer because the presentation yes, it's good for boys as well. And I want to say this, Simone, is very important to me. I'm doing this and I'm doing this because it's very important for me to break that what's the word, guys? Oh
Is it
boy, I forget the
stereotype?
See the cycle?
no,
Cycle,
it's not just
stereotype?
a cycle. There's a word. I want to break that stigma.
Stigma.
Yeah. I'm recognizing we're not educating the children properly. We still want to do this kind of we're afraid to trigger them. I understand that.
Tiptoe.
But we cannot tiptoe around the issue. We have to give them the information so they can properly protect themselves. And I feel like we are tiptoeing around the issue a lot. And that has to go back again to what Kalinago said. I would not say it has to do with spirituality, it's more religion. A lot of this thing it's a religion is affecting how we are teaching our kids now as well. In Dominica, I see it. We're afraid to talk about things because it's just not holy, it's just not spiritual, it's just not of God. And we're leaving the children to just suffer because of it. So I'm approaching my facilitation in a manner where I break that stigma, where we are able to talk about things and be open. The children are very smart. They want to be open with us. They just don't want to feel judged by us. And I think that's what we have to keep in mind.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Tanya, and thank you for representing Dominica Child Protection Society. Debra, thank you for being on board. We are all ambassadors. And, again, this is about collaboration. So we're looking for sponsors because these ladies have to drive to the camps and, fuel prices are expensive. So if anybody wants to be a sponsor in terms of what we do, in terms of the Girl Guides, in terms of what Kalinago does, please reach out to me, pushpast10@gmail.com. And again, I'm always so happy to hear from everyone who reaches out. So again, pushpast10@gmail.com. And to just check out the other collaborations that we are working on, it is very simple, pushpast10.com. I recently just updated the website because now we have so many opportunities coming in. And I did not want to forget that in our last program, we talked about a new program on Q95 where we're going to give entrepreneurs the opportunity to get educated, to get informed, to potentially get their products promoted on Q95. So that is still in the works, and we're working diligently with the Dominica Hub Association as well as Dominica Health and Wellness Association. So I'm always preaching collaboration, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And tomorrow, you want to make sure that you join us on Push Past 10 on Facebook and YouTube because we have 4 other universities who will be in Dominica from June 4th to the 6th. and they're looking to recruit Caribbean students because they see the high quality students that we produce. So they're recruiting from Jamaica all the way to Trinidad, and we're going to have that conversation of what they are offering to our Caribbean students. So we're continuing those collaborations to advance Dominica, advance the Caribbean, advance our people at home and in the diaspora. I am very excited to be a part of this because we're always talking about strategic action plan. So what are the actions? Marcia, mute a minute, please. Yeah, Marcia, mute me. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, what are the action steps we can take? Because, you know, it is so important that we are having these important conversations. And again, we want to thank Q95 for being the platform where we can bring every conversation to the table. But we also want to make sure we have those actions in place to move our Dominicans at home and abroad forward and to move our country forward. So again, thank you for being with us for another episode of Roots Connections on Q. I am Simone Mathieu. Thank you to our wonderful panel for your exceptional contribution. Thank you to our worldwide audience who are constantly listening to Q95. Thank you to our Facebook and our YouTube Live audience for being here and for sharing, making a contribution as we talked about how do we empower our young women. And we also need to talk about how do we empower our young men. Maybe we can convince the Boy Scouts to join us and talk about rebuilding the Boy Scouts and other organizations, because it takes the schools, it takes the churches, it takes the family, it takes the fathers, it takes all of us to empower our young children so that we create those dynamic characters who raised us, like my mom who's sitting right here and my aunts on whose shoulders I stand, because they were such empowered women who knew themselves and who knew what they stand for. And they were not simply just blowing in the breeze. Wherever the wind took them, that's where they were. They stood firmly on their convictions, and they taught us well, and they groomed us well. And now look where we are today, ladies. All right. So again, thank you for being here. You can unmute your mic and say good night to the audience. Lambi, thank you. Sherwin, Mr. G, and everyone else. Thank you for this opportunity. Have a great night.
Thank you. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Simon, for the opportunity. And
Anytime.
hope we can network. Really and truly, we need to do that.
Absolutely. That's what I'm about.
Yes. Let's link up.
Kalinago, stay firm.
All the audience who engage, we do need that engagement of the general public, and it can be both formal and informal like this on radio.
Yes.
But as Tanya said earlier, it's the mindset that we're trying to change. It's culture that we're trying to change. And yes, we can have formal organizations and we can have programs and we can do all. But, you know, at the bottom end of it, it's the person on the street that matters. And if we can engage one another with respectability and value of one another, value of ourselves, because I believe the young men who are constantly harassing me, young and old, quite frankly, constantly harassing me on the street, don't value themselves beyond their sexuality and their sexual prowess. That's why they come up with these conversations. Right. If a man actually valued his intellect, actually valued his potential, he would approach me as a man of intellect, not a man of his sexual interest. So it is both a problem with female and male, and we do have to address the male in Dominica as a necessary step. So I thank some of the men who called in today. Yes, your opinions may not have been agreed with, or yes, we agreed with you, but please have the conversation, because we absolutely need to get down to a change of mindset in this country. The only way we can progress in the world, because Dominica is just a dot on this map, the only way we progress in the world is if we do this together and we raise this country up like a village.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, ladies. Have a good night. Thank you, Lambi.
Good night.
We'll be in touch. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Joe! Rastafari. Yeah, we've been trodden from Genesis right on through Revelation. We've been a subject to master's feet, so bliss, so we wanna go. Yeah, we are a people enslaved and sold, scattered through the earth. Jacob is calling his children 12 tribes, so we want go. Oh, children, home, oh, to Zion, oh, wanna go. Take me there, home, oh, to Zion, oh, wanna go. Yeah, we've been trodden from Genesis right on through Revelation. We've been a subject to master's feet, so bliss, so we wanna go. Oh, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah and Zebulun, Isaac, God and Asher, Naphtali, Joseph and Benjamin, 12 tribes, so we want go. Oh, children, home, oh, to Zion, oh, I wanna go. Oh, children, home, oh, take me home, oh, I wanna go, yeah. Oh, children, home, oh, oh, children, home, I wanna go. Said I'm longing to, oh, to Zion, oh, I wanna go. So here I say, yeah, Africa for Africans, a home and abroad, so I'm.
The cinema often, and you could remember the silent sort of era as well, and then moving into talkies. And so she just told me what a magical place it was, and I got that. I could relate to that.
So storytelling is always there in the sense of magic and escape, but not as a career option. That was not possible.
I don't know, it never truly presented itself as an option for me, or something creative away from the kind of brutality of the world that I knew.
In fact, you got out pretty much as soon as you could, didn't
Yes, yeah, 16.
Joined the Navy. Yeah. Was that literally a case of, right, I'm just getting out of here, finding a job?
Yeah. It was just get away from home. This isn't going to be a long-term plan, but it is the start of a plan.
And that plan became to apply to join the police, which could be seen as quite a curious choice, because this was what your father had done. And you might think, well, makes it look like he was a role model for you.
Yeah, I know. And I think I perhaps wanted him to be. Whatever had gone on, whatever had happened, all the violence, I still felt there was a connection to him, but I couldn't get close to him. And I thought, well, I'm still young, I'm coming out, I'll join the police and maybe that will allow me to get closer to him. But if I'm going to do it, I'll be better than him. I think there was a little bit of, I'll make you love me, respect me, because I'll be better.
You kind of proved your point almost immediately, didn't you? Because as you joined the police service, your father went to prison.
Yes.
For a year.
Yeah.
You've been stealing money from the police federation to fund a gambling addiction. I mean, what impact did that have on you for your father to be going to prison just as you were embarking on a career in law and order?
I was crushed at the time. It was another punch, in a way. It was the same feeling as hurt as the child that he would knock about.
Had you known about his gambling problem?
No. The first I knew about it was to see it in the papers, to go into work and someone say, is that your dad?
Oh.
Which I said, no. I couldn't think of what to say. I said, no, I'd be, until I had a meeting with my own boss.
Did it shift the power between you and your father?
The respect, I think, was further eroded. I think that was a difficult time. And I tried to help him in terms of dealing with the aftermath, the sort of admin of his pension. And I can remember thinking, why am I doing this, And he kind of threw a punch again because he said, you don't need to. He rang me up once and that was kind of another lashing out of, well, I didn't ask you to. You don't have to do this,
You worked very hard as a young police officer, quickly promoted to detective. To go from that to being an undercover officer, that's an invitation-only affair, isn't it? So someone has to come to you, spot something in you and say, do you want to do this?
Pretty much. I mean, you apply, but you have to be sponsored in effect, recommended.
What are they looking for? To be good at pretending, I'm assuming.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah. On the course, you're told we're going to make you exemplary liars, That's the whole purpose.
An exemplary liar.
Yeah.
That's a messing with your mind, isn't it?
Looking back. But I mean, they weren't to know, I guess, that we've had to do this all our life. Thinking of me and my brothers, to inhabit another character, to be somebody else. And there was also, again, there was this strange kind of drive to be far better than my father had ever been. So first and foremost, become a detective. But I couldn't just be a detective, I had to become an undercover detective.
Right. Were you expected to lie just to the people you were, infiltrating, following, getting information from, or were you also expected to lie to people in your personal life?
To some extent, insofar as you couldn't confide in, in terms of what you were doing, what cases you were working on. And you were advised to tell them as little as possible. My partner at the time, we subsequently married. And I think it was only at that point that I revealed the full extent of what I did.
So she didn't know you were an undercover
I don't
officer?
think completely, but the full scale of it became as we got together, with cascaded phone lines in the house.
What are cascaded phone lines?
So it would be like a landline. So you would think that you're ringing New York or Uganda, but actually it's my home. So it was piped into your home. There was no escape from the reality of this life.
So you would be taking work calls in character at home?
Yeah.
Wasn't that difficult? Awkward?
Well, it would be difficult when your partner was there.
Yeah, because she knows you as someone else.
Yeah.
So how does that work?
Well, as she later said, it was difficult to see. And she didn't recognize the person often that would pick the phone up,
As in you. She wouldn't recognize you because you would be transformed.
Well, you just, whatever identity you were working. So just from the very simple, how you responded to the caller, how you interacted,
Character development was something that you had been practicing since you were a little boy, when it was a sort of safe space for you to go to. Now here you are, you're creating characters for work. How would you go about it? They're called legends, aren't they? How would you go about creating a legend?
It was what will this individual, what will be the area of criminality that they're going to be working in? And it had to be a sort of framework that was as strong as possible, because you knew that in time somebody may take a look at and may scope this person that they're dealing with. And so you would build it up layer by layer. Who you were, where you grew up, where you lived, what your interests were, your past.
How deep would your research go?
Well, it was never ending. You don't want it to be a house of cards, so you keep building and building. It would grow with you. So it was second nature. You know, you inhabited the skin of the character that you played, and you never really took it off, which, you know, looking back is not healthy, not a good thing.
And you wouldn't just have this one legend, though. You would have multiple legends running simultaneously.
Yes, at times, yeah. So at least two.
Which I imagine is psychologically that much more complicated. And also scarier, because more room for error, for slipping between personalities at the wrong time, I would have thought. Or did that just...
Yeah, I guess what you do is you suppress your own character and at times humanity in being someone else, in being a criminal, you know, as equally ruthless and single-minded as they are. But you have to try and remind yourself that that's not you.
You obviously couldn't talk to your dad about it, even though from what you've said you were doing it partly for him or to prove something to him.
Yeah.
But you did find another way to sort of try to get closer to him through your work. You invented a legend, a character that would help you understand him a bit better.
Yes.
So tell us about that. How did that work?
Well, so he had a lifelong passion for horse racing. The gambling in terms of that brought about his downfall, that was in casinos, but he followed the horses, and when he came out of prison, he would have these sort of almost penny bets on horse racing. And he was very knowledgeable, you know, about the industry, although he couldn't quite understand that notion of an undercover detective operating under, you know, a fictitious name with false passports. But nevertheless, he helped. And it was a way of getting a little bit closer to him. I could see that kind of connection and that warmth.
What did you use that legend to achieve at work?
Well, I used it on a number of cases, you know, either in a small way and in some ways a much more kind of colourful way in terms of having meetings at a race course in a hospitality box.
Meetings with?
In that case, that was a case of police corruption.
Would you get nervous on those occasions?
No, I didn't. I think maybe the fear and the concern and the nerves come afterwards.
I mean, I'm surprised to hear you say you weren't that nervous, because it was dangerous work. I mean, a lot of the people you were having to mix with were very violent and armed. And one of them confronted you and said, "I reckon you're a police officer," while holding a gun in your face. What goes on in your head when you're faced with somebody who's able to pull a trigger and kill you on the spot if they work out you are who you are? What's going on with you in that moment?
It was the end of the operation in terms of for that day. It had gone well. I got invited to sort of go and having drinks, and the UC in you thinks, well, let's do that. You know, let's go and have a drink and perhaps discover more about some of the characters that you... But it was a long day and I was tired, and I sort of half dozing in the car and suddenly realized that we weren't where I thought we were going, and we'd reversed into a kind of alleyway. And then knew immediately this wasn't good. And so then within a split second, he pulled out a gun, thrust it into my face. You know, I remember it hitting my lip. The silly detail that I remember thinking, that's going to bruise. I could feel my lips start to swell. And him being absolutely certain that I was not who I said I was, that I was a cop. And he put this to me. And it was a really surreal moment. I thought this can't be happening. And for a split second, yes, you think he knows, but you can't say, yeah, you're absolutely right. Except in this instance, that's exactly what I did do. And said, yeah, that's who I am. A police officer.
Why on earth would Liam admit to being an undercover detective, and how would he escape with his life? We'll be back with Liam after a short break.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring King Charles's causes and passions and asking what kind of monarch he might be.
Wow, this individual was ahead of the time.
Wakes up every day trying to be a solution maker.
He cares, he's compassionate.
Charles III will soon be crowned as British King, but as the oldest monarch to assume the throne in the UK, he's already spent decades pursuing his passions and projects.
He's one of the rare establishment figures that has consistently cared about urban inner city life.
I'm Layla Nathu, and I'll be speaking to those who know him best to understand what sort of king he'll be.
He's transforming lives all the time.
His sense of purpose was to save the world. It wasn't just to be king.
Thank you, King Charles. Keep it up, man.
The Making of King Charles. Tuesday at 8:30 and 19 GMT.
Coming up in part 2 of Outlook, Liam Thomas loses his job as an undercover detective, a UC, but can't let go and suffers a breakdown.
I would get up in the morning and put a suit on and pretend that I was going into work, and then I would visit the coffee shops near Scotland Yard, creating this illusion. I deployed myself as a UC in some weird dystopian scenario.
We hear what saved him after the news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. South Korea's president has said he welcomed a greater voice for his country in the United States nuclear strategy. He was speaking during a state visit to Washington. The two countries have agreed that any use of nuclear weapons by North Korea will trigger an overwhelming joint response. Republicans in the US House of Representatives have passed a bill that will raise the country's debt ceiling in conjunction with big spending cuts. It conflicts with President Biden's hopes of increasing the amount of money the US can borrow without conditions attached. Federal prosecutors in the United States claim that the airman charged with leaking secret defense information may still have access to classified material. They say Jack Teixeira should remain in jail while awaiting trial. The UN's representative to Sudan has renewed calls for both sides to fully abide by a 3-day ceasefire and to allow access to humanitarian workers. Thousands of Sudanese and foreign nationals are still trying to leave. Women campaigning for a more inclusive Roman Catholic Church have described the decision by Pope Francis to allow women to vote at a forthcoming global meeting of bishops as a significant crack in the stained glass ceiling. Peru is deploying the army at its borders to prevent undocumented migrants from entering. Hundreds of people have been trying to cross the border between northern Chile and the Peruvian city of Tacna. Spain is set to experience its hottest ever day for the month of April, with meteorologists predicting temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius. That's up to 20 degrees Celsius higher than normal. And archaeologists have identified 3 new Roman camps in the Arabian desert that they believe are evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign in the 2nd century. They've described their findings as spectacular. BBC News.
Hello again, I'm Jo Fidgen. Welcome back to Outlook. Liam Thomas is our guest today. For more than a decade, he worked as an undercover detective in England, creating characters or legends to infiltrate criminal gangs. Staying in character and being convincing was absolutely essential if he was to survive encounters with dangerous people. But it was a skill he learned as a very little boy, feeling unloved and unsafe in the family home. He thought if he could pretend to be the child his parents wanted, they would take care of him. At the most frightening moments, he would invent stories and act out characters for his younger brothers. His favourite was the plug hole pirates, who would escape down the plug hole in the bath to a better world. He would have liked to have been an actor, but decided to join the police, like his father, as a way of trying to win his approval. And in London's Metropolitan Police, he found a new kind of family and a job that he loved, even though it meant he had to lie to friends, family, everyone, and put his life on the line. Just before the news, he was telling us about one time when he was in a car with a very violent criminal who he'd been trying to get to know, and this man pulled a gun on him, shoved it up against Liam's lips, and confronted him with the accusation that Liam was indeed an undercover cop, a UC. On the spur of the moment, Liam did the unthinkable and said yes.
Then there was another second or two. It seems like several minutes while that registers. And your heart is racing and you taste in your mouth. And he smiled and then laughed. And you think, he's bought that.
He thinks it's a joke.
He thinks it's a joke. And I carried on blabbering, I'm a cop, I'm an undercover detective, I'm the Pope, I'm absolutely, because that will be patently so absurd. It was obvious that I'm saying, well, what? You know who I am. This is who I am. That's who they want you to be.
A fellow criminal.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big gamble, isn't it, to tell this guy that you are indeed an undercover police officer and to hope he takes it as a joke.
Yeah, but even the context in which I kind of go, it was that I felt I could do that then and it would be believed. There was something as well of not wanting to be a failure. I couldn't abide that. So I was not going to be exposed. I was not going to let this job collapse. And that's what keeps you going. I was determined to be the best detective, the best undercover detective. But also, I certainly had jobs where I'd struggle with, taking advantage of poor communities because you were there as a villain, as a criminal. You'd observe circumstances that it was difficult for your own sense of injustice or anger at what you saw not to make itself known. I think it chips away at your soul, if that's not too ridiculous a notion. I think it does. I think it does erode something within.
So, and you had that on your conscience, did you feel?
Yes.
What about at the other end of the scale? So cases where the people that you were working to expose or to observe, to gather evidence, were people that you thought were unmitigatedly bad people. So I think there's one instance, a fairly brief operation that you were involved in where you had to come into contact with a paedophile and to pretend that you shared his proclivities. Tell me about that experience.
When I was briefed and told exactly the full sort of scale of his activities, and then for a short while later to be in his company, in these very smart, middle-class home, it was really difficult. And I think, I don't know if this is a strange connection, but I think because of how things sometimes were with my father's physical abuse, being too handy with his fists, I couldn't stand this form of control and bullying. And in this instance, this was at its the most extreme, this kind of assault. My mind would drift into what I'd really like to do. And I found that difficult as well, because I thought, where is this brutality within me coming from in terms of what I would like to do to this individual?
You wanted to attack him?
Yes. Yeah.
But instead you had to do what?
Sort of convivial coffee and cakes. And the reason I was there was to deliver some equipment, and I'd fixed it and he would be safe to carry on doing what he was doing.
So that you could gather more evidence to get a conviction. This is the idea. Which, I mean, you did. In the end, he was convicted.
Yeah.
How much of these sort of difficult feelings you were having, whether it was doubts about what you were doing or anger that you had to hang out with people you did not like, how much of that did you then take home? You said it could be hard to sort of separate out the personalities. I mean, how would it be when you walked in the door and your girlfriend and wife was there and you're now at home and you're going to have dinner and, you know, you're going to have a chat. How easy was that transformation?
I didn't find it difficult, but I realized looking back, I just didn't communicate. So you wouldn't really talk about it, or you would, as you'd been trained to do, you would just lie. So you wouldn't talk about the full scale of what you've been doing, or you would make up a completely different job. You simply didn't talk about it. You might to other UCs, a little bit, but never to family.
In fact, your career was cut short very unpleasantly after more than a decade in the job. It's a complicated story, but there was an anti-corruption investigation in the police, and you were then accused of being involved in corruption in the police, wrongly, later completely exonerated, and in fact an independent inquiry into the particular case concluded that the police had behaved very poorly. But you were suspended, eventually left the police, and profoundly affected by the smears against you and the way that you were treated. I mean, what did that do to your sense of self to end up leaving the service in those circumstances?
It destroyed me. I'm still not over it. It's still a day-to-day process. But at the time, it absolutely destroyed me. The police had become my surrogate family, for which I pretty much do anything, and felt that they appreciated it and it sounds ridiculous, but loved me, for want of a better term. But it turned out to be no different than my own family, and I couldn't accept it. I couldn't understand, and I even didn't want it to be true, but that was the reality.
How did you handle it?
I thought I have to find some way of at least me believing in me. And one of the ways I would get up in the morning and put a suit on or dress smartly and pretend that I was going into work, and then I would come into central London and I would visit the coffee shops near Scotland Yard in the hope of bumping into somebody or just sitting there and creating this illusion. I deployed myself as a UC in some weird dystopian scenario in order to keep getting up in the morning, to have a reason to keep getting up in the morning.
I know that period of suspension, the years that you were suspended, were very painful, difficult. You became quite paranoid, I think. You know, saw tales everywhere, thought you were being followed.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe you were, and sometimes you definitely weren't.
Sometimes legitimately, and other times not, as my sort of mental health declined, definitely. Yeah, I would sometimes get it wrong.
Memorably accused a tourist of
Canadians
of following you.
Yes.
Gave him quite a scare, I think.
Yeah. Well, trying to intercept Mark Rylance, which...
Wait a minute. We need to go back a step. So Mark Rylance is a very famous British actor. So what, you were trying to intercept him because...
You know, I really wasn't in a good place. I was very unwell. And a doctor had said, look, you need to do something. You need to do something. I thought, oh, maybe that would help. Maybe I could study film. And I was out and found myself on the South Bank.
Which is one of the theatre districts in London.
Yeah. And he was walking along, and I can smile and laugh now, but at the time it made perfect sense that I should have this conversation with Mark Rylance. So
about your future.
About my future. And ask him what he felt. But then I spotted someone I thought was a surveillance officer. And I was completely wrong. My mental health was such that I completely misread the situation and accused this poor man of being a surveillance officer. Yeah, I don't know who was more surprised, him or me, when I realised you've got this wrong. This is not.
You didn't get to ask Mark Rylance whether you should go to film school, but in fact you did decide to do a course in film studies and to go to drama school.
Yeah.
And your break, as it were getting a part as an extra in a British film, an adaptation of Pride and Prejudice, which was hugely successful.
It's like, the circus coming into town, and I got 3 weeks work as an extra.
And the director spotted you.
Well, they gave me a sort of walk on, so mic'd up, and had to sort of. They asked me if I could improvise, and I thought I can do that. I might not still know at the moment which way the wind blows, but I can improvise, given my background. And he was impressed, and it was this strange kind of random meeting that later in the day, the director was Joe Wright, and he was staying in a local pub. And I was with a good friend and who spotted him come into the pub. I think a lot of the crew was staying there, and it's quite busy. And he threaded his way through and just said, "That was good, what you did today." And I couldn't believe that this director was saying this, and sort of mumbled and stumbled. And my friend said, "Look, he has a place at drama school. He's wondering whether he should do it." I'd kept deferring, but I really had to sort of make a decision. And he just said, again, this random act of kindness of a stranger, said, "You should do it. Why not?" And so I did. So I might not have got good advice from Mark Rylance.
But you did from the director Joe Wright.
Yeah.
And you've had parts in several films.
Yeah, I did my degree in film history, and then postgrad course. I came down to London to drama school and started to pick up work, but then I also fell in love again. And
because you're the woman you've been married to while you were an undercover officer, that relationship didn't survive the experience. No. So you fell in love again.
Yes, we met and fell in love, and before long we were expecting, and now we have 2 children. So I have clung on as a character actor. I still have that naive kind of belief that one day a good job is going to come along. And there have been some lovely brief moments on some really good films and productions, but I got the opportunity to become a father myself. And so, not surprisingly, that was the role, I think, that I really wanted.
Fatherhood.
Yes. Yeah. And that I would only get one shot at this, and I couldn't make any mistakes. And I'm a very lucky man now.
What lessons have you learned from your father, who's no longer here? What lessons did you learn from him about how and how not to be a father?
Certainly how not. The violence, the anger, to whatever was not going well for him was not something to be visited on your children, or to see them as responsible, to be able to communicate, to tell them that you love them. The first time my son, at a very young age, said, "I love you, Dada," I didn't know how to react. And he never stops. They both, never stops telling me. But it was difficult to accept that first time. So, and for me to realize it was not only okay, but it was important for me to tell him how, and his sister, when she came along, how much I love them and how much they mean to me.
I assume with all your storytelling and character development experience, you tell stories to your kids,
yes.
but very different stories maybe, and with a different purpose.
Yeah, I do. I mean, as I say, the plug hole pirates, which I've adopted with my children, I think I know why I did that. I think I was already revisiting the past and wanting it to be different. This contemporary story of plug hole pirates was a far happier landscape for my children, which they absolutely loved, would watch the swirl of the water and imagine, and then to hear them repeating it to others in such different circumstances
So they go down the plug hole too and find a magical world.
Yeah. But they don't need to escape. For them, it's a happy journey.
Thanks to actor Liam Thomas for coming into the Outlook studio in Broadcasting House. He's written a memoir about his time in the police. It's called The Buyer, The Making and Breaking of an Undercover Detective. By the way, if any of the issues he talked about have affected you, there is support available at bbc.com/actionline. There was a fabulous story on Outlook recently about another man who's had two careers, in this case as a politician and a pioneer of Swahili rap. His name is Joseph Mbilinyi. He's Tanzanian, and his stage name is Sugu, known for his hard-hitting, often political lyrics. He talks about the dramatic consequences of taking that political message from the studio right into the Tanzanian parliament as an opposition MP. The interview is available via the BBC Sounds app, along with years and years of stories from our archive. Just search for Outlook. Back tomorrow.
Hello, and now here on the BBC World Service, it's time for Witness History. I'm Mike Lanshin. Today, we're going back to 1998 and the killing of Guatemala's leading human rights campaigner, Bishop Juan Girardi. He was bludgeoned to death just days after presenting a damning report into army abuses committed during the country's 36-year civil war. I've been speaking to someone who knew the bishop well. It's April 1998, and inside the cavernous cathedral of Guatemala City, mourners are filing past the open coffin of Bishop Juan Girardi. Suited politicians and diplomats line up alongside religious leaders and indigenous Mayans in their brightly coloured traditional robes. Just a few days earlier, many of these same people had crowded into the cathedral to hear Bishop Girardi present the conclusions of a major church investigation into wartime abuses.
No solo es necesario, sino indispensable para que el pasado no se repita con sus graves consecuencias.
The tall, grey-haired bishop told his audience that day that the truth about what had gone on in the past had to be known and recognised so that it would not be repeated. Ronald Ochaeta worked alongside Bishop Girardi as head of the church's Human Rights Office.
Estaba ampliamente satisfecho.
He looked so satisfied. He told us, "We have done something historic for the country and for the church. It's been very hard, but we did it."
It was a momentous achievement. The 4-volume report entitled Guatemala Nunca Más, or Guatemala Never Again, had been 3 years in the making. It concluded that the vast majority of the estimated 50,000 civilians who died during the conflict had been killed by the army and its paramilitary forces. It was an unprecedented indictment of the powerful military. Bishop Girardi was killed just 2 days after its publication. The 75-year-old bishop had long been a thorn in the army's side. In the 1970s, at the start of the Civil War, his diocese in the northern province of Quiché was the scene of violent confrontations between soldiers and left-wing rebels. His indigenous Mayan parishioners were often accused of siding with the insurgents. Many were tortured and killed by the army. When he protested, the bishop was himself forced into exile. Bishop Girardi settled for a while in Costa Rica before eventually returning to Guatemala, to the capital, where he was tasked with setting up a new entity, a human rights office for the archdiocese. He asked Ronald Ochaeta, an enthusiastic young lawyer, to help him.
The idea was to document testimonies being received by the Archbishop's office. That had never been done before in a systematic way by the church. My office was next to his, and he always came by each day to chat or discuss some issue. In time, we became close, but he always made me feel it was important to respect his position as bishop.
A peace deal ended Guatemala's civil war in 1996. Ronald Ochaeta and Bishop Girardi were by then working on their most ambitious task yet, collating information from every corner of the country about abuses committed during the conflict. There was by then a civilian president in Guatemala, but no army officer or guerrilla leader had ever been brought to trial for wartime crimes. It was a daunting, dangerous task.
About 10 days before we produced the final report, I remember him stopping by my office. Ronald, he said, it's important to be careful. We don't know what the reaction will be. We don't need any more martyrs in the church. I don't want to become one. That hit me really hard.
And do you think he felt personally in danger?
I don't know. A bishop had never been murdered here, so perhaps that gave him confidence.
The Guatemala Nunca Más report was published on April the 24th, 1998. That weekend, Bishop Girardi, Ronald Ochaeta and his family, and other members of the church's human rights team all got together. It was a rare chance to unwind.
It was a Sunday, and the brother of the Archbishop had invited us all to his house. We spent all day there. I remember every single detail. I can't forget any of it.
Around midnight, Ochaeta was woken by a phone call with the terrible news.
After hanging up the phone, I went back into the bedroom. My wife saw the look on my face and she broke down crying. Don't tell me, she said. Don't tell me what's happened.
The bishop had been attacked in his garage, hit over the head with a slab of concrete. He was found in a pool of blood, dead on the floor. President Alvaro Arzu announced a high-level civilian commission to investigate the killing. But its work proved to be haphazard and poorly done, with clues pointing towards an army involvement dismissed or downplayed. Meanwhile, the church gathered its own evidence, including the names of army officers thought to be linked to the crime. One morning, about a year after the bishop's killing, Ronald Ochaeta was in his office at the archdiocese when he got an urgent call from his sister. She told him that someone had broken into his home, where his young son was being looked after by the family nanny. Ochaeta rushed home.
And when we got there, I could hear Diego crying upstairs. I went up. My God, he was bleeding from his mouth. I asked him what had happened, and he said he had been screaming, and one of the attackers had put a gun in his mouth to make him stop. It was horrible, horrible. That really broke me.
The intruders, at least one of whom was later identified as a soldier, left behind a chilling warning, a piece of concrete similar to that used to kill Bishop Girardi. Soon after, Ronald Ochaeta left Guatemala for exile with his young family. In 2001, 3 years after the killing, 3 army officers were put on trial and convicted of the murder of Bishop Girardi. The weight of evidence against them could no longer be ignored. No one has ever been prosecuted for ordering Bishop Girardi's murder. 2 of the 3 officers jailed were later themselves killed in prison. I covered the whole case from the murder to the trial for the BBC World Service, and I saw close up its impact on Guatemala as it struggled to emerge from a brutal civil war. I also saw its impact on people like Ronald Ochaeta, whose life was undoubtedly changed forever by events that night.
It was only after his death that the bishop's sister, Carmen, told me, Ronald, for him, you were always the son he never had. That had a huge impact on me. I never felt that from him. For me, he was always el jefe, the boss.
In 2020, Pope Francis declared Bishop Juan Girardi a martyr, the first step on the road to making him a saint. Ronald Ochaeta still lives outside Guatemala. He was speaking to me, Mike Lanchin, for this edition of Witness History. It was a CTVC production for the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service, and here's Harriet Gilbert to tell you about World Book Club.
We've been reading a novel called Prep by Curtis Sittenfeld. It tells the story of Lee Fiora, a shy, intelligent 14-year-old who, having won a scholarship to an elite boarding school, finds it isn't quite what she expected. It's a sharp and witty coming-of-age story that explores themes of class, race and gender.
World Book Club, from the 6th of May. The food chain is in 30 minutes.
India and Kenya are trying to introduce genetically modified food crops for the first time. I'm Ruth Alexander, asking whether there are lessons to be learned from a third country, the United States, where consumers remain divided on GM foods decades after they were first introduced.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, today on the newsroom.
Our mutual defense treaty is ironclad, and that includes our commitment to extended deterrence. That includes the nuclear threat.
Washington's security pact with South Korea. Can it deal with the challenges posed by the North, though? Also today at 3 hours GMT with me, Nick Miles. Fighting in Sudan, water and electricity out in much of the capital. We follow the people who've managed to get out. We're also in Haiti, a nation under the control of armed gangs.
Kidnappings, theft, assassinations, rape. This is the way these criminal gangs in the country operate.
Later on, Disney versus DeSantis, a culture wars legal case. And
these bales of clothing, that they create a kind of patchwork. You obviously see that there's a subtext that is rather dystopian, actually.
Art fighting against fast fashion.
This is Danielle Yawowiecka with the BBC News. Hello. South Korea and the United States have promised an overwhelming joint response in the event of any possible use of nuclear weapons by North Korea. The commitment comes in the Washington Declaration, unveiled during a state visit by South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol. Seoul says it welcomes the opportunity for a greater voice in US nuclear strategy and extra insights into planning. Our correspondent Jean McKenzie is in Seoul.
So this is really about strengthening the US's commitment to defend South Korea using its nuclear weapons. The US is responsible for South Korea's defense, and it's always been implied that the US would use nuclear weapons if it was felt that it was needed. But people here had started to question that commitment. They needed reassuring. So what's been agreed is that the US is going to send these nuclear-powered submarines to the Korean Peninsula for the first time in more than 40 years. They will come periodically, so they won't be stationed here permanently.
Republicans in the US House of Representatives have passed a bill that will raise the country's debt ceiling in conjunction with big spending cuts. It increases the current debt limit of more than $31 trillion, whilst cutting nearly $5 trillion from the national debt over the next 10 years. The bill is in conflict with President Joe Biden's hopes of increasing the amount of money the US can borrow without conditions attached. The Republican House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said he hoped the result would force President Biden to begin meaningful talks on spending cuts.
He's putting the American economy in jeopardy by his lack of action. Now he should sit down and negotiate. We passed this early. We are in April, way ahead of the debt limit. We are the only party to take fiscal action that would lift the debt limit so we wouldn't have economic damage.
As concerns rise that Sudan's fragile 3-day ceasefire is breaking down, the UN's representative to the country has renewed calls for both sides to fully adhere to the truce and allow access to humanitarian workers. Volker Perthes said he was deeply concerned about reports of fighting, looting and attacks on civilians in Sudan's West Darfur region. Ahmed Omar works for the Norwegian Refugee Council in the city of Gadaref, 400 kilometers east of the capital Khartoum.
Prices are soaring. A lot of items are not available anymore. Fuel price is skyrocketing. And hospitals miss like basic medicines, even in the pharmacies. Yeah, already some people are leaving from Gadaref since the last days to Port Sudan, which is the far eastern city, to live outside the country. And Gadaref itself is like a passage for the people who are fleeing to eastern Sudan. They flee from Khartoum to Medani and then to Gadaref.
You're listening to the World News from the BBC. Ukrainian officials say there's been an intensification of Russian artillery and rocket attacks near the eastern city of Bakhmut. More than 300 strikes were recorded in a period of 24 hours, but Russian forces are said to have failed to make advances. There was a record number of attacks on a section of the front further north. Officials said one person was killed in a Russian missile strike on the southern city of Mykolaiv. Federal prosecutors in the United States have claimed that the airman charged with leaking secret defense information may still have access to classified material. The prosecution team argued that Jack Teixeira of the Massachusetts Air National Guard ought to remain in jail while awaiting trial. They said there was a risk he could make further disclosures if he were released on bail. Spain is set to experience its hottest ever day for the month of April, with forecasters predicting temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, has warned of the continuing challenge posed by climate change. Meta Tsikrika reports.
The Spanish Meteorological Service estimates temperatures will be between 15 and 20 degrees Celsius higher than normal for April. Southern Europe, suffering from the impact of climate change, is living through the highest number of days on record with very strong heat stress. Agriculture has been badly hit, with crops struggling in the unprecedented conditions.
A team of archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They used satellite images to pick out what's referred to as the typical playing card shape of such fortifications. The researchers believe they are evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign. The area was a base for Rome's capture of the Nabatean kingdom, a major civilization centred on the city of Petra in what is now Jordan in the 2nd century. BBC World News.
Hello there, this is the newsroom from the BBC World Service with me, Nick Miles. North Korea is widely thought to have already developed nuclear bombs, and it is frequently testing missiles to send them on their way. And all that has focused minds in Washington and Seoul in particular. They've just signed an agreement bringing America and South Korea closer than they've ever been before. President Yoon Suk-yeol was in the US Capitol to sign the deal with his counterpart, President Biden.
Our mutual defense treaty is ironclad, and that includes our commitment to extended deterrence. That includes the nuclear threat and the nuclear deterrent. They're particularly important in the face of DPRK's increased threats and a blatant violation of U.S. sanctions. At the same time, we continue to seek serious and substantial diplomatic breakthroughs with the DPRK to bolster stability on the peninsula.
Our State Department correspondent is Barbara Plett-Usher, and she told us more about how the agreement would work.
It's not going to be a big change for the U.S. because it also already has this treaty obligation to defend South Korea, including with nuclear weapons. It's really more about reassuring the South Koreans that that commitment is still strong because they're anxious about this growing nuclear threat from North Korea. And there had been talk about, well, maybe we should develop our own nuclear deterrence, our own nuclear weapons. So this is a way of showing them that the U.S. has their back. And one of the key ways of doing that is to bring them into the sort of discussions about strategic planning for any possible use of nuclear weapons. That would be the first time that that would happen. There's this consultative mechanism that has been set up, although of course it would still only be the U.S. president who would make any decision to use the weapons. And there's also a plan to send more military hardware, so to speak, warships and planes to the region more regularly in a show of support. And that would include nuclear-armed submarines to dock in South Korea from time to time, for the first time in 40 years. So that would be significant, although no actual deployment of weapons on the peninsula. And there's also, I should add, a confirmation from South Korea that it will remain a non-nuclear state.
Barbara, I suppose Beijing, looking at this, it might be easy for them to think, well, this is a message from the US to us, that this is what we do for our friends.
Well, I think it's fair to assume that the Chinese wouldn't be particularly happy about this arrangement. We were told by senior officials that they had been briefing Beijing about what they were doing, that they had been explaining that it was a response to North Korea's growing nuclear threat. And they said to us that they were disappointed that China wasn't more willing to try to stop nuclear weapons testing and development through the Security Council, because the Americans and their allies have been pushing for increased sanctions, which China and Russia have been blocking in the last while. So Americans have made an attempt to explain to the Chinese what the reasons for this agreement is.
It seems clear, though, that the message from Joe Biden for North Korea is that as long as I'm in the White House, there will be no direct diplomacy with Pyongyang, as we saw under President Trump.
Well, that was a very unusual direct diplomacy, shall we say. What Mr. Trump did, which was to basically make an appeal directly to Kim Jong-un and go and talk to him, was something no other president had done. And President Biden has reverted to the way the previous presidents have dealt with this, which is to offer diplomatic talks, negotiations on the denuclearization of North Korea's weapons program in exchange for the lifting of sanctions and so on. There's not been any serious effort to push that forward. And the North Koreans have shown absolutely no interest in that. They have actually gone all in on their weapons production after that diplomacy with Donald Trump broke down, upgrading their nuclear weapons program, increasing their missile launches, vastly increasing their missile launches and tests, including more sophisticated and effective ones. And so experts, some of them are saying it would perhaps make more sense at this point for the US and its allies to talk about arms control and risk reduction with North Korea rather than pushing for denuclearization. But it is really deterrence that we're hearing a lot about from the White House.
That was Barbara Plett, Usher. Lines of packed buses continue to leave Khartoum despite the rocketing prices of the tickets there. And that is because there's been a resurgence of fighting in the west of the Sudanese capital. And even in parts of the city free from gunfire, a lack of electricity and running water means that staying put isn't really an option for most people. The United Nations says that there could be 250,000 Sudanese people heading for the country's borders to escape the fighting. Dahlia fled to Port Sudan from Khartoum.
Our house was hit by a rocket. It didn't go off, so we have a rocket in our house with a hole in the roof. And the RSF soldiers were patrolling our neighborhood, our block, where my house is located. It's literally at the epicenter of the fighting. I was able to grab my mother's medication and our passports and what little cash I could carry, and we left. We had no choice.
Well, many of the foreigners fleeing have been heading back to their own countries from nearby Djibouti. Our Africa correspondent, Catherine Biodohanga, is there.
The international airport in Djibouti is a hive of activity. I can just hear the sound of an aircraft, a military aircraft that's just landed. And some of those that have arrived here in the last few minutes have actually gone across this runway to the American and French military bases that are here. Just over my shoulder, you can see a Japan Airlines aircraft. And we understand that Japanese nationals who have arrived here in the last few days fleeing the conflict in Sudan will board this aircraft on Thursday morning and be able to go back home. And even here across Africa, many nationals have been fleeing Sudan. We know of Kenyans, Nigerians, Ugandans, and Malians who have all made it back home. But even though people can go to faraway nations, it's actually Sudan's neighbors who are taking in majority of those fleeing. So countries like South Sudan, Chad, Ethiopia, Egypt, countries that have struggled with their own conflicts and are facing economic instability. The United Nations and other aid organizations are calling for more support for them to be able to help those fleeing. And it's another reminder that usually in conflicts, it's a country's neighbors that usually take on majority of the burden.
That was Catherine Biodohanga. Next to the United States and the latest installment of the blockbuster Disney versus DeSantis. The entertainment company is suing the governor of Florida and possibly soon to be presidential candidate. It is accusing Ron DeSantis of organizing a campaign of government retaliation. Well, Luis Fajardo is our reporter in Miami, and he told me about the background to the latest action from Disney.
The media here in the state of Florida is talking about a dramatic escalation of this very surprising dispute between a corporation that's seen as so powerful in Florida, the Disney Corporation, of course, one of the biggest employers in the state, and Ron DeSantis, the powerful governor. It started more than a year ago when Disney complained about legislation that DeSantis had passed, the so-called Don't Say Gay law, a law that restricted the discussion of some aspects of gay rights in the schools of Florida. And DeSantis reacted saying he was going against what he referred to as woke corporations, as corporations that he claimed had a left-wing bias and that were interfering with his agenda for the state of Florida. Then this evolved into a series of legal disputes. Initially, DeSantis had said that he wanted to change some rights that Disney had to operate the district in which their huge theme parks, Disney World, are based in Central Florida. And there has been a dispute about how this operates. After Disney did some legal moves to try to recover this autonomy that it had under previous governments to operate the district where the parks are, DeSantis is insisting that Disney has no authority to do that. It has announced a series of potential measures against Disney. Even at one point, DeSantis joked that he was considering building a state prison in front of Disney World. And Disney is now saying that this is a concerted effort by the governor to attack their constitutional rights to freedom of speech and even of freedom of enterprise. And that's why they want to solve it in the courts.
So in a way, I suppose the political supporters of Mr. DeSantis and Mr. DeSantis himself may well feel that it's quite good to be in the limelight, particularly at this time. He's able to burnish his credentials in the culture wars in the run-up to a possible presidential bid.
Certainly, Ron DeSantis is seen as a potential candidate for the presidency of the U.S. So DeSantis is clearly trying to appeal to a conservative base, not only in Florida, but across the country, that sees Disney and many other corporations, which he makes a point of saying that they are based in California, which many people associate that with liberal America. And he is presenting himself as the defender of a different version, a different ideology of America, which he describes as anti-woke, anti-liberal, and defending conservative values. And that's why many people think that he would be involved in a dispute with, again, a corporation that is enormously important in economic terms for the welfare of the state. It's one of the biggest providers of jobs. And of course, it's almost the image of Florida across the world, the idea of Disney. So fighting against Disney is an extraordinary situation, but one that DeSantis apparently thinks that he could obtain political gain from that.
That was Luis Fajardo in Miami. You're listening to the BBC World Service. Here's a reminder of that main news I was telling you about earlier on. The US and South Korea say that they're going to strengthen cooperation over the possible use of nuclear weapons in any conflict with North Korea. The declaration is in response to the growing nuclear threat from Pyongyang. The agreement includes plans to periodically deploy US nuclear-armed submarines in the south. To New York now, where E. Jean Carroll, who accuses Donald Trump of raping her, told a court that she is suing him to get her life back. The allegations go back to the 1990s, where the writer says Mr. Trump violently attacked her in a department store. She told jurors he'd shattered her reputation. Mr. Trump has strongly denied all the accusations, writing on social media that this civil case was a scam and a witch hunt. The BBC's New York correspondent Neda Tawfik sent this report from outside the courtroom.
E. Jean Carroll was for the most part calm and collected as she testified for her first day on the stand, but there were some emotional moments as she recounted her story. She told jurors that she was plagued by the moment that she walked into that fitting room where she alleges Donald Trump forced himself on her and raped her. She said she constantly questioned that decision, but that she was proud she was able to get out of that situation. She also told jurors that while she might not recount the exact date the attack happened, she could still remember the feeling of the extreme pain of that alleged attack. She says she remembered it as she was sitting there on the stand. And then later on, when she talked about the impact this has had, ending her romantic life, hurting her career, impacting her reputation to the public, she also got emotional, saying that she was just so happy to have her day in court, that she had been waiting so long to try to rehabilitate her whole entire reputation. Now, this, of course, was just her first day on the stand. Donald Trump's lawyers will have the opportunity to challenge her account when they do cross-examination. But also, Donald Trump has been vocal on social media, blasting this as a made-up scam, saying her lawyers are political operatives. That got some choice words from the judge in this case, who warned Donald Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, to speak to Donald Trump, to tell him to stop, saying that the former president was opening himself up to further legal trouble if he continued to post about this case.
Not at all. Spain is expecting its hottest day ever for this time of year. Temperatures could reach 40 degrees Celsius. That's up 20 degrees than normal. Schools and hospitals are preparing for this heat wave. And the Spanish Prime Minister says it's another example of the dangers of climate change. Here's Guy Hedgecoe in Madrid.
A mass of hot air from North Africa has been pushing temperatures up across Spain throughout this week. The heat today is expected to be 10 to 15 degrees higher than normal for this time of year, and similar to that usually seen in midsummer. As a result, some local governments are allowing school classes to be brought forward to earlier in the day, or even held outside. Hospitals have been put on alert, as have fire services in many areas. Several parts of Spain's south and interior have already broken heat records for April this week. More records are likely to be broken today.
Guy Hedgecoe. The level of violence in Haiti has been described as comparable to that of a war. Or driving the problem are criminal gangs that are gaining power at a very alarming rate. The UN's envoy to the country has warned that areas that were previously safe are no longer gang-free at all. Earlier this week, a mob attacked a group of suspected gang members, burning them alive. Haiti's Foreign Minister, Jean-Victor Genius, said the situation in his country was bleak, and he called for more help from the UN.
Destruction, prise d'otage, destruction, kidnappings, theft, assassinations, rape. This is the way these criminal gangs in the country operate. Haiti is in danger, and it urgently needs the assistance of the United Nations family to make it through this turbulence. In its capacity as a member of the United Nations, Haiti would like to request the assistance it so needs.
Well, the newsroom's Phoebe Hobson. Tell me more about what is behind the gang violence.
Haiti has historically always had a problem with gangs in Port-au-Prince. But in the last year or so, the violence has really escalated and gangs have gained significant control of the capital and also in rural areas. Around 80% of the city is now under gang control. That's around 100 gangs who maybe feed into other major ones that blockade roads in and out of the capital, but also major ports. In rural areas, they've also been disrupting rice production, which is key for feeding the Haitian population. The escalation in violence has happened since July 2021 when President Jovenel Moise was assassinated. Crime is underreported in the country just because there's a general climate of lawlessness. But there's an estimated that the crime rate has doubled. Kidnapping has become somewhat of an industry, particularly during rush hour where people are quite often kidnapped. Lots of Haitians live in fear in terms of commuting to work. Many people might stay at their work overnight as opposed to risking the journey home and encountering gang violence. There has also been studies to suggest that, young men in some areas really want to join the gangs. It's a form of employment. It's a form of security.
It sounds absolutely appalling and almost impossible for an economy and a society to keep going like that. What can the authorities, the police force, do about this? Are they almost powerless?
Earlier this week, the violence in Haiti was described as being warlike by the UN. And this is essentially because the institutions in Haiti are very weak, and they've been further weakened since the assassination of President Jovenel Moise. They have always never been as strong as they need to be. This is because Haiti's history reads, like a tragedy. It's had several earthquakes. They've had a dictatorship. Shortly after independence, had to pay reparations back to France for many, many years. Gangs are also allegedly infiltrated within politics. Corrupt politicians, use them to gain power, arm them. The way that gangs work in Haiti is now part of the political infrastructure.
And this vacuum of power in Haiti and the situation that you've been describing is of real concern to the rest of the region as well, isn't it?
It's a huge concern to the rest of the region. The UN has emphasised the urgent need for an international specialised force to deploy, warning that, the instability in Haiti could spill over to other countries in the region. Haiti is on an island with the Dominican Republic, which is a very popular tourist destination. The president there has warned against the violence because, the gangs tip over into the border. And also, gangs in Haiti are involved with the drug trade, which, runs through Latin America up into the US market. Another element is that many people are trying to leave Haiti. So there's a pressure in terms of migration.
That was Phoebe Hobson. Time for some sports news now. Here's Paul Serres.
Manchester City took control of the English Premier League title race with a 4-1 win over the leaders Arsenal at the Etihad Stadium. Kevin De Bruyne has scored twice, with John Stones and Erling Haaland also on the scoresheet as the reigning champions turned on the style to move within 2 points of their opponents at the top with 2 games in hand. The City boss Pep Guardiola was delighted with his side's performance.
I'll make a really good game. The concentration, the set pieces, defensively, how aggressive we were to create good environment. And after, from the beginning, we started really well. We read the game well. Our build-up was much better than Emirates. And we make, considering the opponents that we face, fantastic performance.
Nottingham Forest beat Brighton 3-1 at the City Ground to secure their first win in the English Premier League in 12 matches and move out of the relegation zone. Chelsea's poor form under interim manager Frank Lampard continued with a 2-0 home loss to Brentford. Elsewhere, Liverpool beat West Ham 2-1, and Sheffield United have secured promotion back to the Premier League after 2 years with 3 games to spare after a 2-0 win over West Bromwich Albion. There are 3 more matches in the English Premier League on Thursday, with Tottenham hosting Manchester United in Ryan Mason's first game as interim Spurs manager. Tottenham sacked Christian Stellini following their 6-1 thrashing at Newcastle United at the weekend, just 4 matches after he replaced Antonio Conte. 31-year-old Mason says he's ready for the challenge.
Honestly, for me, I feel ready. I know I'm ready. If that situation happens, it obviously means that we've done a good job. But that's fast forward in 4 or 5 weeks' time. Like I say, the immediate thought is the game on Thursday, and also we have a game on Sunday. So we've got a big week, and we've also got a big 5 weeks before anyone in here even starts to think about that sort of situation.
Elsewhere on Thursday, Everton host Newcastle and Southampton face Bournemouth. Away from the English Premier League, in Spain, the league leaders Barcelona were beaten 2-1 at Rayo Vallecano, but remain 11 points clear at the top of La Liga with 7 matches remaining. And in Italy, Inter beat Juventus 1-0 thanks to an early goal from Federico Di Marco to win their Coppa Italia semi-final 2-1 on aggregate. They will play the winner of Thursday's other semi-final second leg match between Fiorentina and Cremonese. And in tennis, Mira Andreeva became only the third 15-year-old to win a WTA 1000 Series main draw match as she beat the US Open 2021 runner-up Leylah Fernandez in the first round of the Madrid Open. The teenager will face the number 13 seed Beatriz Haddad-Maia of Brazil in the round of 64.
That was Paul Serres. Campaigners against fast fashion here in the UK recently came up with a really staggering claim that the lifespan for an average garment is just 7 wears. Think about it, worn 7 times and then simply thrown away. And it's a similar story in many other parts of the world as well. Well, now a new exhibition highlighting the wastefulness of fast fashion and its social and environmental impact in Africa has opened in Athens. The group behind it is an art collective from Nairobi. Harry Bly has been finding out more.
Return to Sender is an enormous outdoor installation, a pavilion made out of large, tightly packed cubes or bales of used clothing wrapped in plastic. It was created by the Kenyan art collective, The Nest. Katerina Gregor is the project curator.
There's something rather paradoxical in it because it's at the same time attractive as it is disturbing, because these bales of clothing, as they're packed very well, very tightly together, they create a kind of patchwork, a collage of different bright colored fabrics. So it looks, very enticing, but upon closer observation, you obviously see that there's a subtext that is rather dystopian, actually.
The installation aims to draw attention to the environmental issues of fast fashion, which, when sent to African countries, often goes to waste.
What happens is that a lot of our clothing ends up in Africa, and more than 40% of this clothing, which is supposed to go there as secondhand clothing, actually ends up in rubbish dumps.
Katerina explains why the installation is important for Greece.
Here in Greece, there's actually a rather relatively low environmental consciousness as regards fast fashion. And so the project was specifically intended to, raise awareness and generate a discussion about how quickly and easily and often without thinking we consume cheap clothes.
Return to Sender was originally commissioned for Documenta, contemporary art event which takes place every 5 years in the German city of Kassel. It's hoped that after Athens, Return to Sender will move on to more cities in richer nations where visitors can experience the unseen challenges posed by cheap clothing.
Harry Bly there. There are updates on all our top stories on our website, bbc.com/news. But for the newsroom, that's it. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
This is the BBC World Service, where people share their stories of meeting King Charles.
He meets so many people. It's a lot to keep up, but he manages to do it. He just remembers little things.
Over the years, as king and prince, he's met millions of people all over the world. They all have stories to tell about those meetings. We're going to hear some of them.
I'd invited my mum and dad, and they obviously were told to stand right at the back, and they were fine with that. And out of protocol, he allowed me to call my mum and dad over, and he was so gracious.
All those nerves you have beforehand because you think, oh my goodness, I'm going to meet the Prince of Wales, the future king. But actually, he has this enormous capacity to make you feel comfortable.
The Day I Met the King, Saturday at 11 GMT.
Coming up on the BBC World Service.
We are talking about a large majority of the population of this country who cannot access food, and that is the bottom line.
Kenya and India want to introduce genetically modified food crops for the first time amid opposition. Are there lessons to learn from the United States, which has grown GM foods for decades? I'm Ruth Alexander with the Food Chain after the news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. South Korea's president has said he welcomed a greater voice for his country in the United States nuclear strategy. He was speaking during a state visit to Washington. The two countries have agreed that any use of nuclear weapons by North Korea will trigger an overwhelming joint response. Republicans in the US House of Representatives have passed a bill that will raise the country's debt ceiling in conjunction with big spending cuts. It conflicts with President Biden's hopes of increasing the amount of money the US can borrow without conditions attached. Federal prosecutors in the United States say the airman charged with leaking secret defense information may still have access to classified material. They say Jack Teixeira should remain in jail while awaiting trial. The UN's representative to Sudan has renewed calls for both sides to fully abide by a 3-day ceasefire and allow access to humanitarian workers. Thousands of Sudanese and foreign nationals are still trying to leave. There's been an intensification of Russian artillery and rocket attacks near the eastern Ukrainian city of Bakhmut, according to officials in Kiev. More than 300 strikes were recorded in 24 hours, but Russian forces are said to have failed to make advances on 2 villages. Peru is deploying the army at its borders to prevent undocumented migrants from entering. Hundreds of people have been trying to cross the border between northern Chile and the Peruvian city of Tacna. A spokesperson for the US consultancy firm Bain & Company has confirmed that members of staff at its Shanghai bureau were questioned by Chinese police. The incident 2 weeks ago was first disclosed by the Financial Times newspaper on Wednesday. And archaeologists have identified 3 new Roman camps in the Arabian desert that they believe are evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign.
Biology, engineering, nature, ethics, trust, safety, served up on your plate.
If this makes it to our shops, I wish it could be labeled clearly.
Genetically modified food has been around for decades, but not everyone has an appetite for it.
I could see that there would always be something in human nature that would be uncomfortable with modifying the fundamental genome of living things.
This is The Food Chain on the BBC World Service with me, Ruth Alexander. This week, we're looking at India and Kenya's attempts to introduce their first GM food crops.
We are talking about a large majority of the population of this country who cannot access food. And that is the bottom line.
And asking whether there are lessons to be learned from the US, which has been there, done that, and decades later is still trying to persuade consumers to eat them. There are different genetic engineering techniques in use today. We're going to be talking about living things which have been artificially created using genetic material from another organism, widely referred to as genetically modified.
If you find yourself in a farm in the North Indian state of Uttar Pradesh in the winter season, you can't miss this sound of tractors moving around a crop of big green stems with yellow flowers.
This is Davina Gupta from another BBC World Service programme, Business Daily.
Yes, and I want to tell you about what's going on with mustard in India right now. Locally, it's called sarson. From its shoots to leaves, flowers and seeds, all the parts are used in cooking in India. Now, one of the most important products is the oil, which is extracted from the seeds. An estimated 6 million farmers grow this crop around the country. Kulwant Singh is one of them.
I was born to a family which has been farming for generations. I primarily cultivate wheat and sugarcane crops, but I've reserved 10 acres of land for mustard.
So how much do you earn from it?
I get about 60 quintals of mustard crop, and with each quintal, we get about 30 kgs of mustard oil. So my profit in a good season is around $400 when I sell this crop to a trader to take out the oil.
And what's the biggest challenge for you to grow this crop?
The biggest challenge for us is that we are seeing temperatures getting higher in winters. So the shoot of the plant is drying faster and is prone to fungus. We can't use a chemical spray to kill them, as it will impact the crop as well.
And that's becoming a problem. Already the demand for vegetable oils is so high that India has to get the bulk of it from outside the country. Each year, it spends billions of dollars to import 70% of its oil needs from other countries like Argentina, Malaysia, and Brazil. And that's why India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been sharing this message.
सिर्फ गेहूं, चावल, चीनी में ही आत्मनिर्भरता काफी नहीं है.
It's not enough to have self-reliance in wheat, rice, and sugar crops, but it is vital that we become self-reliant in pulses and edible oils. India's farmers can do it. Our government will make sure that farmers get access to premium seeds and the best farming technology.
उसकी हर सुविधा मिले.
So one solution that the country has been exploring is a genetically modified version of mustard seeds.
What's the advantage?
It's more productive, and unlike regular mustard plants, the crops from these GM seeds can tolerate being sprayed with antifungal herbicide sprays.
And this would be India's first GM food crop.
Well, that's right, Ruth. And it's called Dhara Mustard Hybrid 11 or DMH11. And I've been speaking to the man who created it, Professor Deepak Pental. He told me it was years in the making.
In around 1993-94,
We found that when you cross Indian types with East European types of mustard, you get hybrids which are more productive. Then the question was, how do you make hybrid seed? Because mustard flower has both male and female part, and it self-pollinates. So the genetic engineering was done to develop a method for developing hybrid seed. The hybrids have the same oil content, but if you have 20 to 30% more yield, then that oil also increases by 20 to 30%.
What still remains the challenge? If you had to sum it up, what are the hesitations?
One major one is that European countries have not accepted genetically engineered crops. But behind that is the feeling that there will be monopolies, that the technologies are mostly with the transnationals, and India's food security will be in trouble. Some people want to go back to agriculture as it was practiced 1,000 years back. But last financial year, 21-22, we imported around 156,000 crore worth of edible oils. Even though so much land is under cultivation in India, the productivity is too low and we have to jack up this productivity.
So is GM mustard being grown in India's fields now?
Not yet, Ruth. India's Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee has cleared it for environmental release for now. It's a big step towards these seeds finally making to the fields for commercial cultivation. But, and it's a big but, there are many activists who have reservations about this technology, and they've asked the courts to step in. I've been speaking to one of them, Kavita Kuruganti of the Coalition for a GM-Free India.
For too long, the focus of our agricultural policy making has centered around productivity to the exclusion of various other concerns that should have taken equal weightage in policy making. And mustard has a very wide usage in almost all Indian kitchens. It's used as a seed, it's used as leaves, it's used as oil, and so on. Yeah, I want to point out that GM foods are hazardous, either from individual new genes that get introduced, or the genetic engineering process itself, or because of chemicals that go hand in hand with genetically modified seeds. And here we are talking about a herbicide-tolerant mustard, which will increase chemical usage in our farming. And there are various other issues with regard to whether this crop has been tested properly.
Well, that was Kavita Kuruganti of the Coalition for a GM-Free India. I also asked Professor Pentel about what he thinks will happen now that the matter of GM mustard seeds is with the courts.
Well, there are no scientific basis for activists' arguments because, for example, hybrids of rapeseed with this technology were released in Canada in 1996, in the United States in 2002, and in Australia in 2003. And these countries are happily growing rapeseed hybrids made with this technology. And no ill effects have been reported in literature. And why should we keep our small farmers away from this technology? In fact, our effort should be to make sure that they get seed at a reasonable cost.
So what's the next step?
Well, Ruth, India now waits for its top go to decide on whether or not its farmers can switch to genetically modified food crops. And in the meantime, scientists like Professor Pentel are looking at creating other GM foods.
Okay, well, thanks, Davina, for joining us. And you can hear more about India's attempts to introduce its first GM food crop on Business Daily. You can find the podcast on BBC Sounds or wherever you get your podcasts from. The World Health Organization says that different GM organisms include different genes inserted in different ways, so GM foods should be assessed on a case-by-case basis. It says all those currently available have passed safety assessments and are not likely to present risks for human health. Now, from India to Kenya, which may also see its first GM crops. President William Ruto is one of the country's biggest maize farmers, and his government has overturned a 10-year ban on GM food. I've been finding out more from Dr. Roy Mugera, the Chief Executive of the National Biosafety Authority, Kenya, the government-appointed regulator for GM products.
Our role is to ensure safety in the handling of genetically modified organisms, their development, their use, their transit, and even especially to assure the safety of animals and safety of human health, and to provide an adequate protection of the environment.
About 15 years ago, Dr. Mugera says Kenya had been preparing the way for homegrown GM crops. But in 2012, a scientific study raised safety questions and the government banned GM food.
Effectively, putting into the, so to speak, the freezer, the regulatory framework that we had already developed.
The reliability of the study was brought into question, and it was later retracted by its publishers. In 2019, the Kenyan government approved the cultivation of GM cotton, and then in 2022, its first GM food crop, maize, or corn, as some countries call it. You call it BT maize. What does the BT stand for?
A lot of people actually consider that BT could mean biotechnology. That is not true. BT is derived from the name of the bacteria that was used to develop this particular varieties, Bacillus thuringiensis. Now, this BT maize is what is referred to as genetically modified organism because it carries a novel gene from an unrelated species, which is a bacteria found in the soil.
Why has genetically modified food now been approved in Kenya? What's the change that means there's an appetite for this among the government?
The first is a realization that biotech generally is taking root globally. Now, apart from that, Ruth, Kenya and the rest of this region of Africa has been experiencing a drought of unprecedented proportions, with a large number of our people experiencing food insecurity. And I think the wisdom of government in lifting the ban was largely to allow access to affordable food in the global market, a large quantity of which is GM.
It's not just food for human consumption that's under pressure.
The animal feed industry in Kenya was collapsing, largely because animal feed manufacturers could not access affordable animal feed inputs, because a lot of canola, a lot of soybean, a lot of yellow maize out in the global market is GM. And therefore, when they access non-GM, it would come at a premium. And therefore, animal feeds have been expensive in Kenya, much, much more expensive than our neighboring countries. At the same time, the technology is considered also climate smart in the sense that using BT maize or BT cotton, for example, reduces in the number of applications of synthetic insecticides that farmers usually use to apply.
Some farmers worry that chemical seed companies will become too dominant through the promotion of GM food. The prices of seeds may be forced up. What do you expect will happen?
Technology is expensive. Technology has proprietary rights. But then I will have the economies of what you lose and what you gain. So I will say I will pay a premium for the seed, but on the other side, I will make a saving in the chemical applications that I may require to apply against this particular pest. So as a farmer, I will make that decision on that basis.
However, as in India, farmers and environmental groups have brought legal challenges due to concerns about safety, biodiversity, and the ability to save and reuse seeds. You're listening to The Food Chain from the BBC World Service with me, Ruth Alexander. This week, we're asking, is there a growing appetite for GM food? Our reporter, Michael Kaloki, has been out in the streets of Kenya's capital, Nairobi, to get a feel for what consumers think.
Hello, so my name is Philemon Odhiambo, and my thoughts on GMO, genetically modified foods, is that I personally, I believe that I oppose their introduction because we don't have much information as to what exactly goes into their into the process of making or manufacturing this particular, food. On the other hand, I think GMO on non-food products like cotton, the agricultural produce that are not consumed, then those can be embraced, and I would support that. Thank you.
My name is Alex Kamau. My thought is that it's good. It's good for the country, especially varieties that are drought resistant, like how there's a lot of drought in the country. Like it will reduce the pressure on the growing the crops and also be able to sustain the people with food which is grown here in Kenya, even in arid places,
So my name is Jerry Mwangi. I am a Nairobian. I live in Kenya here. And I heard about the government authorizing of GMO maize. And for me, I was pretty shocked because as a country, we can grow our own food. And it's a staple food here in Kenya. So letting us go the American way where there's GMO, I really don't get it because we can grow our own food and it doesn't need to be GMO. We have a lot of idle land. If this maize makes it to our shops, I wish it could be labeled clearly.
We put those points to the head of Kenya's GM regulator, Dr. Roy Magira.
That is classic of the kind of responses we get when we go out there to conduct our service. One of the things that I would want to admit is that our mandate spans in two broad areas. One is regulation, and two is public education and awareness. And I want to agree that this is the second is the area that we haven't done very well. Like I explained earlier, for the last 10 years, we didn't have anything to talk about.
So your job is to make sure that only approved GM crops come into the country. And yet GM foods remain controversial. GM foods have been around for a long time. You have bodies like the World Health Organization saying it's okay, and yet people still have their doubts. So you've got a real challenge there.
True. That one I take as a huge challenge. And largely it is because we haven't spoken to people. I think this technology being driven again by scientists, we have a limitation, how much we are able to communicate to the people. It is important that people make decisions when they have sufficient knowledge of the subject matter. And one thing that we want to put to rest is the safety.
A key part of the challenge of bringing people around to GM foods would be getting the labelling right.
That is also, I would say, still work in progress, because like I said, we never had any GM food in our markets in the last 10 years or so. And therefore, we are conceptualizing a label that would give information relating to approved GM content. We haven't put the words quite right. Do we label that which is GM, or do we label that which is non-GM, so that I am putting my product on the shelves and I'm saying it is non-GM, so that that one attracts a premium, and therefore that which is not labeled remains with the potential to be GMO. So the objective is to pass the information to facilitate choice, and not a warning and not a condemnation or rather indication of inferior in any kind of food. That is a personal opinion.
That's interesting then. So GM products that contain GM, genetically modified ingredients, you wouldn't personally want to see a label on those. You'd want to see other foods labeled GM-free.
That's right.
But would it be a real choice if GM-free food was more expensive, became more expensive?
Yes, because let me give an example. If I am starving, I am asking simply for food. And I want to go back to a statement that was made in 2011 by His Excellency, the President, our President, William Ruto, that time serving as the Minister for Higher Education, that let those who have the option to have red meat or white meat or whatever color meat, not to stand on the way of those who are simply asking for a meal. The bottom line is safety. This person who says, I don't want that which has come from this part of the world, or that which contains this technology. Let that person have their choice. Let them pay for that choice. We are talking about a large majority of the population of this country who cannot access food. And that is the bottom line.
Dr. Roy Magira. While Kenya and India are attempting to introduce their first ever homegrown genetically modified food, the United States has been growing and eating it for almost 3 decades. So is there anything the Indian and Kenyan governments can take away from the American experience? According to our next guest, there's a lot.
Well, I was fascinated by this area since the mid-1980s when the first genetically modified product was proposed to be released into the environment.
Jennifer Kuzma, a biochemist and professor who co-directs the Genetic Engineering and Society Center at North Carolina State University, was a student at the time.
I was very fascinated in how genetically modified products might change the world in the future and how they bring up these deeper questions of ethics, nature, trust, safety, and such. Clearly, the genetic engineering and these products were going to be around for decades, but there would always be something in human nature that would be uncomfortable with modifying the fundamental genome of living things.
How established are GM foods in the US?
So in the United States, over 90% of our corn, cotton, and soybeans are genetically engineered.
Right. Okay. So this is a significant proportion of what's available as food in the US.
Well, to some degree, a lot of the genetically engineered products go into animal feed or into refined ingredients like soybean oil or cornmeal or cornstarch. There are actually pretty few fresh fruits and vegetables that are genetically engineered in the United States. So if you're looking at a processed ingredient that contains corn and soybean, then yes, it's very prevalent.
Professor Kuzma believes that's because the biotech and seed companies focused on large commodity crops to recoup money they'd invested in developing the GM technology, and they could sell the benefits of GM to farmers battling pests. Much less thought seems to have been given to bringing on board consumers.
Back in the mid-1990s is when you see these first products appearing in the environment and on grocery store shelves, like the soybean and the corn. I think that the way that these came into the market in the United States is that the consumer was largely unaware because they didn't have to be labeled. So the consumer really didn't have a choice, even if they were aware. And then finally, the benefits were really not targeted towards consumers.
All this means that decades after GM food first appeared on the shelves, American consumers are divided.
There's about 60% of the population that will or will not accept GM foods, depending on the benefits, depending on how well they trust the people producing them or studying them or regulating them. And the other 20%, there's really have a fundamental disagreement with genetic modification, and they would prefer their foods to be, quote unquote, as natural as possible. And then the other 20% really doesn't care, and they're just going to buy things based on the price or whether they like the product. And so really we have kind of a split in the US population.
Last year, a new law came into effect in the US, meaning products containing GM foodstuffs must be labeled. How clear will that labeling be, though?
Well, one of the options is a symbol that says bioengineered. And so that is not a term that consumers are very familiar with. They're more familiar with the term genetically modified foods. And so I think this may be a problem and cause some confusion in the marketplace where consumers don't really equate bioengineered with genetic modification.
So why have they chosen a different name all of a sudden? Why don't they just say GM food if that's what people know?
Yeah, I think in part the impetus was to really avoid the controversial nature and the historical controversies surrounding GM foods, and that bioengineered was a more kind of neutral term.
And Professor Kuzma says that's not where the confusion ends.
There are different options for the label. One is a symbol that says bioengineered. The other is a statement that says contained bioengineered ingredients. But there is one option where it's just a QR code and there's no term bioengineer that needs to appear on the label. And so for me, as a consumer, I don't go around the grocery store scanning food products and their QR codes. And if you don't know to do that as a consumer, you may not know to find out whether they're bioengineered or genetically modified. And so I think this labeling law fails kind of on a public level. It's not transparent, and it's really not designed to inform consumers.
If you were a country about to approve GM food crops for the first time, how would you set up the ideal system?
Yeah, I think to be as transparent as possible in the beginning. It may backfire in the short run, but I think in the long run, it's going to be better for really creating an environment of transparency and trust. I think second is to maybe focus your national research system or the product approvals on products that will benefit consumers early on, so that they can see the benefits of genetic modification in the marketplace, in the foods that they are buying. Either they last longer, they're healthier, maybe they're even cheaper, or maybe they're better for the environment and labeled as such, or maybe they improve animal welfare. And then third, I think instead of focusing on convincing the public that GM foods are good or safe or the best route for the future, really focus on becoming more trustworthy and giving consumers choice and voice.
Professor Jennifer Kuzma. Thanks to her and to Dr. Roy Maghera. Thanks also to the BBC's Davina Gupta and Michael Kaloki and all who spoke to them. Do you have an appetite for GM food? You can have your say by emailing thefoodchain@bbc.co.uk. That's also how you can tell us what else you think we should be making programmes about. For now, from me and producers Beatrice Pickup and Elizabeth Mai, thanks for listening and join us next week.
This is the BBC World Service, and on this week's assignment...
Every year, people in Laos, in Southeast Asia, are killed and maimed by unexploded ordnance, UXO, left over from the Vietnam War. I'm Antonia Bolingbroke-Kent, and 50 years since the last bombs fell, I've come to hear about the impact UXO is still having.
Assignment. Today at 8:30 and 19 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com, The Conversation.
A Gambian-Swedish perfumer whose scents are inspired by her heritage speaks to a Colombian creator who works for one of the world's biggest fragrance houses about what goes into making a special fragrance and the different ways tastes are evolving.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Victoria Unhunda and James Cotnell. Coming up,
our top story, a nuclear defense deal between America and South Korea as concerns over the threat posed by North Korea grow. We will talk to an expert with first-hand experience of both sides of the Korean divide.
South Korea is feeling incredibly nervous about the ramping up of testing from North Korea and wants to make sure that Washington has their back.
Also, new diplomatic efforts to extend a ceasefire and get the warring generals talking over in Sudan. We'll hear from the capital Khartoum, where many residents are running out of food and water, and from neighbouring Egypt, where large numbers of Sudanese have fled.
Plus, heard the one about the rapper, the fugitive billionaire, and the conviction for illegal foreign influence in the United States. That and more after the latest world news.
This is Danielle Yawowiecka with the BBC News. Hello. Diplomats are stepping up efforts in Sudan to extend a ceasefire between troops loyal to rival generals. They're trying to end an outbreak of violence that's left more than 500 people dead and forced tens of thousands to flee the country. The East African regional bloc, IGAD, wants the current US-brokered truce to be extended for a further 3 days. It's due to expire later on Thursday. The Sudanese army says it has initially approved the idea of sending a delegate to Juba in neighbouring South Sudan to discuss the plan with the rapid support forces. Catherine Biarahanga is in nearby Djibouti, where many people have fled.
Sudan's neighbors who are taking in majority of those fleeing. So countries like South Sudan, Chad, Ethiopia, Egypt, countries that have struggled with their own conflicts and are facing economic instability. The United Nations and other aid organizations are calling for more support for them to be able to help those fleeing. And it's another reminder that usually in conflicts, it's a country's neighbors that usually take on majority of the burden.
Republicans in the US House of Representatives have passed a bill that will raise the country's debt ceiling in conjunction with big spending cuts. The measure conflicts with President Joe Biden's hopes to increase the amount of money the US can borrow without conditions. David Willis reports.
The bill's passage by 217 votes to 215 followed weeks of behind-the-scenes wrangling amongst Republican lawmakers who now form the majority in the lower house. Whilst raising the current debt limit of nearly $31.5 trillion, the plan would also cut spending on programs such as preschool education and healthcare benefits for the poor, and trim nearly $5 trillion from the national debt over the course of the next 10 years.
South Korea and the United States have promised an overwhelming joint response in the event of any possible use of nuclear weapons by North Korea. The commitment comes in the Washington Declaration announced during a state visit by South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol. Jean Mackenzie reports from Seoul.
With this deal, the US is stepping up its commitment to use nuclear weapons to defend South Korea from the north. And Seoul is being given more of a say in how and when the US would use nuclear weapons on its behalf. Politicians here have long been pushing to be more involved in this process, fearful that the US might abandon them. That fear has led to calls from within South Korea for it to develop its own nuclear weapons. This new deal seeks to prevent that. In return for US commitments, Seoul has had to promise that it will not pursue its own nuclear program.
World News from the BBC. President Dina Boluarte has announced a state of emergency on Peru's borders and deployed the army to reinforce checkpoints aimed at preventing hundreds of undocumented migrants from entering the country. The United Nations says the migrants are mainly people from Venezuela and Haiti who'd been living in Chile. A spokesperson for the US consultancy firm Bain & Company has confirmed that members of staff at its bureau in Shanghai were questioned there by Chinese police. The incident 2 weeks ago was first disclosed by the Financial Times newspaper on Wednesday. It said officers had removed phones and computers but did not detain any staff. Spain is set to experience its hottest day ever for the month of April, with meteorologists predicting temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius. The Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez has warned of the continuing challenge posed by climate change. From Madrid, here's Guy Hedgecoe.
A mass of hot air from North Africa has been pushing temperatures up across Spain throughout this week. The heat today is expected to be 10 to 15 degrees higher than normal for this time of year, and similar to that usually seen in midsummer. As a result, some local governments are allowing school classes to be brought forward to earlier in the day, or even held outside. Hospitals have been put on alert, as have fire services in many areas. Several parts of Spain's south and interior have already broken heat records for April this week.
A team of archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They used satellite images to pick out what's referred to as the typical playing card shape of such fortifications. The researchers believe they're evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign. The area was a base for Rome's capture of the Nabatean kingdom, a major civilization centred on the city of Petra in the 2nd century. BBC World News.
Thanks, Danielle, for that news, and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with James and Vic. In the program today, we will head to South Korea, Sudan, and the US. Our sports bulletin will focus on a big nut for Manchester City, something that James does not want me to mention because they did play Arsenal, after all, his beloved. And we would love to hear your thoughts or any comments you have on all those stories and more, perhaps on the latest efforts to bring peace to Sudan. Our text number is +4477 86205085.
Whatever you do, don't text us about Arsenal. I don't think I can take it. Now, serious matters ahead. We begin this morning with a landmark deal between the United States and South Korea. The Biden administration has moved to reassure Seoul of protection against a nuclear attack from North Korea. The Washington Declaration outlines plans to periodically deploy US nuclear-armed submarines to the south and to involve Seoul in its planning for the use of nuclear weapons. The deal was signed during an ongoing state visit to the US by the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. To tell us more, I've been speaking to Jean H. Lee, Director of the Korea Program at the Wilson Center in Washington. That's a think tank. Also, a former AP bureau chief in the North Korean capital, Pyongyang.
The Washington Declaration underlines the concern that both Washington and Seoul have about the growing nuclear threat posed by North Korea. And so I think it also reflects that they see that the way to deter them has changed, and that South Korea, for example, is feeling incredibly nervous about the ramping up of testing from North Korea and wants to make sure that Washington has their back. If not, there have been rising calls in South Korea to build their own nuclear weapons. So I think that this declaration really gets at that concern in South Korea about this nuclear threat from North Korea.
Does the fact that South Korea, Seoul, has committed to not pursuing its own nuclear deterrent, is that going to be something that will raise some criticism in South Korea?
As part of this agreement, the U.S. administration has asked South Korea to pledge that it won't pursue its own nuclear weapons and that it will stick to and abide by its commitments under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So that's one thing that's come out of this to try to address that, the call for nuclear weapons. I think that it remains to be seen whether this will be the reassurance that the South Korean people are looking for. We're going to see in the coming weeks or months a nuclear-powered or nuclear-capable U.S. submarine in South Korean waters. And it's been many, many years since we've seen that. So that is both a show of assurance on the part of the U.S. to the South Koreans, but also a show of force. And so what could come in terms of a response from the North Koreans? So, and how will that affect how tenuous this agreement is? We'll see. But I think we'll wait to see. The polls have been showing increasingly that South Koreans are nervous about the threat and want their own nuclear weapons. We shall see whether this deal allays some of those concerns and provides the assurance that they're looking for from the United States.
For North Korea, this may well look pretty threatening. How would you anticipate them responding?
You know, to be honest, the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, at times I think he relishes these kinds of actions because it fits into his narrative that North Korea is under threat from the United States. It fits into his narrative that the Korean War, which was that conflict, the fighting, the hostilities ended with a ceasefire 70 years ago in July. But he's been claiming that the war is still active all this time. And so I do think that he will see this as an opportunity to justify another test of some sort. So I do think we need to brace ourselves for that possibility.
Has the time of negotiations with Pyongyang ended? Donald Trump was pretty convinced he could talk to North Korea's leadership. Is that period over, do you think?
I certainly hope it's not over completely, because I do think that diplomacy is one of the only solutions we have to this intractable issue. However, I think that this declaration also acknowledges that the equation, the solution is so much more complicated now because of the nuclear threat, because of the fact that North Korea has advanced its program, its arsenal, to such a degree that it poses this threat to the region, this nuclear threat to the region. So, but I do hope that there is an opportunity in the future to get back to nuclear negotiations, because certainly what we don't want is a nuclear arms race in Northeast Asia. So if they don't find a way to deter North Korea and to negotiate and speak to North Korea, and if that program continues to accelerate and expand, We are going to see calls from other countries in the region seeking to ramp up their own defense and perhaps seek nuclear weapons as well. And that is a terrifying prospect.
The thoughts there of Jean H. Lee, a North and South Korea specialist at the Wilson Center think tank in Washington.
Well, let's head to Sudan, where the deepening crisis is still ongoing. The latest now is that the warring generals have been asked to agree to an East African regional proposal to extend the current ceasefire by another 3 days. Well, this comes as the UN's representative to the country also renewed calls for both sides to fully adhere to the truce and allow access to humanitarian workers. Volker Perthes said that he was deeply concerned about reports of fighting, looting, and attacks on civilians in Sudan's West Darfur region. And Newsday will be speaking to him later on to the program, so stay with us if you can. Now, there's been a 72-hour ceasefire which began and had to crumble as the leaders of Sudan's regular army and the rival paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces, resumed their bitter power struggle. Now, as thousands flee the country, people in the capital city Khartoum are struggling to access clean water, basic food supplies, and medical help. The BBC's Arabic Mohammed Osman is in the capital and gave us this update.
Here in Khartoum, fighting can still be heard, but the situation is good enough for evacuation to continue. They are leaving by sea, air, and land, but leaving is dangerous and expensive. Many can't pay the high price for the fuel needed to get to an airfield or port. Food, cash, and medicine are running low. Many supermarkets are empty. Doctors in hospitals, which still work, struggle to cope. It is hard to get enough clean water to drink and cook. With no police on the street and unstable internet, it is dangerous to be outside. Gangs have been looting homes and empty buildings, targeting cars and vehicles. Lawlessness has replaced the fighting, and people I speak to say they are scared. They fear what will happen when the foreigners have left.
Our colleague Mohammed Osman in Khartoum, pretty grim picture he's painting of the situation there. And he says also so many have fled and continue to flee the capital and other parts of Sudan, trying to get over international borders. People are speaking of harrowing journeys to safety, having to pay exorbitant fees for transport, negotiate roadblocks, even coming under fire. There have been plenty of complaints about difficulties at the borders too, long queues, for example, at the border with Egypt. Let's speak to the BBC's Amal Saeed in the southern Egyptian city of Aswan, not too far from the border, which has become something of a hub for Sudanese who have managed to get out of the country. Good morning to you, Amal. Are there large numbers of Sudanese who've made it as far as Aswan?
Yes, large numbers, actually, thousands. We can put them or on the border. The situation is escalating. Dozens of buses are stranded also for days now, waiting their turn to get the visas and credentials checked before they are allowed into Egypt. Those who we spoke to at a bus station called Karkar, where all the buses coming from the border reach, say they have been waiting from 2 to 4 days, and thousands of others are still stranded, waiting for the turn. The Egyptian side didn't change the rules here regarding visas. Men from 16 to 49 have to get visas to enter the country. Women and children and elderly are allowed without visas. However, the numbers are extravagant. That's how the Egyptian officials describe it. It's bigger than anyone can handle.
Are you sensing from the Sudanese people you've been talking to frustration? I mean, I've heard from people who've had to sleep overnight in the street, for example, as they wait to get across the border. And of course, people fleeing really horrendous moments back home. Is frustration the dominant emotion, or perhaps relief at having got to safety?
It's anger, I can put it. People who we met just, coming out of buses after 3 or 4 days on the border, they are very angry about how the operational checkpoints have been coming through. They said 3 4 officers only are managing thousands of visas and papers to allow people into the country. So they say that there aren't much effort put into this to make their passage more easier on the border. They also describe a shortage of food and water, so they have to ration what they have along the road to keep them surviving in case they have to wait more days. They mentioned they could or they managed to have medical support from the Red Cross and Red Crescent once they reach the Egyptian side of the border, but still it's not enough.
Is there pressure in Egypt for things to be sped up, for more border officials to be sent over, maybe even for visas to be waived for Sudanese men?
Exactly. There have been a lot of campaigns on social media calling the Egyptian authorities to waive all the visas for those entering. But the Egyptian side is very determined on keeping it the way it is. However, the officials who we have spoken to from the passport authority said that they have pushed more officers on the border to speed up the operational process. So they have like 3 or 4 officers with officers trying to finalize the process, but they pushed more. So each office has 3 or 4 officers trying to speed up the operation, but still
pretty slow. Yeah. Amal Saeed, thanks so much talking to us from Aswan.
Well, let's now cross over to Nick Hatton, who is from home and has all the latest sporting headlines. Nick?
It's in our hands. That's the message from Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola as his side took control of the Premier League title race. They thumped Arsenal 4-1 at the Etihad on Wednesday. Kevin De Bruyne scoring twice as the win moves City to within 2 points of the leaders. They do have 2 games in hand, though. Liverpool, they're up to 6th with a 2-1 win at West Ham. Big win for Nottingham Forest as well. They won 3-1 at home to Brighton to move them out of the bottom 3. Chelsea lost again, losing 2-0 at home to Brentford. That's the first time they've lost 5 games in a row in all competitions in 30 years. And Barcelona lost yesterday, 24 hours after Real Madrid did. They went down 2-1 away to Rayo Vallecano.
Well, thank you so very much, Nick Hatton, who will be back with more news on that. If I can just give you a headline that we are seeing this morning, is that the warring parties in South Sudan have been asked to agree to a regional proposal to extend the current ceasefire by another 3 days. You are listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service.
Going to head to the United States now, talk about the debt ceiling and President Biden's bid to borrow more money, no strings attached. Well, it's hit another roadblock. Our business presenter, Katie Silver, is here to explain more. Katie.
That's right. So we've seen basically a bill that was spruiked by the Republican House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, pass narrowly in the House of Representatives. It won by 2017 to 2015 with the vote, but it's not expected to pass in the Senate. It would raise the government's debt ceiling from $31.4 trillion. So obviously that is good news for President Biden, but it includes sweeping cuts over the next decades, which mean that even over the next decade particularly, which means that even if it does pass in the Senate, it's likely to be vetoed by the president. Getting the bill this far, though, was, as I say, a win for Speaker McCarthy. He had to work very hard, for example, to get the more conservative Republicans over the line. And now he wants to use this win to negotiate with the Democrats on cutting spending. The Democrats, as you say, have been insisting on increasing the debt limit, but with no strings attached. Time is ticking, though. The US Treasury Department, for example, could run out of ways to pay its bills in just a matter of weeks.
Yeah, and if Treasury can't pay its bills, what will that mean?
Well, it's certainly jittering markets, as you can imagine. They've seen this show before. We saw, for example, a standoff back in 2011, and that led to huge ramifications for the US economy, a downgrade of the government's credit rating. It pushed the costs of borrowing higher, and it hammered investments. So, as I say, the victory today is being held up by the Republicans as a badge. We heard from Speaker McCarthy saying, "We've done our job. The Republicans have raised the debt limit. You have not," pointing to both President Biden as well as Chuck Schumer, the majority leader in the Senate for the Democrats. Now, McCarthy, he's in a difficult position. He wants to use this bill, as I say, to broker a compromise, but he doesn't want to risk losing the backing of some of his more conservative Republicans. So that's quite a tightrope to walk. And now he's calling on Biden to start negotiating for what the debt limit increase could be. The timelines, though, are a little bit tricky for President Biden. It does seem like if negotiations fall off track, we could see things eking into the 2024 presidential campaign. And this is, of course, a distraction that President Biden is not going to want going into next year. Under the terms of McCarthy's bill, it would involve, for example, spending would not be able to be increased from what it was back in 2022. There's going to be fewer tax incentives for renewable energy, and it's also going to be harder for people to get benefits. For example, the work requirements are going to be tightened. So it is this constant ongoing debate between the Republicans and the Democrats about exactly how much money should be spent and where it should go when it comes to social goods.
Yeah, and as you say, surely we'll be in the news again in election season. Katie Silver, thank you so much.
Now on to a story involving a rapper, a fugitive billionaire, and a conviction for illegal foreign influence in the United States. The rapper Azrael Michelle, also known as Praz, a former member of the 90s rap group The Fugees, has been convicted by a New York jury on charges relating to a foreign lobbying campaign by a wealthy Malaysian businessman. During the 7-week trial, Michelle claimed that he had done nothing illegal and that he considered the millions of dollars that he had received as free money. But he was convicted of money laundering and was working as an agent for China, amongst other charges. Well, to discuss this extraordinary case, I've been speaking to Dan Friedman, a journalist with the Mother Jones News magazine, who's been following the trial.
I think a good way to think about it is to focus on Joe Tak Lo. Joe Lo, as he was known, was supposedly a Malaysian financier who was involved in the looting of a Malaysian state development fund, a massive theft from that fund starting in the late 2000s. And then he came to the United States around that time. And according to the United States Justice Department, he was laundering the stolen money, and he was doing stuff like he was a financier of the movie Wolf of Wall Street with Leonardo DiCaprio, and he was holding all these incredibly lavish parties where he invited celebrities. Sometimes he paid celebrities to come to these parties, and he met people, including Praz Michelle, the former member of the Fugees, who by this time was on a solo career and was doing different projects. And I think that a lot of these celebrities and other people saw this guy just spending all this money and realized that he was a source of money, and they hung out with him, I think, in part to get money out of him. And for Praz, that worked exceptionally well. In 2012, Joe Lo wanted to get close to the Obama campaign. He wanted to meet President Obama and have his picture taken with him. And he gave Praz Michelle $20 million, some of which Praz then used to funnel to the Obama campaign. He used straw donors or conduits, people who he gave money to make donations so that he could exceed the legal limits on donations to a presidential campaign. That's illegal. A few years later, in 2017, Joe Lo realized that he was being investigated by the Justice Department for his role in the 1MDB theft and had his assets frozen. He then wanted political help, finding a fixer or a lobbyist who could go to the new Trump administration and help him try to get the investigation killed. And he went to his friend Praz, somewhat surprisingly. And Praz knew a woman in the entertainment industry who was a Republican donor, and knew a even bigger Republican donor by the name of Elliot Broidy, who was one of the top fundraisers for the Republican National Committee and had raised a lot of money for Trump. And this group arranged to be paid massive sums by Joe Lo, this Malaysian criminal, to try to get the Justice Department to kill this investigation. While they were doing this, they then were introduced to a Chinese vice minister for security who Joe Lo was attempting to cultivate in China. And through that connection, they also were asked to begin lobbying for the extradition of a Chinese dissident and wanted criminal in China who had fled to the United States named Guo Wenwei. And they began a separate additional lobbying campaign to try to get him extradited from the United States to China. So Praz has now been convicted of a host of crimes for his role in this scheme.
He took the stand himself in his own defense. What did he say? What was his defense?
His defense was a little confusing, and I would say that it was pretty disastrous for him to have taken the stand, because he admitted that he had made these illegal campaign contributions. He admitted that he accepted a large amount of money from Jolo to try to help him influence the United States government. He just quibbled with some of the ways that the government was defining whether he received an investment or if it was just a payment for his services. But he also said that he was trying to get as much money as possible from Jolo. In his own defense, he said, I saw that this guy spent all kinds of money, and I wanted to get as much money as I could from him. And he did. He wound up getting paid more than $100 million. And his contention was that he didn't do anything illegal to get that money, that these were legal business deals. But that story was not, I don't think, plausible. I watched it, and I didn't think it was at all true. And the jury obviously agreed, because they convicted him on all counts.
But among other things, he was also charged acting as an agent for China.
After this group involved, including Praz and Elliot Brody, the Republican fundraiser, had begun lobbying on behalf of the Malaysians to try to get the charges related to this 1MDB theft dropped, they also took up the cause of a Chinese minister who was trying to get Guo Wengguai, the Chinese fugitive billionaire who was living in Manhattan and had set himself up as this great critic of the Chinese government, was also wanted for all kinds of criminal charges in China. The Chinese wanted him extradited, sent back to China. And it seems that Jolo had some relationship, or was sought some relationship with the Chinese government, where he was hoping to help them out by using his connections to have this guy, Guo Wengguai, sent back to China. And ultimately, this resulted in Praz Michel meeting several times and being in close contact with the senior security minister in New York, who came to the United States to try to work on this extradition issue. And Praz Michel hid that relationship and the fact that he was being paid a lot of money to help advance their cause. And ultimately, some of the lobbying that he was convicted of engaging in was on behalf of the Chinese government.
Dan Freeman there, a journalist with Mother Jones News magazine, breaking down that extraordinary story about a rapper who is now going to jail over money laundering and other charges. You can read more on that story on the BBC website. And if you also want to hear more or read more about this 1MDB scandal, also head to bbc.com/news. You're listening to BBC World Service, and this is Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service, where we are hunting for answers in an unsolved case.
I wonder what on earth could have happened.
We were so obsessed with just finding her.
In 2008, 23-year-old Norwegian student Martine Vik Magnussen went missing after a night out with friends in London. Then,
Magnussen ble drepen etter å ha blitt påført betydelige...
23-year-old Martine Vik Magnussen was found partially buried in the basement.
I'm Noelle McAfee, and I've been following this story since Martina was killed, making a promise to Martina's family to find out what happened and find the only suspect in the case, Farouk Abdelhak.
Leave me a message and I'll get back to you.
He's never been questioned by the police. Nobody's been able to speak to him. Until now. Murder in Mayfair at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service with Victoria Ornhunda and James Copnell.
As the ceasefire in Sudan looks on the verge of collapse, we will get the latest and examine whether the international community could have done more to stop the fighting.
The Pope says women will be able to vote for the first time at a global meeting of bishops.
And Manchester City take a giant step towards the Premier League title. All that and more after the latest world news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. Diplomats are intensifying their efforts to extend a ceasefire between Sudanese troops loyal to rival generals. The East African regional bloc, IGAD, wants the current truce to be extended for a further 3 days. Republicans in the US House of Representatives have voted to increase the current national debt ceiling in exchange for nearly $5 trillion worth of spending cuts over the next 10 years. The measure is unlikely to be passed by the Democratic-held Senate. South Korea's president has said he welcomes a greater voice for his country in the United States nuclear strategy. Yoon Suk-yeol was speaking during a state visit to Washington. The two countries have agreed that any use of nuclear weapons by North Korea will prompt an overwhelming joint response. US federal prosecutors say the airman charged with leaking secret defense information may still have access to classified material. They argued Jack Teixeira should remain in jail while awaiting trial. There's been an intensification of Russian artillery and rocket attacks near the eastern Ukrainian city of Bakhmut, according to officials in Kiev. More than 300 strikes were recorded over 24 hours. Peru is reinforcing border controls with military personnel in an effort to prevent undocumented migrants from entering. Hundreds of people have been trying to cross the border between Chile and the Peruvian city of Tacna. The US consultancy firm Bain & Company has confirmed that members of staff at its Shanghai bureau have been questioned by Chinese police. The Financial Times newspaper said officers had removed phones and computers but did not detain any staff. And archaeologists have identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert that they believe are evidence of an undocumented 2nd century military campaign. BBC World News.
Thank you, Danielle. Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Vic and James. In the programme this half hour, efforts to bring peace to Sudan and how much is the international community to blame for the latest fighting? We love your thoughts. Our text number is +44 77 86 20 50 85. We'll hear about a big development for women in the Catholic Church, and we'll hear all about a big win for Manchester City as they march towards the English Premier League title.
Well, we are starting this half hour in Sudan, as you heard there from James, because the regional body IGAD is pushing for an extension to the ceasefire and talks between the belligerent parties in the fighting. Fighting has lasted now 12 days between General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan of the Sudanese Armed Forces and Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, known as Hemeti, who leads the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, has had a devastating impact on the country. Already, the ceasefire has been broken on multiple occasions. In a statement, UN envoy Volker Perthes said that he was deeply concerned about reports of the fighting, the looting, and attacks on civilians, especially in the Sudan's West Darfur region and other parts of the capital. Well, stay tuned because there is more here on Newsday from Mr. Perthes himself in an hour's time. Stay with us if you can. But for the latest update on the situation, let's now join the BBC's Ferdinand Omondi, who is following the situation in Nairobi. Good morning to you, Ferdi, and welcome to the program. What more do we know about IGAD's effort to find a solution in Sudan?
Thanks, Vic. Yeah, so IGAD is trying its best to have another ceasefire in place. The current one ends late today at the stroke of midnight, and now the presidents of Kenya, South Sudan, and Djibouti have been trying to negotiate for another 72-hour ceasefire. The military has given an initial indication that they are willing to abide by it. We understand that the General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan has given his initial approval, although the details of the ceasefire will be discussed later. There's a suggestion and an offer to have the representatives of both the military and the RSF head into Juba in South Sudan. There's a country just the south of Sudan to iron out the details, and we'll be expecting an announcement later today if they approve and sign.
And so what if that ceasefire, if the deadline comes at midnight today and nothing happens, then what?
Well, unfortunately, if they do not have a ceasefire in place, they will go back to fighting. Although the United Nations has been calling, and pretty much the entire international community very incessantly, that they have an unconditional ceasefire to allow for more people to move out of, especially Khartoum, where the fight has been heavy. But what we've been seeing, and also for the provision of medical supply and essential services, like water and food, which is missing. People are now drinking water from the Nile, at least some of them. And we do know that the military still believes it can win the war, so does the RSF. Al-Burhan had declared last week, I remember, that he does not see a peaceful solution to this right now. He thinks that only a military solution is possible. There are many analysts who actually think that they did agree to this ceasefire just to let the international community of the foreign people, to the foreign nationals, to leave. Even the UN has withdrawn a lot of its workers there and now operating for neighboring countries, although they insist that they will maintain, at least monitor the situation from Ethiopia and some of the countries where they are and provide humanitarian support. But with the threat of violence and some of it even continuing last night, it is really ominous for the people of Sudan.
Ferdi, good to have you on the program, and we'll keep you listening in, updated on the situation in Sudan as we go on. As I mentioned, we are going to be speaking to the UN envoy Volker Perthes later on into the program.
Sudan's conflict has erupted at a horrifying pace as General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan of the Sudanese Armed Forces and Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, or Hemeti, the leader of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, compete for power. However, some argue that one reason for the clash is the culmination of years spent by the international community legitimizing the two military rivals as political actors, entrusting them with completing a democratic transition, despite numerous indications that they had no intention of doing so. A reminder that Omar al-Bashir was overthrown by a popular protest, but any hopes of a civilian transition to democracy were ended when General Burhan and General Hemeti took power in a coup in 2021. So earlier I spoke with Cameron Hudson. He's a senior associate in the Africa program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in the US. Previously served as the Director of African Affairs on the US National Security Council, and he's worked on Sudan for many years. So could the US and others have averted this bloodshed?
I think we could have increased the chances of avoiding this outbreak of violence, for sure. I think there's no guarantees that we could have stopped it. But listen, we had opportunities to sanction these individual generals over the course of the past several years. That could have delegitimized them in the eyes of the public. That could have prevented them from trying to reinvent themselves, trying to reposition themselves in a legitimate political framework. Would that have guaranteed that we avoid violence? I don't know. But certainly by engaging with these generals and by continuing to give preference and favor to guys with guns in the country, I think we did undermine the cause of civilian democratic rule inadvertently. But of course, policy is always clear in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, I mean, are you thinking particularly of the late 2021 coup when Burhan and Hemeti seized power for themselves?
Well, certainly the 2021 coup, overthrowing a civilian government that we in the West had invested very heavily in. But even before that, when you look at the breakup of civilian protesters in 2019, hundreds of people killed, their bodies thrown into the Nile. No punishment for that, no isolation of either of those two for that crime, or for that matter, the hundreds of people who have died in civil protests, marches, demanding a return to civilian rule since the coup. Again, no condemnation, no sanction. So again, the generals have been using the exact same tactics throughout their careers and certainly throughout this transitional process, and they have faced no consequences or repercussions. And that's allowed them to continue to play a role on the political stage, allowed someone like General Hemeti to try to reinvent himself as a political leader. So I think all of those things have contributed to their ability to be here today conducting this war that they are.
Why do you think, from an American perspective in particular, sanctions were not applied? I mean, there was a debate about it in policy circles.
Well, I think that part of the reticence on the Biden administration is a recognition of the fact that for 30 years, U.S. policy in Sudan was so heavily dominated by our sanctions. whether it was the state sponsor of terrorism sanction, the North-South Civil War-related sanctions, or the Darfur-related sanctions. We had sanction upon sanction upon sanction for more than 30 years. And I think one of the great kind of developments, frankly, in the past few years is that we were making an effort to unwind those sanctions. Sudan had been removed from the terrorism list. The comprehensive sanctions that had been in place since 1997 were removed. We were trying to bring, new life into the economy by the removal of those sanctions. And I think that there was a genuine effort to try to move away from that history of sanctions, that history of punitive measures, and engage on a path of engagement, right? And to really let the diplomacy work in ways that it hadn't been able to under the Bashir regime. I think in hindsight, there were some mistakes there. I think that we believed too much of what the generals were telling us, and we should have been more circumspect about the promises that were made up until this very week with the promises of ceasefires, which have gone unfulfilled.
The current major diplomatic thrust seems to be coming from IGAD, the regional bloc. There seems to be a possibility of talks in the South Sudanese capital, Juba. Is that the way to go, do you think, that sort of framework?
Well, it's hard to say. I think the region has had, only mixed success in managing internal problems. Clearly, the African Union has not taken a particularly forceful role, but I think there is a real risk that the region could get drawn into whatever conflict continues to evolve in Sudan. So there's certainly frontline states that have the most to lose if we can't get this fighting under control. But at the end of the day, these generals in Sudan are not particularly moved by the power and influence of the African Union or of IGAD. I think that if there is going to be a regionally led effort, it needs to have the very close support of Arab states, of the United States and other Western allies, if it's going to have any chance of really being impactful on the calculations of these two generals right now.
An international perspective there, American perspective from Cameron Hudson, currently with the Africa Programme at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies in the US. He's worked on Sudan for many, many years. We've had a text in from Awilawais in Koidu City in Sierra Leone who says, fighting each other is not the solution towards development. African leaders, why the rampant fighting across the continent in the name of leadership? Stop the fighting and put the lives of the masses first for the sake of true democracy in Africa.
Well, now let's get more on what many are calling a historic move in the Roman Catholic Church, as women for the first time will be allowed to vote at a global meeting of bishops in October. Pope Francis approved the changes to the norms governing the Synod of Bishops following years of demands by women. Previously, women had only been allowed to attend as observers. Well, for more, I spoke to Debra Rose. She is the co-director of Future Church, an organization seeking greater involvement of lay people in the Catholic Church.
Well, I think it's a little like a mini volcano. It is extremely paradigm shifting in the Catholic Church. The authority structure, those people who have made decisions for all these years, that is coming to an end, and we are seeing the opening of real diversity in terms of decision making, and especially as the doors have been opened to women having a deliberative voice in this important decision making body in the Catholic Church, the Synod.
So what kind of decisions are taken in these kind of assemblies, and how important are they to the church and its followers?
The key difference is this is a real opening. And for 70 non-bishops, which Pope Francis has said he wants half of those to be women, they will be actual members. In the past, they've been auditors, which means they just listen, they can give input, but they have no voting voice, no deliberative voice in the decision-making. And now they will not only participate, they will not only give input on the various sections, but they will actually vote on the final product, which Pope Francis has said in a previous decree that when this body votes and agrees on something, it will become ordinary magisterium, which means it has a very high level of authority within the Catholic Church.
And so how do you think the wider church is going to be receiving this news?
Those who have been working for reform of the structures, inclusion of women, LGBTQI people, divorced and remarried Catholics, there's just a whole long list of people who have been excluded for a very long time from participation. I think they're going to be overjoyed. But I think those who have a more traditional or conservative bent will be frightened by this. The notion that women are actually going to move into decision-making roles is very frightening for some. And I think the majority of Catholics will go along in the end, because once something becomes enshrined in the Catholic Church, people do tend to move toward it.
In the grand scheme of things, how big a step is this? Is this like something big that all Catholic women are going to be rejoicing over, or is it just another tiny little step because there is a wider gap to reach to the place where all women, all lay people can actually be included in the Catholic Church?
Well, as I see it, it is an enormous step forward. It is a moment of redefining how authority works in the church and the inclusion of women in a way where they actually have a voice and they have a vote. You know, as we know in any democratic society, when those who are represented actually have a voice and a vote, it makes all the difference in the way policy is constructed, teaching is constructed. And so this is the case with this change that Pope Francis has made. And while some will feel like it's not enough, it is a major opening. And as I say, a major paradigm shift in the authority structure in the church.
That was Debra Rose, co-director of Future Church, an organization seeking greater involvement of lay people in the Catholic Church.
We give you our top headline here on BBC World Service. As we've been hearing, the warring parties in Sudan have been asked to agree to an East African regional proposal to extend the current ceasefire by another 3 days and to hold talks in the South Sudanese capital, Juba. Now, to a story about the revelation that the power of one American billionaire does not equal the financial might of an entire nation state, or as we're calling it here, the Sports Bulletin with Nick Hatton.
It's advantage Manchester City in the Premier League title race, billed as the biggest game in the English top flight for a decade. It was second place Manchester City who thumped the leaders Arsenal 4-1 at the Etihad. 2 goals from Kevin De Bruyne now leaves City in pole position for the title. They are now just 2 points behind Arsenal. Crucially though, they have 2 games in hand. Let's hear from both managers. A disappointed Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta at the moment. First, his City's Pep Guardiola.
We start really well. We read the game well. Our build-up was much better than Emirates, and we make, considering the opponents that we face, fantastic performance.
We didn't do any of the basics right. We didn't compete in the right way. We didn't win enough duels. So we have to look at ourselves in the mirror. I think the disappointment comes when today we weren't at our level, not their level, but our level.
Elsewhere, Chelsea suffered a 5th defeat in a row in all competitions. They were beaten 2-0 at home by Brentford. All 5 losses have come under club legend Frank Lampard, who returned for a second spell as manager on the 3rd of April. Liverpool moved up to 6th with a 2-1 win at West Ham, although Hammer's manager David Moyes felt his side were owed an apology after being disrespected by VAR for not being awarded a late penalty. Huge win at the bottom for Nottingham Forest. They beat Brighton 3-1. It lifts them out of the bottom 3 and ends a run of 11 games without a win. 4 games on Thursday in the Premier League. They include Tottenham at home to Manchester United. Now, we spoke about a big defeat for Real Madrid on Tuesday in La Liga. Well, the leaders Barcelona lost on Wednesday. They went down 2-1 away to Rayo Vallecano. They remain 11 points clear at the top of the table, though. And big news in the NBA just in, with the Eastern Conference top seeds Milwaukee Bucks knocked out of the playoffs. They've just gone down to a 128-126 overtime defeat to the 8th seeds Miami Heat. It means the Heat win the series 4-1 and will go on to face the New York Knicks. They have their first playoff series victory since 2013. They've beaten the Cleveland Cavaliers 106-95. It's season through 4-1. Here's head coach Tom Thibodeau.
We have what I feel are the best fans in the world. We have the best city in the world, the best arena in the world. And I think the way this team plays, it resonates with all our fans. They play hard, they play smart, and they play together. And I think if you do that in New York, it's always recognized. It's good. There's still a lot of work to be done. We have a lot of areas to improve upon. So we're looking forward to the next challenge.
Yeah, the Knicks against the Heat in the Eastern Conference semi-finals, and the Memphis Grizzlies kept their Western Conference playoff campaign alive. That's with a 116-99 victory over the LA Lakers. The Lakers, though, still lead the series 3-2.
Was Nick Hatton with all the sports. Now onto a grisly operation that is continuing in a remote area in the Shakahola forest in Kenya, where around 60 mass graves are gradually being dug up and the bodies they contain exhumed. It's thought that members of a cult have been persuaded to starve themselves to death as a way to get to heaven. So far, 89 bodies have been exhumed, but the Red Cross has said that 112 people have been reported missing. The leader of the church in question, Pastor Paul Mackenzie, has been arrested. For today's Africa Daily podcast, Alan Kasuja spoke to the human rights worker who first alerted the police, Hussein Khalid from the Haki Africa. He got involved after a woman approached his organization saying the group had taken her child.
So in our Malindi office, we received a woman who was accompanied by a relative and a former priest. So immediately this news was escalated to our headquarters in Mombasa, and we told them not to do anything until we dispatch the rapid response officer so that they can go together. So the first time they went on their own without the police. Of course, they were very angry. They received a beating, a thrashing actually, and the guys were claiming that these former followers were exposing their religion in a bad way, but they also agreed to give back the child and warned them never to come back.
What state was the child in when they were released?
She was very clear on her mind on what was happening there, and she narrated what she went through. People were being buried and stuff like that. So we then took the child to the police, and the child now, we asked the police to now listen, because the first time we went to them, they didn't believe it. So this child narrated what was happening, that people were fasting, people were dying, and the police now became concerned and worried. They gathered a few officers in a vehicle and agreed to go to that area. There was resistance, so they called for reinforcement, and they came back with more officers. And now this time they were able to overpower the followers that were there. And when they did that, they actually found dead bodies.
It is so serious that so far the Red Cross has said 212 people are missing. These numbers are just crazy. And to imagine that nobody noticed when it was all happening is shocking.
Alan, those numbers are coming from graves that have been dug up so far that are not even 50%. Not all the mass graves have been opened in that one area, and there are more than one area in that place. So I am 100% certain that the numbers will increase.
And how did these people end up dead? They were being told to what? To stop eating? What do we know about that?
They were told the world is coming to an end in June, and Mackenzie, is helping as many as possible to ascend to heaven before that. So you fast, and when you fast, you die. When you die, they said harusi, a wedding. So they're happy that now he's going to meet the Creator.
What's the profile of the members of the cult?
It's a mixture. So initially, we all thought that these are just poor families. After careful review, we hear of some high-profile persons. We have a former air hostess. There is a medical officer. So they are not just illiterate people or something like that. No. There are also people whom, you could question yourself and ask, how did she or how did he get into this?
Now, when we talk about the survivors, there's that video that I saw on your Twitter feed.
Asaidiwe. Simone anakataa. Hataki kusaidiwa.
Of that woman, heartbreaking video. She's old, she's starved herself. She's skinny. She's obviously frail, lying on the ground, refusing help. Do you know what happened to her?
The woman is not old. The woman is, if not in late 20s, she must be in her early 30s. It's just that she looks very frail because of the starvation. And she was very clear. She doesn't need any help. And you can see in the video, I'm putting on gloves to try and help her. We actually tried to hold her mouth so that we can put some glucose water in her mouth, just as first aid. And she completely refused. She had her lips sealed tightly. And that's not the only one. And someone is weak and they're telling you, I'm in my senses. I know what I'm doing. I don't want to be saved. Just leave me alone.
I was actually watching a clip of a Kenyan pastor basically calling for the regulation of the religious space. Is this something that you'd support?
I don't think we have a choice. We can't even risk this happening ever again. We must regulate this sector, which has the potential of gaining so many followers and driving them in the wrong direction.
The scale and impact of this incident obviously stands out, but cults are actually quite widespread in Kenya and across Africa. To get a sense of how serious the problem is, I spoke to sociologist Dr. Kennedy Ongaro of Daystar University in Nairobi.
The society that we live in, everybody's looking forward to ensure that they become richer and richer, particularly when families lose their loved ones, when they have no hope, where there is no proper counseling. And they are being given some kind of hopes by these particular bogus religious cults.
How many cults are there in Kenya?
The number is ranging from 100 to 300 cults based on religious groups, because remember, there are different religious groups in this society. How many religious groups have been exposed because of this particular mischievous act? They have been taken to court and their cases have not been concluded.
When you watch TV at home, do you sometimes see things and think to yourself, how are these people being allowed on TV because they are obviously a cult?
Spot on, spot on. Remember, when they tell you spread your hands and touch the TV, that is a cult. How many times have they told you to give 10%?
What does the government need to do now?
Number one, put in place that all religious centers, the political groups, the commercial groups, they must be registered. Number one. Number two, the people who are behind them, are these people qualified? The answer is no. They must be closed down. They must be registered. They must be properly ratified, so that wherever there is a problem like what we are witnessing in Kirifi, then the board is answerable.
Well, that's Dr. Kennedy Ongaro of Daystar University in Nairobi, ending that conversation with Alan Kasuja. To hear a longer version of the podcast, you know what to do. Get it wherever you can or wherever you get your podcast. Just search for BBC Africa Daily.
Yeah, so our top story right now is efforts to get the warring parties in Sudan to agree to a 3-day extension to a ceasefire. It's only partially held. Also, perhaps to meet for talks in neighbouring South Sudan. Mohamed Bawa has texted in from Sierra Leone saying extending the ceasefire in Sudan for another 3 days is necessary but difficult because the situation on the ground has become catastrophic, Mohamed says. Always welcome your thoughts. You're listening to Newsday with Vic and James.
This is the BBC World Service, where people share their stories of meeting King Charles.
He has this enormous capacity to make you feel comfortable.
Over the years, as king and prince, he's met millions of people all over the world. They all have stories to tell about those meetings. We're going to hear some of them.
The Day I Met the King. Saturday at 11 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com. BBC Trending.
Songs of ridicule, fake news, troll farms, undercover political opponents infiltrating street protests. BBC Trending investigates the distinctive world of Brazilian trolling and speaks to Brazil's real-life trolls.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service. You are with James Copnall and Victoria Uwonghunda.
The warring parties in Sudan have been asked to agree to an East African regional proposal to extend the current shaky ceasefire by another 3 days. We'll have the latest on the ground, as well as analysis on how we got here.
The South Korean and the US presidents have vowed that any North Korea use of nuclear weapons will prompt an overwhelming joint response. So what kind of reaction can we expect from the North?
Also, what's going on in Colombia as the president there sacks 7 of his ministers, including the person in charge of the country's finances.
And is European solidarity over Ukraine coming under strain? A number of East European countries are placing varying restrictions on the country's grain exports. We hear from a European lawmaker.
Sports 2, that's after the latest world news.
This is Danielle Yawowiecka with the BBC News. Hello. Diplomats are stepping up efforts in Sudan to extend a ceasefire between troops loyal to rival generals. They're trying to end an outbreak of violence that's left more than 500 people dead and forced tens of thousands to flee the country. The East African regional bloc, IGAD, wants the current US-brokered truce to be extended for a further 3 days. Our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams reports from Nairobi.
Unless Sudan's shaky ceasefire is extended, it'll run out tonight. Late yesterday, the army said it was willing to send a representative to neighbouring South Sudan for talks to extend the truce by another 72 hours. But so far, there's been no response from the rival rapid support forces. And there were signs yesterday that the situation might be unravelling, with explosions and gunfire heard in several parts of the capital, Khartoum.
Republicans in the US House of Representatives have passed a bill that will raise the country's debt ceiling together with big spending cuts. The measure conflicts with President Biden's hopes to increase US borrowing without conditions. David Willis reports.
The bill's passage by 217 votes to 215 followed weeks of behind-the-scenes wrangling amongst Republican lawmakers who now form the majority in the lower house. Whilst raising the current debt limit of nearly $31.5 trillion, the plan would also cut spending on programs such as preschool education and healthcare benefits for the poor, and trim nearly $5 trillion from the national debt over the course of the next 10 years. The measure stands zero chance of passing the Democrat-controlled Senate, but Republicans are hoping it would at least provide them some leverage in debt ceiling discussions with the White House.
South Korea and the United States have promised an overwhelming joint response in the event of any possible use of nuclear weapons by North Korea. The commitment comes in the Washington Declaration, announced during a state visit by South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol. Speaking at the White House with Mr. Biden, President Yoon gave details of what had been agreed.
Our two countries will share information on nuclear as well as strategic weapons, operations and plans in response to North Korea's provocations, and have regular consultations on ways to plan and execute joint operations that combine Korea's state-of-the-art conventional forces with the US's nuclear capabilities.
There's been an intensification of Russian artillery and rocket attacks near the eastern Ukrainian city of Bakhmut, according to officials in Kiev. More than 300 strikes were recorded in a period of 24 hours, but Russian forces are said to have failed to make advances on 2 villages. You're listening to the World News from the BBC. US federal prosecutors have claimed that the airman charged with leaking secret defense information may still have access to classified material. The prosecution team argued that Jack Teixeira of the Massachusetts Air National Guard ought to remain in jail while awaiting trial. They said there was a risk he could make further disclosures if released on bail. President Dina Boluarte has announced a state of emergency on Peru's borders and deployed the army to reinforce checkpoints aimed at preventing undocumented migrants from entering the country. Hundreds of people have been trying to cross the border between the town of Arica in northern Chile and the Peruvian city of Tacna. Ms. Boluarte announced the measure at a news conference.
This measure will allow us to regularize and identify non-residents that are undocumented and to boost the effectiveness of immigration control in the labour market, avoiding social problems such as human trafficking and labour exploitation, amongst others.
The United Nations says the migrants are mainly people from Venezuela and Haiti who had been living in Chile but are now seeking either to return home or continue north to the United States. A spokesman for the US consultancy firm Bain & Company has confirmed that members of staff at its bureau in Shanghai were questioned there by Chinese police. The incident 2 weeks ago was first disclosed by the Financial Times newspaper on Wednesday. It said officers had removed phones and computers but did not detain any staff. Archaeologists have identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They used satellite images to pick out the typical playing card shape of such fortifications. The researchers believe they're evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign. The area was a base for Rome's capture of the Nabatean kingdom, a major civilization centered on the city of Petra in the 2nd century. BBC News.
Thank you for that news, Tanya. Welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Vic and James. This half hour, we're going to focus on the deepening crisis in Sudan. Is it possible that regional diplomatic efforts could find a way out, find a solution? We'd love to hear your thoughts on that or anything else you hear on the programme. Our text number is +44 77 86 20 50 85. We're also going to have news about a nuclear weapons deal, nuclear protection deal between the US and South Korea. And why are some European countries imposing restrictions on Ukraine's grain exports at a time when the country desperately needs all the help it can get?
Well, we start in Sudan and the deepening crisis there, with the latest being calls for an extension to the current ceasefire, which is due to lapse later on Thursday. The shaky 72-hour pause in the fighting has so far allowed large numbers of people to escape. But the regional African bloc, IGAD, is now pushing for yet another extension to the ceasefire. It's a plan the Sudanese army says is open to discussing, but as yet there's been no word from the rival rapid support forces. It follows a similar call from the UN's representative to the country, Volker Perthes, who added that he was also deeply concerned about reports of fighting, looting and attacks on civilians in South Sudan's West Darfur region. In news, they will be speaking to him here on the program in the next 20 minutes, so stay with us if you can. And as the clock runs down to the end of the current ceasefire, those in Khartoum who remain are struggling to gain access to various things, including clean water, basic food supplies, and medical help. Well, our correspondent from the BBC Arabic, Mohamed Osman, is in Khartoum and gave us this update.
Here in Khartoum, fighting can still be heard, but the situation is good enough for evacuation to continue. They are leaving by sea, air, and land, but leaving is dangerous and expensive. Many can't pay the high price for the fuel needed to get to an airfield or port. Food, cash, and medicine are running low. Many supermarkets are empty. Doctors in hospitals, which still work, struggle to cope. It is hard to get enough clean water to drink and cook. With no police on the street and unstable internet, it is dangerous to be outside. Gangs have been looting homes and empty buildings, targeting cars and vehicles. Lawlessness has replaced the fighting, and people I speak to say they are scared. They fear what will happen when the foreigners have left.
That is our correspondent Mohamed Osman in Khartoum, the Sudanese capital. We've heard on the programme too about people making very difficult journeys to Egypt, others trying to get to South Sudan, get out of Sudan essentially because of the fighting there. Probably worth reminding you about the context for the fighting too, the clashes between, on the one hand, the Sudanese armed forces led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, on the other, a paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Forces. Its leader is Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo Hameti. The two of them carried out a coup in 2021 against a civilian-led government. And we can discuss more of the context on this and regional efforts to end this latest fighting. On the line to Nairobi is George Kigoro, Director of Policy Engagement at Open Society Africa. Good morning to you, George. We've heard then that IGAD, the regional body, wants to extend the ceasefire, wants peace talks in Juba, South Sudan. That seems to be the thrust of what they're hoping to push forward. What more can you tell us about that and its chances of success?
Thank you very much. There's actually very little information about the overtures for the start of a peace process. I think the preoccupation has been to provide a window of humanitarian access to allow people to escape. And that has been interrupted intermittently because the fighting has not ever really stopped at any given time. And that is hardly surprising because at the onset of a conflict whose eventual outcome is unclear and which has, as we understand, elements of silent supporters being seen as a proxy war. The proxies do not want to commit completely before they understand the way in which the conflict is going to pan out. And that also affects the chances of mediation because that also has to rely on the signals, the quiet and silent signals of the proxies that are said to be involved in the conflict.
When you say proxies, who are you thinking of here?
The media is awash with information. There are local proxies. There are proxies warlords that are based in the eastern part of Libya, for example. Names like Khalifa Haftar have come up. They are, of course, the more established and more traditional backers of the two sides, which are regional states. And those would have an interest in whether or not there should be peace and an interest in whether or not their interests will be represented sufficiently in any peace talks. And that seems to be a piece of the unstated piece of what is going on at the moment.
Yeah, Haftar accused of backing the Rapid Support Forces, who also have international support, perhaps in some form, at least backing from United Arab Emirates and Egypt supporting Burhan and the Sudanese armed forces. It's widely believed. Beyond this sort of call for an end to the fighting, and you've outlined some of the difficulties in getting more than that, what can other countries, the region, do right now to help Sudan and critically Sudanese people?
I think typically the humanitarian access is preoccupied with getting the foreigners out of the place. But the question becomes, what about the Sudanese people themselves? There are those who would like to leave, and they should also be enabled to leave. And one of the actions the neighbors can do would be to relax visa access. We understand that those who have been living into Egypt, women are allowed to enter Egypt without free of visas, but men have to get visas. So one of the practical steps would have to be all the neighbors where visas are required to relax rules of entry for Sudanese nationals who would like to enter. There are huge difficulties for people who are living on land, because we understand from reports from colleagues who are in the country that there are sporadic roadblocks mounted by the opposing forces, and when people leave, it is risky because they don't know who they will encounter on the way, and there are, of course, very arbitrary tests or that they mount to find out whether or not you support this or the other side. And if you fail the test, the consequences could be drastic. So an awareness of the dangers of people trying to leave and trying to mitigate that would be a practical thing to try and do. And there are, of course, the many reports about the failing supplies for things that are critical for everyday life, like water, like people who need access to hospital because they've been injured. So those types of things are practical to try and mitigate against.
George Kagoro, thanks so much. Director of Policy Engagement at Open Society Africa, on the line from Nairobi, Kenya.
Well, Let's head to Washington, where the US President Joe Biden and South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol have signed what's being called a landmark deal to counter the North Korean nuclear threat. Washington has agreed to periodically deploy US nuclear-armed submarines to South Korea and involve Seoul in its nuclear planning operations. In a joint news conference, President Biden said despite the military arrangements, the two leaders were still committed to improving relations with North Korea.
Our mutual defense treaty is ironclad, and that includes our commitment to extended deterrence. That includes the nuclear threat and the nuclear deterrent. They're particularly important in the face of DPRK's increased threats and a blatant violation of U.S. sanctions.
Well, for more, I've been speaking to Jeffrey Robertson. He's an associate professor of diplomatic studies at Yonsei University in Seoul.
North Korea is going to be concerned. They are going to be concerned because it increases the operability between the United States and South Korea. North Korea is focused on ensuring that it has the capacity to ensure that the United States is not able to come to South Korea's aid. That's its aim. By allowing nuclear submarines to stay close to South Korean ports and stay in South Korean ports, the current agreement will basically signal to North Korea that it can't do this, and it can't do this without entailing and inviting retribution.
And what are the key points of this Washington Declaration? What does it entail? What does it say?
The Washington Declaration, unfortunately, is not going to be received in South Korea all that well. It actually doesn't look good from a South Korean perspective. If you think about a South Korean leader going to the United States and being told that they cannot pursue nuclear weapons, this impinges upon South Korea's sense of sovereignty and national pride. So regardless of what is in the Washington Declaration, it's not going to be received well in South Korea, and it's not going to solve the problem.
What do you think is going to be the reaction across the region?
Well, across the region, it's going to satisfy a lot of interested parties. But that satisfaction is going to be short-lived because the nuclear debate is going to come up again and again and again, because ultimately South Korea's nuclear debate is not about North Korea or China or any other threat. It's actually about independence. It's about national pride, and it's about domestic politics. So this debate will arise again. The Washington Declaration, all that it's done is signaled to future potential candidates for the presidency in South Korea that if you're able to instill insecurity, if you're able to instill national pride and the push for greater independence, nuclear weapons is on your agenda.
But in a way, couldn't this be seen as a deterrent or a nuclear confrontation from the South Korean side?
Well, it certainly puts a stay on the situation. It pauses a situation. I mean, there's absolutely no reason for South Korea to get nuclear weapons from a military perspective, from a strategic perspective. There is a strong alliance. The United States is already there, and all of the command and control for nuclear weapons and their use is already in place in the South Korea-US alliance. What this has done is just pointed out that, okay, now we're talking about it. So the problem is that this is going to come up again and again and again because South Korea doesn't have the independent capacity and the sovereignty to enable it to act as a nuclear power.
Could then this be seen as a way to, or a chance for dialogue in between Seoul, the US, who's their key ally, and Pyongyang?
I don't think so, no. If anything, it's going to lead to a North Korean reaction. That North Korean reaction could well be another nuclear test or further missile tests, but the North Korean reaction will come sooner or later, and it's definitely not going to lead to dialogue at this stage.
Jeffrey Robertson, an associate professor of diplomatic studies at Yonsei University in Seoul.
This is Newsday on the BBC World Service, 20 minutes past the hour. These are a couple of our headlines. The warring parties in Sudan have been asked to agree to an East African regional proposal to extend the current ceasefire by another 3 days. And the US House of Representatives has approved an increase in government borrowing in exchange for big spending cuts.
Well, from news to sport news, it's Nick Hatton.
Thank you. Manchester City have taken control of the Premier League title race. They brushed aside leaders Arsenal 4-1 at the Etihad on Wednesday. Kevin De Bruyne scoring twice to move them to within 2 points of the leaders, but with 2 games in hand. Elsewhere, Liverpool are up to 6th with a 2-1 win at West Ham. There's a really important win as well for Nottingham Forest. They were 3-1 winners at home to Brighton. It sees them move out of the relegation zone. More disappointment for Chelsea, though. They've lost 5 games in a row in all competitions for the first time in 30 years. They were beaten 2-0 at home by Brentford. All 5 of those losses have come under club legend Frank Lampard, who returned for a second spell as manager earlier this month. And big news in the NBA with the Eastern Conference top seeds, Milwaukee Bucks, knocked out of the playoffs. They've gone down to a 128-126 overtime defeat to the 8th seeds Miami Heat. It means the Heat win the series 4-1. They go on to face the New York Knicks. They have their first playoff series victory since 2013. They've beaten the Cleveland Cavaliers 106-95. It sees them through 4-1.
Nick Hatton, thank you very much. You'll be back in 25 minutes or so. We're going to hear about Colombia now because the president has replaced 7 of his ministers, including the finance minister. So let's find out what this could mean for the economy with our business presenter, Katie Silver. Katie.
That's right. So far, it does not look like markets are liking the news, and we're likely to see them slide when they open. So Gustavo Petro has only been in power since August, so just 9 months, and already this is his second cabinet reshuffle. As part of it, he tweeted that a new cabinet was being built that would help, quote, consolidate the government's program. He's been trying to usher in a huge number of reforms in everything from labour to healthcare, pensions and the judiciary. They were all promised as part of his election campaign, but he's been struggling to get the legislation approved by Congress. And so this surprise shakeup is seeming to be a real crisis for Colombia's first left-wing president. He says these reforms are being scuppered by the establishment and traditional political leaders. But as I say, markets unlikely to welcome the news of this new appointment. Who had been finance minister was Jose Antonio Ocampo. He did a lot to bolster faith in Colombia's leader. He was renowned as an economist. Markets trusted him, and he was also really seen as a mediator within the cabinet. To give you an idea of his background, he was a high-up professor, for example, who researched the economy at Columbia University in New York. That was until last year when he came back to take up this position. He worked in the United Nations, even was nominated at one point by Brazil to lead the World Bank. And in fact, it was his second time in the position as Minister of Finance. He held it back in the mid-90s. We're already seeing the impact. Markets, for example, haven't yet reopened, but we've seen the peso down as well as government bonds. He tweeted, so Liberal Finance Minister Jose Antonio Ocampo tweeted, "We have managed to generate a confidence in the economic management of the country that I hope will be consolidated and continue under my successor." So who is the successor? Well, his name is Ricardo Bonilla. He was Petro's finance secretary when he was the mayor of Bogota. He's been appointed now at the national level, a former university professor, something of an ally of Petro. So hopefully, in this sense, the Colombian president may be able to get some of his reforms over the line. But as I say, markets unlikely to be happy about saying goodbye to someone with so much economic might.
Katie Silver, thank you.
Well, let's head to the European Parliament, where criticism has been leveled against countries like Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and Bulgaria for imposing varying restrictions on cereals and other foodstuffs from Ukraine. It follows a surplus of Ukrainian produce building up in their local markets, these countries said. But as Ukraine remains in a state of war following Russia's invasion, should it be cut off from much-needed income? And what does this mean for European solidarity? Now, that's a question Newsday's Amy Leibovitz put to Member of Parliament Nicola Bear of the Renew Europe Party.
No, it's definitely not. I think it's really important to say that we're united behind the solidarity for Ukraine, and this question of the grains is just related to that. Normally, this was a measure of helping Ukraine getting out the grains because they were destinated to third countries as the seaports in the Black Sea are blocked by the Russians. So just to give other lanes to get the grains out. And then part of this was staying in some neighboring countries to Ukraine and put problems on the market. But this is not something which can divide us and will divide us in our solidarity. Then the Commission has to come up with appropriate measures to this. So there, for example, is a certificate lacking for the moment that this is in transit because it was foreseen for third countries. And if we change this, that means if there are countries within the European Union with need for such grains, then this should also be clearly destinated to those countries which needs. Then it should also be accompanied by a phytosanitary certificate so that there is no discussion about the quality of the grains, and that is on the standard we have within the European single market. So yes, there was a problem showing up, but it's a problem which can be fixed, and I'm calling for the Commission to fix it quite soon.
And in terms of Ukraine joining the EU, where are we on this timeline? We're aware that normally it takes a while to join the European Union.
Yes, totally correct. Normally it takes a while. We have accession processes which are lasting for over 20 years. The quickest one of Finland was for 3 years. And so now the ambition of Ukrainian leadership to do it within 2 years is maybe a little bit too ambitious. But of course, we try to help the Ukrainians to adapt very quickly. We will now have the first 7 points for the homeworks, as I always call them, up to the end of the year, to be able to open the negotiation. So there will be then an assessment, and we will see whether they stick in time, and then going chapter by chapter for the accession negotiations. But what for me was very impressive, when I was in Ukraine, I was in Kiev to discuss with colleagues from the Verkhovna Rada. During a rocket attack down in the shelter, we were discussing about different files where they have to adapt, and they are very, very ambitious on that. And they are working. They are working during times of war. They are not waiting for this war to be ended, but they are really working in parallel. But also we, as European Parliament, try to support their ambition.
And finally, there have been reports about Ukraine launching a spring offensive in the coming days. I mean, this could be a pivotal event in the war. Is the EU ready to back Ukraine?
Yes, I'm totally convinced, but we will not speak publicly about such events, as we will not give a forecast, especially for the Russians and their allies. But of course, we also ramped up, and not only the repairing what is there to provide for the Ukrainians, we ramped up also on training for Ukrainian soldiers on new kinds of weapons. And we are, as European Union, ramping up also on reproduction and production of what is needed for our armies, but also for the Ukrainians to provide them with.
Nicola Beer there of the Renew Europe Party. She's also a member of the European Parliament. She was speaking to Newsday's Emiz Libovitz, who is in Brussels. We got a comment on this conflict in Ukraine from Jose from the Gambia, saying that the best way to end this conflict is through dialogue, no matter what. You are listening to the BBC World Service, and this is Newsday with James Copnell and Victoria Wonghunda. Stay with us if we can. We still got more news stories for you coming up.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring King Charles's causes and passions and asking what kind of monarch he might be.
Wow, this individual was ahead of the time.
Wakes up every day trying to be a solution maker.
He cares, he's compassionate.
Charles III will soon be crowned as British king, but as the oldest monarch to assume the throne in the UK,
He's already spent decades pursuing his passions and projects.
He's one of the rare establishment figures that has consistently cared about urban inner city life.
I'm Layla Nathu, and I'll be speaking to those who know him best to understand what sort of king he'll be.
He's transforming lives all the time.
His sense of purpose was to save the world. It wasn't just to be king.
Thank you, King Charles. Keep it up, man.
The Making of King Charles. Tuesday at 8:30 and 19 GMT.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service with Victoria Owenhunda and James Cotnell.
The warring generals in Sudan are asked to agree to a regional proposal to extend the current ceasefire by another 3 days.
The tragedy left the country in mourning after losing nearly all of its national football team in a plane crash. How is Zambia remembering its heroes 3 decades on?
But first, the latest world news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. Diplomatic efforts are continuing with the aim of extending the ceasefire in Sudan between warring military factions. The Sudanese army says it's prepared to discuss the possibility with the rival Rapid Support Forces, which has not immediately responded. Republicans in the US House of Representatives have voted to increase the current national debt ceiling in exchange for nearly $5 trillion worth of spending cuts over the next 10 years. The measure is unlikely to be passed by the Democratic-held Senate. South Korea and the United States have promised an overwhelming joint response in the event of any possible use of nuclear weapons by North Korea. The commitment was unveiled during a state visit by South Korea's president. US federal prosecutors say the airman charged with leaking secret defense information may still have access to classified material. They argued Jack Teixeira should remain in jail while awaiting trial. There's been an intensification of Russian artillery and rocket attacks near the eastern Ukrainian city of Bakhmut, according to officials in Kiev. More than 300 strikes were recorded over 24 hours. Australia is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. It argues the current system is broken and failing to tackle critical labour shortages. It says Australia needs to be more assertive in attracting highly skilled professionals and international students. The State Department in Washington has said it won't allow a Sri Lankan provincial governor to enter the United States because of gross human rights violations, while Santa Karanagod was accused of a series of killings while a naval officer in the Sri Lankan Civil War. Archaeologists have used satellite images to identify 3 Roman camps in the Arabian desert that they believe were used in a previously undocumented 2nd century military campaign. BBC News.
Thanks, Danielle, for that news. Hello and welcome to Newsday. You are listening to us. You are with James and Vic. We will continue to look at the situation in Sudan as more people flee the country. If you have any comments or thoughts on that crisis, you can text us. Our number is +44 7786 205 085. We will also look back at the tragedy 30 years ago that killed nearly the whole national football team on the way to a World Cup qualifying match. How is Zambia remembering its fallen heroes?
We start this half hour in Sudan, where we are into a 13th day of fighting between the Sudanese Armed Forces of General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and the Rapid Support Forces, a paramilitary group led by Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, or Hameti, 2 men who carried out a coup in 2021. The regional body IGAD is pushing for an extension to what seems a fairly shaky 3-day ceasefire. They also want representatives of both sides to fly to neighbouring Juba in South Sudan for talks about all that. No word yet, at least from the RSF, about whether they are prepared to accept that. And the UN's representative to Sudan, Volker Perthes, has renewed calls for both sides to fully adhere to the ceasefire and allow access to humanitarian workers. We can speak to him now from Port Sudan, I believe, on the Red Sea coast. Welcome to the programme. First of all, your reaction to IGAD's efforts to get this ceasefire extended, if I could.
Good morning. Yes, indeed. IGAD, the sub-regional organization in the Horn of Africa here, has mobilized some of their most powerful people. That includes President Ruto of Kenya, President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, President Gwala of Djibouti, President Museveni of Uganda. And they all weigh in now, and they have basically summoned, or at least they have called on Burhan and Hemeti to come together in Juba to be mediated between, as it were. General Burhan has accepted in principle. There will be logistical issues, no doubt. I don't think that the RSF leadership, Hemeti or his brother, who is number 2 in command, would be able to refuse such a call if it is doable logistically. And we as United Nations would, of course, support such a mediation support by IGAD.
Are you in a position to support the logistics? I mean, when we talk about logistics, you're talking about commanders in the middle of the war, perhaps not able to want to reveal their location, the difficulties of flying out of that sort of situation as well?
No, we are not at all in the state of supporting such a thing logistically. We are not a peacekeeping operation. We have humanitarian workers, we have development workers, and we have a small political mission, UNITAMS. No, we would support it politically. We are working closely with the African Union and with IGAD in what we call a trilateral mechanism. Different avenues have to be pursued. And it is important indeed that the regional leaders come in here, whose legitimacy both sides, Burhan and Hemeti, the SAF and the RSF, definitely need. So if IGAD steps in with very concrete steps here, says their leaders are involved, then that is an offer which is difficult to refuse politically by these leaders. Logistically, they can do it, of course, because they are the ones who decide whether the ceasefire holds or whether it's broken. They have both accepted a ceasefire that was brokered in this case by the Americans for the last 2.5 days. It would end tonight. They have honored it more in the breach than in the implementation, but they are the commanders. So if they need a ceasefire to fly out, then they are the ones who can also best guarantee it.
We've heard then, as you suggest, that ceasefire has been broken in a number of places, in Khartoum, in Omdurman, in and around the capital, but also in Darfur. And you appear particularly concerned about West Darfur and some of the ethnic dimensions that the fighting perhaps is taking on there. I wonder if you could expand on that.
Well, without going into too much details, and the situation has been a bit quieter in West Darfur yesterday than it was the day before. What we are seeing here, that in the shadow of a war between these two armies, the SAF and the RSF, a lot of other forces and communities and tribal actors are sort of exploiting the situation and are pursuing their own conflicts in the shadow of that war, which is enhanced by the fact, as it were, or made worse, that the actors that are supposed to provide security for the people in the country, in Darfur and other regions, are actively involved in the fighting themselves. So if those who are supposed to represent the state and provide security are fighting with one another, there's more room for others. There's also more room for ethnic tensions that have been there before, for tribal tensions, but also for pure criminals or for opportunists who want to loot to take action. And that is what we have seen happening in Jenin and in West Darfur in the last 3 days.
It's been a really, truly disastrous couple of weeks in Sudan's, sadly, very bloody history. Perhaps also a time for introspection as well. We've heard from many Sudanese who feel that the international community, including you heavily involved in mediation over the last few years, have in some way contributed to the current problems by legitimizing General Burhan and General Hemeti, pushing them to the forefront of the political scene when so many civilians wanted only civilians at the forefront of the process in Sudan. Is that a criticism you take on board?
Well, no, not this one. I mean, everybody who moves forward would sometimes make mistakes, but I think any idea that one could have excluded the generals who actually are controlling the means of violence and have been controlling the state, at least again since the coup of 25 October 21, that you exclude them in negotiations for solutions or in trying to devise a solution. Any suggestion like that doesn't make sense. And yes, of course, political parties, movements, actors always would see that we are speaking to the respective other side and say, oh, he's speaking to the generals, so he must be on their side, or he's speaking to this general, so he must be on that side. He's speaking to the other one, he must be on that side. No, we have to speak to both sides, and we had and will still have to make clear that you will have a solution which the military honors in the end. You cannot make an agreement between civilians only. The military would be unhappy with that and either not commit to it or break it once a few days have passed.
Have you been able to speak to either General Burhan or General Hemeti in the last few days?
I have been in contact with both of them. Sometimes it's not for the communication situation here. Sometimes it's not possible to speak on the phone, but there are text messages and other means.
And do you get any sense that they're prepared to actually abide by a ceasefire to stop this fighting?
They've both committed to the last ceasefires, which we have had one after the other, the last 3-day ceasefires, the one brokered by the Americans, but they have not totally respected it or only respected it partly. They are both, when you speak to them, when you ask them why this is happening or that is happening, they are both accusing the respective other sides, that the others have started to break it. We have to defend ourselves.
Volker Perthes, he is the UN's Special Envoy for Sudan.
Well, on this day, the 27th of April, 1993, 30 years ago, a plane crash wiped out nearly all of Zambia's national football team. 18 footballers were among 30 people killed as the team made their way to Senegal for a World Cup qualifying match. And so today, the nation will commemorate the loss of a generation of players that inspired the nation to later victories. For more, we can now speak to Sydney Mungala, who's a spokesperson for the Football Association of Zambia. Good morning to you, Sydney, and welcome to the program. Tell us, how has the 30th anniversary to mark the plane crash being planned and organized in Zambia today?
Well, good morning, and obviously, maybe first to just put things in perspective, the accident happened on the night of 27th April. So the nation was only informed on the 28th of April, which is tomorrow. So essentially, the day was automatically commemorated on the 28th of April. So we will be having a commemoration tomorrow at the Heroes Acre. And obviously, government has also indicated that they will be part of this event because it will mark 30 years since Zambia lost the national team, including the 2 coaches and also the aeroplane crew. So it's a very big event for us because 30 years has been a long time. And we've been collaborating with our family members, the government, and also obviously the football family. So it's going to be a very big commemoration for everyone tomorrow at the Heroes Acre.
You said it's been a long time, 30 years is many years. So do Zambians, especially the young ones, still think or even know about the crash?
Fortunately, this is an event that has been regularly commemorated every year. People have always found time to go to their site and honor these heroes. They meant a lot to the football game and they were widely known. So despite the 30 years that have passed since we lost that entire team, it has always been a very solemn moment that has been commemorated every year. And obviously, the nation has kept that date to try and renew its significance every year, in terms of our football.
And how much of an inspiration was that team 30 years ago to the Chipolopolo, the national team that eventually went on to shock a whole continent when they won the Africa Cup of Nations in 2012?
Of course, 2012 provided some sort of relief because the victory happened in the same country where we lost an entire team. So in a way, it was felt like maybe some form of natural justice had taken place. But obviously, those guys were on their way to fulfilling a World Cup fixture. Zambia has not yet qualified to the World Cup in terms of senior men. So it remains the nation's goal to ensure that we continue trying to qualify to the World Cup so that we can fully honor the memory of these guys who actually died on their way to fulfilling a FIFA World Cup qualifier. So it remains our dream. Every one of those 30 years that we go to the Heroes Acre, we remind ourselves of that unfulfilled dream by that team that we hope that we can one day fully honor them when we qualify to the World Cup.
All right, Sydney Mungala, spokesperson for the Football Association of Zambia. Thank you for coming on to the program. You're listening to Newsday with Vic and James.
Yeah, and here are our main headlines. The warring parties in Sudan have been asked to agree to an East African regional proposal to extend the current ceasefire by another 3 days. We just heard from Volker Perthes, the UN Special Envoy for Sudan, saying he wasn't sure if the Rapid Support Forces, the paramilitary group, one of the main warring parties, was prepared to accept the proposal, but they thought they would eventually because of regional pressure. Also, the US House of Representatives has approved an increase in government borrowing in exchange for big spending cuts. And the South Korean and US presidents have vowed that any North Korean use of nuclear weapons will prompt an overwhelming joint response.
Well, let's now cross over to Nick Hatton, who has all the latest sporting news.
Thank you. It is advantage Manchester City in the race for the Premier League title.
Haaland gives it to Debra, who just passes it into the net. Past the defender, past Ramsdale. 2 on the night for Debra, and there's no stopping Manchester City tonight, and maybe not in the Premier League race now either. Dominant.
Yeah, City thrashing leaders Arsenal 4-1 at the Etihad on Wednesday. Kevin De Bruyne scoring twice to move them to within 2 points of the leaders Arsenal. Crucially, though, they have 2 games in hand. The title is now City's to lose, according to manager Pep Guardiola.
The most important thing is our destiny is in our hands. So today, winning Arsenal will be in their hands, and now it's in our hands. And when you arrive at the end of the season, when whatever happened, it doesn't matter. It's our performance. To win the games, it depends on us. This is the best way to approach the last 6-7 games.
Elsewhere, Liverpool are up to 6th with a 2-1 win at West Ham. There's a really important win for Nottingham Forest as well. They won 3-1 at home to Brighton to move out of the relegation zone. Chelsea have lost 5 games in a row in all competitions for the first time in 30 years. They were beaten 2-0 at home by Brentford. Thursday sees 3 matches: Tottenham against Manchester United, Everton versus Newcastle, and Southampton at home to Bournemouth. And 24 hours after Real Madrid was stunned in La Liga, the leaders Barcelona were also beaten on Wednesday, a 2-1 defeat away to Rayo Vallecano. Barcelona still 11 points clear at the top. To big news in the NBA next. In the Eastern Conference, top seeds Milwaukee Bucks have been knocked out of the playoffs. They've gone down to a 128-126 overtime defeat to the 8th seed Miami Heat. It means the Heat win the series 4-1. They go on to face the New York Knicks. They have their first playoff series victory since 2013. They've beaten the Cleveland Cavaliers 106-95 to go through 4-1. In form, Jalen Brunson scoring 23 points. Here's his Knicks teammate, Josh Hart.
The star player, he showed that last year in the playoffs. He showed that this whole season. Now he's continuing to show. He's continuing to prove people wrong. And none of us in that locker room or in that front office or coaching staff is surprised with how he's playing.
Now, the Memphis Grizzlies kept their Western Conference playoff campaign alive with a 116-99 victory over the LA Lakers. Lakers lead that series 3-2, while the Golden State Warriors moved 3-2 ahead of the Sacramento Kings with a 123-116 win in Game 5. And in the opening game of the Nile Conference in the Basketball Africa League, debutants Al Ali of Egypt were 92-74 winners over Ferroviario de Beira of Mozambique.
Thank you so much, Nick, for that sporting headlines.
Now, military leaders in the United States say they do not want a war with China as the largest ever combat drills featuring the US and the Philippines draw to a close. They began just days after China's military rehearsed a blockade of Taiwan, a display the US called disproportionate. China's claims over the self-governing island are growing louder, even as the US's commitment to defend it appears to be deepening. With tensions high in the region, people find themselves caught between two superpowers. Laura Bicker reports from the Batanes Islands, the northernmost islands of the Philippines, just over 100 kilometers from Taiwan.
That sound you hear are small fishing boats slapping against the incoming tide, rocking back and forth, tethered to the island of Itbayat by a single blue rope. This is the most northern inhabited island in the Philippines. Life has hardly changed for decades, but in the last few years, they're beginning to feel an increasing amount of tension as the rhetoric grows over the island to the north. Just a couple of 100 kilometers from here is Taiwan. We untether the boat and head out to sea with local fisherman Cyrus Malupa. He casts a single wire line with a metal hook into the water.
Sometimes the Chinese fishermen used to harass us. But when we reported that to the government placed Philippine Marines there on duty.
The Filipino President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has taken a more assertive stance with Beijing, sending out Navy and Coast Guard patrols to project strength in contested waters. Beijing claims sovereignty over almost the entire South China Sea, despite an international court ruling that that assertion has no legal basis.
Mainland China is a giant for us. So the presence of the U.S. military here in the Philippines, for me, it's good.
This year, the United States and the Philippines held their largest joint combat drills. The exercises included defending an island from potential aggressors. That took place on the Batanes Islands.
Our method of operation here and a goal of our campaign in the region is to deter conflict from ever occurring.
Major General Joseph Ryan is the commanding general of the 25th Infantry Division, which took part in the air assault drills. He denies their increased presence will provoke the People's Republic of China.
We don't want a war with the PRC. We do not want that. We do not desire that. We are not provoking that. A war with the PRC is good for nobody.
The US is keen to show off its capabilities in Asia, holding ever more military drills with allies throughout the region. For Washington, this is not just about a display of shiny new arms. It's about shoring up alliances, and that includes with the Philippines, whose location is an asset. We've come all the way up to Santa Ana. This is a tiny village which sits at the northern tip of Luzon, and there's a naval base here. And when we were on our way, I thought, well, this will be a very large naval base because this is one of the bases that the United States has access to. Well, how wrong was I? It is a tiny naval base with very few resources apart from an airstrip that gives it access to the Taiwan Strait.
It's not really a base. It may be a camp, a Boy Scout camp, but it's not. It's really a camp. Yeah.
The governor of the province of Cagayan is Manuel Mamba. He is unhappy that 2 of the 4 new bases the US can now access in the Philippines are in his province.
This is not my call or the call of our people. It's the call of our national leaders. We will abide by it. We may disagree with it, but really, it's all because we don't want war. We don't want to be caught on the two superpowers.
That report from Laura Bicker in the Philippines.
Now, around 50 million people suffer with epilepsy around the world, although awareness and treatment of the condition may vary dramatically depending on where you live. Initially, for our next guest, he did not realize what his seizures meant until he read up all of it on him by himself and put his computer skills to use. Joining us now on the program is Bright Blyer, a software developer who developed an app called Seizure Assistant, which helps those who suffer from the condition. Good morning to you, Bright, and welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
I'm just imagining that it must have been so much frustrations for you that led you to developing this app.
Definitely, it was frustration and just an observation of lack of understanding of the people around me that led me to building the mobile application.
And so talk to us, how does this app actually work? How does Seizure Assistant help those who have the same condition as you do?
In a moment that somebody is about to suffer a seizure, we have certain types of seizures that require very, very specific first aid instructions for them to be restored back to health. And so with Seizure Assistant, when a person gets an aura, which is basically a series of signs that they're about to have a seizure, they can just push a button on the phone and the application will be triggered into panic state. If they don't get an aura or those warnings before the seizure, we are building a neural detector that is able to automatically detect that a seizure is about to happen. And when that is detected, it takes the application into panic state. Now, this panic state does three things when triggered. One, it will send an SMS to an emergency contact who's been set on the application. Two, it will play some SOS sound on the phone itself, the phone of the user, to basically just get the attention of the people around them. Because I noticed that whenever I would have a seizure, people would run away or they will start to exorcise me. And once that SOS sound is played, the third thing is done. The display of the very instructions that people need in order to provide first aid, but not just any first aid, the right first aid, depending on the kind of seizures that the person suffers.
I completely get you when you say, when you have a seizure, people run. I grew up with my oldest sister who suffered from epilepsy for years. And, when she first had it when I was of age, I was really, really frightened. And, it's good to have this app where it sends all these signals and, put it in a panic state. But I was just wondering about language. What languages is this app in?
There's a beautiful thing with that is that Google has allowed for localization, which is basically a package which we just incorporate into our programming. So based on where the user is, the application is able to change the language to whatever language is most suitable in that area. But by default, we're trying to allow localization to just switch to the default language of the user's phone. So when you install it, whatever language you're using on your phone, the application switches to that language. That package is already available to us.
Is it iOS and Android on both, or are you starting with one and the other?
No, we're running on both. We're building it in Flutter, which allows us to build, to release both iOS and Android running devices, or rather platforms.
And when do you plan on rolling it out to the world?
We should be doing a rollout maybe by July, somewhere there, but I shall be speaking about a first version that I have an MVP right now, but we just finished a research funded by Google, which I was doing in Kenya after I won the Inclusive Africa Award. So we shall be doing a presentation next month, and then we shall do a final rollout, I think, by July.
Bright Blyer, thank you so much for taking the time to coming onto the program, and good luck with the launch of your app, which is hoping to help millions of people who suffer from epilepsy. So the app is called Seizure Assistant, and that was Bright Blyer there speaking to us from Lusaka in Zambia. You are listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service with me and James.
Yeah, we've had a reaction into our story on Sudan from Ladu Alfred in Uganda. Ladu says, sharing power in Sudan is the answer. This is Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service, and on the food chain this week...
India and Kenya are trying to introduce genetically modified food crops for the first time. I'm Ruth Alexander, asking whether there are lessons to be learned from a third country, the United States, where consumers remain divided on GM foods decades after they were first introduced.
The food chain, today at 10:30 and 21:30 GMT. At 7:30 GMT, Business Daily.
India is one of the largest consumers of edible oil. Now it plans to produce more of it at home by using genetic technology. How? Join us to find out more.
Now it's back to Newsday. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Victoria Ornhunda and James Cotnell.
Coming up, new diplomatic efforts are underway to extend the current and shaky ceasefire in Sudan. The United Nations Special Envoy tells us he's not certain both sides will agree, but regional pressure may secure an agreement.
We'll go to Sudan's western region of Darfur to find out about the fighting there, which is still continuing.
Also today, a landmark deal has been reached between the United States and South Korea that will protect the latter against any possible nuclear attack from north.
We'll head to Spain too, where they're suffering from a drought, and today also bracing themselves for temperatures set to reach nearly 40 degrees centigrade.
And in sports news, a bad night for league leaders Arsenal as Manchester City continues to chase them down. That's all after the latest world news.
This is Danielle Yawowiecka with the BBC News. Hello. Diplomats are stepping up efforts in Sudan to extend a ceasefire between troops loyal to rival generals. They're trying to end an outbreak of violence that's left more than 500 people dead and forced tens of thousands to flee the country. The United Nations envoy to Sudan, Volker Perthes, has confirmed to the BBC he was trying to organise a 3-day extension.
We are working closely with the African Union and with IGAD in what we call a trilateral mechanism. Different avenues have to be pursued, and it is important indeed that the regional leaders come in here whose legitimacy both sides, Burhan and Hemeti, the SAF and the RSF definitely need. So if IGAD steps in with very concrete steps here, says their leaders are involved, then that is an offer which is difficult to refuse politically.
China, one of Sudan's largest trading partners, has sent naval vessels to evacuate more of its citizens. Its foreign ministry said it expected to transfer some 800 people. Tens of thousands of Sudanese nationals are also fleeing the violence and insecurity in their country. Catherine Bjarahanga is in nearby Djibouti.
Sudan's neighbors who are taking in majority of those fleeing. So countries like South Sudan, Chad, Ethiopia, Egypt, countries that have struggled with their own conflicts and are facing economic instability. The United Nations and other aid organizations are calling for more support for them to be able to help those fleeing. And it's another reminder that usually in conflicts, it's a country's neighbors that usually take on majority of the burden.
President Erdogan of Turkey has cancelled scheduled election campaign appearances for the second day running. He had been due to attend the opening ceremony of Turkey's first new nuclear power plant, but it's been announced that he'll take part via video link instead. It comes just weeks before crucial parliamentary and presidential elections. Republicans in the US House of Representatives have passed a bill that will raise the country's debt ceiling in conjunction with big spending cuts. The bill is in conflict with President Joe Biden's hopes of increasing the amount of money the US can borrow without conditions attached. The Republican House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said he hoped the result would force President Biden to begin meaningful talks.
He's putting the American economy in jeopardy by his lack of action. Now he should sit down and negotiate. We passed this early. We are in April, way ahead of the debt limit. We are the only party to take fiscal action that would lift the debt limit so we wouldn't have economic damage.
You're listening to the World News from the BBC. The Australian government is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. It argues the current system is broken and prevents officials from tackling labour shortages. The Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill said Australia had to, as she put it, skill up or sink. The government says Australia needs to be more assertive in the global race for talent. South Korea and the United States have promised an overwhelming joint response in the event of any possible use of nuclear weapons by North Korea. The commitment comes in the Washington Declaration announced during a state visit by South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol. Seoul says it welcomes the opportunity for a greater voice in US nuclear strategy. Jean McKenzie is in Seoul.
So this is really about strengthening the US's commitment to defend South Korea using its nuclear weapons. The US is responsible for South Korea's defense, and it's always been implied that the US would use nuclear weapons if it was felt that it was needed. But people here had started to question that commitment. They needed reassuring. So what's been agreed is that the US is going to send these nuclear-powered submarines to the Korean Peninsula for the first time in more than 40 years. They will come periodically, so they won't be stationed here permanently.
The State Department in Washington has said it won't allow a Sri Lankan provincial governor into the United States because of gross human rights violations. Wasanta Karanagod was accused of a series of killings while a naval officer in the Sri Lankan Civil War. Local authorities dropped the charges 2 years ago. A team of British archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They used satellite images to pick out what's referred to as the fortification's playing card shapes. The researchers believe they're evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign. The area was a base for Rome's 2nd century capture of the Nabatean kingdom. BBC World News.
Thank you for that news and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Vic and James. The crisis in Sudan is our top story. We're going to focus particularly on the fighting in Darfur, the western region, still recovering from a 2-decade-long civil war before the clashes of the last few days. You can send us a text on Darfur, Sudan, or in fact anything you hear on Newsday. Our number is +44 77 86 20 50 85. We'll hear about a big defense deal between the US and South Korea as both look warily at North Korea. Spain braces itself for a heat wave, and I brace myself for our sports bulletin, which will document the demise of my beloved Arsenal at the hands of Manchester City.
We are starting this hour in Sudan and the deepening crisis there, with the latest being calls for an extension to the current ceasefire, which is due to lapse later on Thursday. The shaky 72-hour pause in the bitter fighting has so far allowed large numbers of people to escape. But the regional African bloc, IGAD, is now pushing for an extension to the ceasefire. It's a plan the Sudanese army says it's open to discussing, but as yet there's been no word from the rival Rapid Support Forces. Well, the UN's representative to the country, Volker Perthes, has also expressed his deep concern about reports of fighting, looting, and attacks on civilians in Sudan's West Darfur's region. He spoke to us a short while ago.
What we are seeing here, that in the shadow of a war between these two armies, the SAF and the RSF, a lot of other forces and communities and tribal actors are sort of exploiting the situation and are pursuing their own conflicts in the shadow of that war. There's also more room for ethnic tensions that have been there before, for tribal tensions, but also for pure criminals or for opportunists who want to loot to take action. And that is what we have seen happening in Jenin and in West Darfur in the last 3 days.
Volker Perthes there, UN envoy for Sudan. Let's head then to Darfur. We can speak to Ahmed Guja, journalist and human rights monitor based in the town of Nyala, biggest city in Darfur, of course. I believe there's a little bit of a delay in the line, but we will persist with it. Ahmed, hello to you. What is the situation like in Nyala right now?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Our situation in Nyala, it is a clamp down since the 3 days or 4 days ago because of this ceasefire local initiatives. we have some cases like yesterday evening. There is a group of motorcycles militias try to attack the main market in Niala city and to loot people's properties and goods. And also today morning, very early, that there is a gunfire sounds around also within that Niala biggest market. Also, people, eyewitnesses around that area, they confirmed that there is a two vehicles, malicious vehicles trying to enter the areas of Niala market, so they defeat by the Sudanese army.
Ahmed, sorry just to cut across you, but when you say militias, are we talking about the rapid support forces, i.e. the paramilitary group which is fighting the Sudanese forces throughout Sudan, or is this another militia group that the conflict in Darfur and Niala is getting more complicated?
Yeah, this is another malicious group. They are not RSF, not rapid support forces. Those are the militias working at the side with the RSF, rapid support forces. Came from the nomads people. Those are the Arab groups riding on motorcycles, and also at the same time you find them on the vehicles, looting, stealing, and destroying people properties and killing. So what we have in Niala, like there is a two side of war between rapid support forces and Sudanese army forces. At the same side, we have a war with the militias who are looting and stealing people's properties. So within all the 12 days going on, the 11 days from the second day of the war in Niala, those groups of militias, armed militias appear on Niala areas, and they're starting doing this, stealing and looting people properties. The same thing that's going on in the other states, like West Darfur states.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about West Darfur. Fill us in a bit there, because it seems like there have been quite a number of casualties.
Yeah, but we have a local initiatives for ceasefire, led by the community leaders, religious leaders, have getting succeed to end the war, the direct war between rapid support forces, and to stop the gunfire between the two sides, the two main sides, rapid support forces and Sudanese army forces. So what we are right now in, we have that lack of insecurity regarding the missing of the state itself. There is no police deployed in the many areas. We have the government have deployed the police in some main areas around the markets, and it is very limited. So many people have right now, they have armed themselves to protect the neighborhoods, to protect those small markets in such areas, like where the neighborhoods areas, we have small markets protected by civilians.
Is there a sense where you are, and perhaps also in Janina, maybe Zaninja, that things are on the verge of spiraling out of control? When you talk about civilians arming themselves, and militia groups, and the conflict broadening out between the Sudanese armed forces and the RSF, these are very, very worrying signs in Darfur, where people know from bitter experience how brutal conflict can be.
Yeah, it is something very, very, very dangerous when the civilians arm themselves. But as you know, that Darfur, it has a very long war histories where there is missing of the state itself. Like during the normal days before the war getting start between the rapid support forces and Sudanese army, we have lack of securities. There is no safety. So just compare during the normal days, there is a lack of security, and there is insecurities everywhere within the Niala city. So right now we have a war between the two big army organizations, and there is no security, there is no anything that even the government itself it is not there. So anyone who's having like goods, like having business, having shops, having good cars, nice business, you have to look for guns to protect your own properties.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Ahmed Guja, thank you so much indeed. I think we're just losing that line there, but he is a rights monitor, human rights monitor, based in the town of Nyala in Darfur.
You are listening to Newsday from the BBC World Service with Vic and James. It's just coming up to 7:15. Now, some of our headlines this morning, as we've been hearing, the United Nations envoy to Sudan has told the BBC that he's asking Sudan's warring generals to extend a ceasefire agreement that's due to expire within a matter of hours. President Erdogan of Turkey has cancelled election campaign appearances for a second day after he was suddenly taken ill during a live television show. The U.S. House of Representatives has approved an increase in government borrowing in exchange for big spending cuts. And Australia is to thoroughly overhaul its programs for migrant workers. Officials say the current system is broken.
Now, as an Arsenal fan, the moment I've been dreading, Nick Hatton with all the sports.
Yeah, sorry to disappoint you because Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola says the Premier League title is now in their own hands after their 4-1 thrashing of leaders Arsenal at the Etihad on Wednesday. Kevin De Bruyne scoring twice as a rampant City moved to within 2 points of the leaders. Crucially, though, City have 2 games in hand. Elsewhere in the Premier League, there was a really important win for Nottingham Forest. Their 3-0 victory at home to Brighton moves them out of the relegation zone. Liverpool are up to 6th with a 2-1 win at West Ham, but more disappointment for Chelsea. They've lost 5 games in a row in all competitions for the first time in 30 years as they were beaten 2-0 at home by Brentford. And big news in the NBA, the Eastern Conference top seeds Milwaukee Bucks have been knocked out of the playoffs. It's after a 128-126 overtime defeat to the 8th seeds Miami Heat. It means the Heat win the series 4-1. They'll go on to face the New York Knicks. They themselves have their first playoff series victory since 2013. They've beaten the Cleveland Cavaliers 106-95.
Nick Hatton, thank you. He's back in half an hour or so.
Well, to business now, because Samsung Electronics made almost $500 million in the first 3 months of this year. $500 million. Now, that's a 95% drop from the same time last year. Well, let's get more with our business correspondent in Singapore, Katie Silva. Katie, this was a confirmation of Samsung's earlier estimates, wasn't it?
That's right. So Samsung earlier this month released its preliminary estimates, and indeed what they had forecast came to pass. It was the company's worst quarter in terms of profit in 14 years, that 95% drop that you mentioned. It was dragged down by its chip business as demand for semiconductors dropped. So what's happened is, of course, during the pandemic, everybody was forced to stay at home. People bought up phones and computers and smart washers and cars, and then and there was lots of money to spend for many people. But then what that led to was a chip shortage. Companies wished in, they brought up all that semiconductor stock, and that led them to have too much inventory, which meant that now they're no longer buying up that stock. It hit demand for the first 3 months of this year, and indeed it's expected to do the same for the current 3 months that we're in. The other aspect of this too is that with economic recession looming and many people having relatively fresh electronics, demand for these chip-heavy devices has never been lower. It's down as well. And what that's meant is that chip prices have plummeted. They're down now about 70% over the previous 9 months. Now, what's causing this is this has been also, causing a cut in production across the sector, including Samsung. It's announced that it's going to be cutting production, which is very rare for Samsung. It's, other chip makers do this somewhat regularly. Samsung certainly doesn't. But still, the world's biggest chip maker, it says that it's not all doom and gloom. It says, well, it's not expecting recovery, as I say, this quarter. By the second half of this year, it says customers will be buying chips again, particularly because they'll have run out of inventory. The chip division is normally a very reliable cash cow for Samsung. It recently announced a multi-billion-dollar investment going on the next few decades to try and build a huge chip park on the outskirts of Seoul. So it is a hugely important part of its business. It both makes chips that it sells on elsewhere, as well as the fact that it then puts these into its own mobile phone. And in fact, its phone part of the business did relatively well. It was a bright spot. It had a decent amount of profit. And in fact, it seems to be, because it's not lowering costs on that side of things, it's focusing more on profit than the numbers of phones sold. And therefore, it's actually going relatively well on that front. But it has also been spending up a fair bit of money, opening up new factories, for example, in Taylor in Texas, and another factory in South Korea. And it says long term, it's still maintaining its very positive outlook. Proliferation, for example, electric vehicles, artificial intelligence, and high-performance computing likely to continue to increase demand for chips.
All right. Katie Silva, our business reporter in Singapore. Thank you so much. Always grateful to have your insights into business world.
Now we're going to turn to what's being called a landmark deal between the United States and South Korea. The Biden administration is trying to reassure Seoul that it will provide protection against a nuclear attack from North Korea. The Washington Declaration outlines plans to periodically deploy US nuclear-armed submarines to South Korea and to involve Seoul in its planning for potential use of nuclear weapons. The deal was signed during an ongoing state visit to the US by the South Korean President, Yoon Suk-yeol. For more, I've been speaking to Jean H. Lee, Director of the Korea Program at the Wilson Center in Washington, and a former Associated Press Bureau Chief in the North Korean capital, Pyongyang.
The Washington Declaration underlines the concern that both Washington and Seoul have about the growing nuclear threat posed by North Korea. And so I think it also reflects that they see that the way to deter them has changed, and that South Korea, for example, is feeling incredibly nervous about the ramping up of testing from North Korea and wants to make sure that Washington has their back. If not, there have been rising calls in South Korea to build their own nuclear weapons. So I think that this declaration really gets at that concern in South Korea about this nuclear threat from North Korea.
Does the fact that South Korea, Seoul, has committed to not pursuing its own nuclear deterrent, is that going to be something that will raise some criticism in South Korea?
As part of this agreement, the U.S. administration has asked South Korea to pledge that it won't pursue its own nuclear weapons and that it will stick to and abide by its commitments under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So that's one thing that's come out of this to try to address that, the call for nuclear weapons. I think that it remains to be seen whether this will be the reassurance that the South Korean people are looking for. We're going to see in the coming weeks or months a nuclear-powered or nuclear-capable U.S. submarine in South Korean waters. And it's been many, many years since we've seen that. So that is both a show of assurance on the part of the U.S. to the South Koreans, but also a show of force. And so what could come in terms of a response from the North Koreans? So, and how will that affect how tenuous this agreement is? We'll see. But I think we'll wait to see. The polls have been showing increasingly that South Koreans are nervous about the threat and want their own nuclear weapons. We shall see whether this deal allays some of those concerns and provides the assurance that they're looking for from the United States.
For North Korea, this may well look pretty threatening. How would you anticipate them responding?
You know, to be honest, the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, at times I think he relishes these kinds of actions because it fits into his narrative that North Korea is under threat from the United States. It fits into his narrative that the Korean War, which was that conflict, the fighting, the hostilities ended with a ceasefire 70 years ago in July. But he's been claiming that the war is still active all this time. And so I do think that he will see this as an opportunity to justify another test of some sort. So I do think we need to brace ourselves for that possibility.
Has the time of negotiations with Pyongyang ended? Donald Trump was pretty convinced he could talk to North Korea's leadership. Is that period over, do you think?
I certainly hope it's not over completely, because I do think that diplomacy is one of the only solutions we have to this intractable issue. However, I think that this declaration also acknowledges that the equation, the solution is so much more complicated now because of the nuclear threat, because of the fact that North Korea has advanced its program, its arsenal, to such a degree that it poses this threat to the region, this nuclear threat to the region. So, but I do hope that there is an opportunity in the future to get back to nuclear negotiations, because certainly what we don't want is a nuclear arms race in Northeast Asia. So if they don't find a way to deter North Korea and to negotiate and speak to North Korea, and if that program continues to accelerate and expand, we are going to see calls from other countries in the region seeking to ramp up their own defense and perhaps seek nuclear weapons as well. And that is a terrifying prospect.
That is Jean H. Lee, Director of the Korea Program at the Wilson Center think tank in the US.
The Washington Declaration.
Oh, don't think we were meant to be hearing that little bit of audio. Never mind. Let's press on to Spain, I think, Vic.
Yes, that is where we are headed, because the drought-hit country is bracing for temperatures which are expected to reach 39 degrees centigrade today. That's about 103 degrees Fahrenheit in what is predicted to be its hottest spring on record. Those temperatures are 15 to 20 degrees Celsius hotter than on average at this time of the year. Well, let's speak now to our Spain correspondent, Guy Hedgecoe. Good morning to you, Guy, because I believe now it's about almost 8:30 in the morning where you are. What are the temperatures like for the moment?
Well, for the moment, it's pretty reasonable. Where I am in Madrid, it's actually relatively cool. I think it's somewhere around 20 degrees. But later in the day, here in Madrid, it's going to rise to the low 30s, 32. It's down in the south of the country where we're expecting to see the really high temperatures later on today. So at the moment, it's relatively cool down in the south, but in Andalusia, as you say, there could be temperatures as high as 39 degrees, possibly even 40 degrees. If so, that would be a record for Spain in April. So we really are bracing ourselves for much higher temperatures later on in the day today.
And how big a region would you say is looking to having this scorching heat?
Sorry, the line cut out there. I didn't hear the question.
I was just asking how big the region is that is expected to have these up to 40 degrees today.
Well, it's the southern region of Andalusia is the area which tends to see that feel the brunt of heat waves in Spain in the summer, and again that area is going to see probably the worst of the heat over the next couple of days. But we're told that around 8 million people across Spain are seeing extraordinary high temperatures at the moment. And so much of the country already has been seeing very high temperatures this week. Even areas in the north that would not expect to see temperatures really beyond the mid-20s are seeing temperatures several degrees higher than that already. So the whole country has been experiencing this heat wave, but it's really the Andalusia region down in the south and those big cities of Seville, also Cordoba and Granada, they are going to see much higher temperatures than normal.
Is there a government strategy in hand now, or how are they planning to cope with this?
Well, what we've heard so far from the government is that the kind of warnings and information that you would normally hear sort of in the middle of July or in August, when the heat is expected. So they've been telling people to stay indoors, out of the heat, where possible during the hottest time of the day, which tends to be sort of from around 5 o'clock onwards, where possible. But of course, people are not on holiday for the most part at the moment. They're out working, a lot of people, so that's difficult. But they've also been telling, the authorities have also been telling us to drink water. They've been saying that old people and younger children are particularly at risk. So those kinds of pieces of information that you would normally hear in the summer. But also there have been some unusual measures taken, such as the opening of swimming pools is being brought forward this year in many parts of the country. And many schools have been told that they can bring their classes forward to earlier in the day so that children will be studying at cooler times of day. Also, many classes are going to be held outside in the shade in schools where there's no air conditioning. So there are a lot of measures being introduced, not just by the central government, but also by local governments as well to try and manage the heat.
All right, Guy Hedgecoe, our Spain correspondent. I know you said it was cold, or it was at least cool where you are, but stay safe. You're listening to News on the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service, where Rutherford and Fry have another curious case to solve.
After our major maths nerd out in the Pi episode, loads of you wrote in to ask for some more maths. Did they though? Yes, they did, Adam. Yes, they did. So, Dr. Rutherford, for this episode, we're talking about imaginary numbers. Numbers that are indispensable in maths, engineering, and physics.
The square root of -1, it's an impossible concept.
Who first came up with this idea and what were they up to?
It's a guy called Jerome Cardano in Italy in the 16th century. In the middle of his calculations, he had a square root of a negative number, and it sort of stopped him in his tracks. And he said, that's not right. This seems like it's an impossible case, was what he wrote down.
Around this time, the Renaissance, there's a lot of this going on, isn't there?
If you can solve these things, you can make a lot of money from it.
The Impossible Number, Monday at 19:30 GMT.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service with Victoria Owanhunda and James Copnell.
The United Nations Special Envoy to Sudan tells us he's part of efforts to organize an extension to the ceasefire, which is due to expire today.
An immigration bill by the UK government passes a major hurdle.
And the former Fugees rapper Pras Michel has been found guilty of political conspiracy. All those stories and more. First, the latest world news.
BBC News with Danielle Yawowiecka. The United Nations envoy to Sudan has confirmed to the BBC he's trying to organise a 3-day extension to the current truce between troops loyal to two rival generals. It's due to expire later on Thursday. China has deployed naval vessels to evacuate more of its citizens. Its foreign ministry said it expected to transfer 800 more people. Tens of thousands of Sudanese nationals are also fleeing. President Erdogan of Turkey has cancelled scheduled election campaign appearances for a second day. On Tuesday night, he seemed to fall ill live on television. Republicans in the US House of Representatives are hoping a bill they've approved on borrowing limits will convince President Biden to begin negotiations on spending cuts. It's unlikely the bill will be passed by the Democratic-held Senate. US federal prosecutors want the airman charged with leaking secret defense information to remain in jail ahead of his trial. Prosecutors say Jack Teixeira may still have access to classified information and could harm national security if he released it. The State Department in Washington has said it won't allow a Sri Lankan provincial governor to enter the United States. It accuses him of rights violations during Sri Lanka's civil war. Washington and Seoul have promised an overwhelming joint response in the event of any possible use of nuclear weapons by North Korea. The commitment was unveiled during the South Korean president's state visit to the US. Australia is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. It argues the current system is failing to tackle critical labour shortages and needs to be more assertive in attracting high-skilled professionals. Archaeologists have used satellite images to identify 3 Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They say they date to the 2nd century and give insights into the Roman army's tactics. BBC News.
Danielle for that news summary. Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service, where you are with James Copnell and Victoria Uwonhunda. This next half hour, we will continue to bring you the latest on the deepening crisis in Sudan. We hear from the UN envoy to the country and what he makes of the ceasefire, which is about to expire later on today. We're also talking about the illegal immigration into the UK as a new bill just passed its 3rd reading in Parliament on Wednesday night. We'll also hear from our refugee activists here in the UK. If you have anything you want to share with us on those stories and anything else you hear on the program, our number is +4477 786 20 50 85.
Yes, we start in Sudan, where the conflict between the Sudanese armed forces of General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and the paramilitary rapid support forces of Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, or Hemeti, continues. 3-day-long ceasefire has not really held and is shortly to come to an end. There are regional efforts led by IGAD, the regional body, to extend it. United Nations representative to Sudan, Volker Perthes, has renewed calls for both sides to respect the ceasefire and allow access for humanitarian workers. We've heard on the programme about the problems in South and West Darfur, lots of concerns about ongoing fighting there, fighting too in Khartoum and Omdurman, Sudanese capital, at the very heart of the state. We've heard too about people desperately trying to flee the country as well. So a short while ago, I spoke to Volker Perthes of the UN. He's in Port Sudan in the Red Sea coast. And I asked him first about regional efforts to mediate peace.
IGAD, the sub-regional organization in the Horn of Africa here, has mobilized some of their most powerful people. That includes President Ruto of Kenya, President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, President Gwala of Djibouti, President Museveni of Uganda. And they all weigh in now, and they have basically summoned, or at least they have called on Burhan and Hemeti to come together in Juba to be mediated between, as it were. General Burhan has accepted in principle. There will be logistical issues, no doubt. I don't think that the RSF leadership, Hemeti or his brother, who is number 2 in command, would be able to refuse such a call if it is doable logistically. And we as United Nations would, of course, support such a mediation support by IGAD.
We've heard then that ceasefire has been broken in a number of places, in Khartoum, in Omdurman, in and around the capital, but also in Darfur. And you appear particularly concerned about West Darfur and some of the ethnic dimensions that the fighting perhaps is taking on there. I wonder if you could expand on that.
Well, without going into too much details, and the situation has been a bit quieter in West Darfur yesterday than it was the day before. What we are seeing here, that in the shadow of a war between these two armies, the SAF and the RSF, a lot of other forces and communities and tribal actors are sort of exploiting the situation and are pursuing their own conflicts in the shadow of that war, which is enhanced by the fact, as it were, or made worse, that the actors that are supposed to provide security for the people in the country, in Darfur and other regions, are actively involved in the fighting themselves. So if those who are supposed to represent the state and provide security are fighting with one another, there's more room for others. There's also more room for ethnic tensions that have been there before, for tribal tensions, but also for pure criminals or for opportunists who want to loot to take action. And that is what we have seen happening in Jenin and in West Darfur in the last 3 days.
It's been a really, truly disastrous couple of weeks in Sudan's sadly very bloody history, perhaps also a time for introspection as well. We've heard from many Sudanese who feel that the international community, including you heavily involved in mediation over the last few years, have in some way contributed to the current problems by legitimizing General Burhan and General Hemeti, pushing them to the forefront of the political scene when so many civilians wanted only civilians at the forefront of the process in Sudan. Is that a criticism you take on board?
Well, no, not this one. I mean, everybody who moves forward would sometimes make mistakes, but I think any idea that one could have excluded the generals who actually are controlling the means of violence and have been controlling the state, at least again since the coup of 25 October 21, that you exclude them in negotiations for solutions or in trying to devise a solution. Any suggestion like that doesn't make sense. No, we have to speak to both sides, and we had and will still have to make clear that you will have a solution which the military honors in the end. You cannot make an agreement between civilians only. The military would be unhappy with that and either not commit to it or break it once a few days have passed.
Have you been able to speak to either General Burhan or General Hameti in the last few days?
I have been in contact with both of them. Sometimes it's not for the communication situation here. Sometimes it's not possible to speak on the phone, but there are text messages and other means.
And do you get any sense that they're prepared to actually abide by a ceasefire to stop this fighting?
They've both committed to the last ceasefires, which we have had one after the other, the last 3-day ceasefires, the one brokered by the Americans, but they have not totally respected it or only respected it partly. They are both, when you speak to them, when you ask them why this is happening or that is happening, they are both accusing the respective other sides that the others have started to break it. We have to defend ourselves.
That is a UN envoy for Sudan, Volker Perthes.
Well, let's bring the news closer to home here in the UK, where the government's illegal migration bill passed its third reading in the Parliament on Wednesday night. The bill is a key part of Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's plan to stop small boats crossing the English Channel. More than 45,000 people took the route and entered the UK from France last year. Well, we can now speak to the Conservative MP, Tim Lawton, who supported the measure. Good morning to you, Tim, and welcome to the program. You told the Commons last night that, and I'm quoting you here, we need to be ruthless against the people smugglers who benefit from this miserable trade. But some might also say, how do you catch smugglers and stop them from working when the government might seem to be punishing those in need, those who make it to the UK shores?
Well, the people who are profiting most out of this miserable trade, which saw 46,000 people come across the Channel in very dangerous small boats last year, are the people smugglers. There are considerable measures that have been taken to clamp down on them, joint cooperation between British and French police and intelligence services, for example, but still the trade goes on, and many thousand have already come across this year. The problem is that some of those coming across the Channel may be genuine asylum seekers, but others are not, who do not have a credible claim to be able to stay in the United Kingdom and are effectively gaming the system. So what this bill is all about is making sure we have very tough measures for people trying to get into the UK in that most inappropriate way, with little chance of having a credible asylum claim, and those genuine asylum seekers for whom this bill also now offers safe and legal routes, which is an amendment I pushed through successfully yesterday. So we make sure we're looking after those who do need our care and to be brought to safety, but we're clamping down on those who are effectively gaming the system.
So you said that some of them might actually be in need of asylum, and that's why they are coming to the UK. But some also you agree that they might not. How do you then know who is in need and who is not until they reach the shores of where they're coming to seek asylum?
So this is the whole point. We have at the moment limited safe and legal routes, and we have very generous country-specific schemes for those people who've come from Syria, from Afghanistan, and the resettlement schemes for Hong Kong and Ukraine. We have other legal ways to get to the UK through family reunion schemes and through UNHCR schemes.
But surely you also know that it's not easy for people to have the family reunification. So if this is the way, because people are crossing treacherous waters, they're risking their lives to reach what they see as safety.
So I know that entirely, which is why I made sure and put pressure on the government that there are safe and legal routes, which include expansion of family reunion schemes. I also would like to see what we call a DUBS 2 type scheme, which concentrates on bringing children from places of danger, and then other schemes through the UNHCR, which would identify those seriously in danger, for example, some people coming out of Sudan. So those schemes are now being considered as part of the bill that's going through. That means that those people coming across the Channel in those boats when those schemes come in will have no excuse to say this was the only way we could get to the UK. Whatever you think about the number of people we should take in the UK, coming across the Channel, the most dangerous waterway in the world, paying ruthless criminals to do it. It's the most inappropriate way to do it, and that's what this bill seeks to clamp down on.
I'm glad you just mentioned Sudan right there, because my follow-up question was, like we're seeing this conflict, it might not be any end in sight, and this might go on, and we've seen people fleeing and leaving the country. What safe and legal route is there for people leaving Sudan and wanting to seek safe to asylum in a country like the UK?
Well, my amendments to the bill will make it much clearer what those routes will be, and the government is obliged to set those out. In the short term, what we will probably have to see is an emergency scheme along the lines that we've seen for Syrian and for airlifting Afghan citizens out of Kabul back in the summer before last. If the situation sadly does become long, protracted and worse, then we will consider that sort of scheme, I'm sure.
Tim, so just very briefly, what is next for the bill? From what I understand, the next stage is the House of Lords.
Yes, so the bill last night completed all its stages in the House of Commons. It now has to go through all the parallel stages in the House of Lords, where it will come under a lot of scrutiny. But the fact that we've added measures like safe and legal routes to the bill, safeguards around children held in detention, which is another area I expressed many concerns. I think it makes it more acceptable and a more balanced bill. But certainly I know the House of Lords will want to make a number of changes as it goes through. So it's still some months before it becomes law.
All right. Thank you so very much. That was Conservative MP Tim Lawton on the illegal migration bill.
Yeah, so that's the policy, the perspective of one Conservative member of Parliament, the governing party, of course. Let's try and get a human angle on this. Moran Hassan left Kurdistan with his mother, age 6, ended up as a refugee in UK, and then later on in life started to work in British politics as a parliamentary staffer and joins us now. Welcome to the programme. I wonder if you could just briefly describe your own experiences.
Hi, good to speak to you. Yeah, so me and my mum, we came from Iraqi Kurdistan. We settled in the UK in 1999 during the Saddam regime at the time. My first experience of coming to the UK, apart from the first few hours, which were traumatic, and that's because I discovered that in this country, people voluntarily drink tomato juice, which I discovered at the
bit of a shock, it sounds, yeah.
Exactly. I mean, the immigration officer, the processing centre, when he offered me a cup, I went to my mum, I said, where the hell have you brought us to? So that was my first experience. But, settling in, it was one where we were welcomed, where there were support systems left, right and centre. Starting off from a local church group and charity called Christian Care in our borough of Merton. They provided a network for us of other families who, like us, were asylum seekers from all around the world. They help us navigate the local authority systems and help me settle into primary school, which even at that stage, in primary school, which was Pelham Primary School in South Wimbledon, I was provided with language services, support with reading and writing, and even to the extent where I was getting drama classes to increase my confidence at the Polka Theatre, the children's theatre in Wimbledon.
So it sounds like there were many things that perhaps facilitated your arrival. I wonder what you thought of what you just heard about this latest bill, this latest approach to migration to the UK.
I mean, it's definitely a concerning approach, because what we are essentially doing is criminalizing the most vulnerable people in the world at the moment, rather than being proud at the fact that the UK is a destination sometimes of choice, in many cases as one of necessity due to family links, due to cultural links. And I think the long-term impact that it can have on the social cohesion actually comes from a bill like this moving forward, not from what the minister described as the current system where migrants are moving into hyper-diverse areas. What we actually are creating with this system is a disengagement with institutions, the more likely effect of people not coming forward when they land into the country, where they aren't seeking services such as the modern slavery system or health services.
Sorry, just cut off. I was just thinking that the MP, Tim Loughton there, his point was his bill is going to introduce safe ways of getting to the UK, the correct avenues, as it were, to come to the country. I wonder what you felt about that.
100%, and that's the correct approach. I think before anything, we need to process the backlog that we have now. Because there will always be people trying to come to the UK. What we need to do first and foremost is process the backlog we have now, start the process of integration, offer language services, offer support systems, and actually dedicate the resources for these people to settle and flourish in this country as well, where many migrant waves throughout the past decades have and still demonstrate to this day, and we see it at every stage of society as well. Safe and legal routes is another component of that, where families are in desperate need of leave in the situation they're in. And again, you've been speaking about Sudan, which is a perfect example of that. Natural disasters and with the climate crisis is more likely to increase human security issues and the movement of people all around the world. And also the rise of authoritarianism. I'm someone that came from a country which suffered from a very brutal dictatorships. And what options do you have then?
Yeah, so these issues are likely to continue. Miran Hassan, thank you so much indeed. Newsday on the BBC World Service. Let's move on to the sports with Nick Hatton.
Thank you. It is advantage Manchester City in the Premier League title race, billed as the biggest game in the English top flight for a decade. It was second place City who thumped leaders Arsenal 4-1 at the Etihad. 2 goals from Kevin De Bruyne now leaves City in pole position for the title, just 2 points behind Arsenal, but crucially they have 2 games in hand, City. Let's hear from both managers. They're a disappointed Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta in a moment, but first here's City's Pep Guardiola.
We start really well. We read the game well. Our build-up was much better than Emirates, and we make, considering the opponents that we face, a fantastic performance.
We didn't do any of the basics right. We didn't compete in the right way. We didn't win enough duels. So we have to look at ourselves in the mirror. I think the disappointment comes when today we weren't at our level. Not their level, but our level.
Elsewhere, Chelsea suffered a 5th defeat in a row in all competitions. They were beaten 2-0 at home by Brentford. All 5 losses have come under club legend Frank Lampard, who returned to us for a second spell as manager earlier in April. Liverpool are up to 6th with a 2-1 win at West Ham, although Ham's manager David Moyes felt his side were owed an apology by VAR after being disrespected for not being awarded a late penalty. Huge win at the bottom for Nottingham Forest. They beat Brighton 3-1. It lifts them out of the bottom 3, ending a run of 11 games without a win. 4 games on Thursday in the Premier League. It includes Tottenham at home to Manchester United. Now, we spoke about the big defeat for Real Madrid on Tuesday in La Liga. Well, leaders Barcelona lost on Wednesday. They went down 2-1 away to Rayo Vallecano. They remain 11 points clear, though, at the top of the table. And big news today in the NBA with the Eastern Conference top seeds, Milwaukee Bucks, knocked out of the playoffs. They've gone down to a 128-126 overtime defeat to 8th seed Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler scoring 42 points as the Heat win the series 4-1. They go on to face the New York Knicks. They have their first playoff series victory since 2013. They've beaten the Cleveland Cavaliers 106-95 to go through 4-1. His head coach, Tom Thibodeau.
We have what I feel are the best fans in the world. We have the best city in the world, the best arena in the world. And I think the way this team plays, it resonates with all our fans. They play hard, they play smart, and they play together. And I think if you do that in New York, it's always recognized. It's good. There's still a lot of work to be done. We have a lot of areas to improve upon. So we're looking forward to the next challenge.
And the Memphis Grizzlies kept their Western Conference playoff campaign alive with a 116-99 victory over the LA Lakers. Lakers, they lead the series 3-2. And the Golden State Warriors took a 3-2 series lead with a 123-116 win at the Sacramento Kings.
That was Nick Hatton with the sports. Now let's move on to a story involving a rapper a fugitive billionaire, and a conviction for illegal foreign influence in the United States. The rapper Pras Michel, known as Pras, a former member of the 90s rap group The Fugees, has been convicted by a New York jury on charges relating to a foreign lobbying campaign by a wealthy Malaysian businessman. During the 7-week trial, Pras Michel claimed that he had done nothing illegal and that he had considered the millions of dollars that he had received as free money. But he was convicted of money laundering and working as an agent for China, amongst other charges. Well, to discuss this incredibly extraordinary case, I've been speaking to Dan Friedman. He's a journalist with the Mother Jones News magazine, and he's been following the trial.
I think a good way to think about it is to focus on Joe Tak Lo. Joe Lo, as he was known, was supposedly a Malaysian financier who was involved in the looting of a Malaysian State Development Fund, a massive theft from that fund starting in the late 2000s. And then he came to the United States around that time. And according to the United States Justice Department, he was laundering the stolen money, and he was doing stuff like he was a financier of the movie Wolf of Wall Street with Leonardo DiCaprio, and he was holding all these incredibly lavish parties where he invited celebrities. Sometimes he paid celebrities to come to these parties, and he met people, including Pras Michel, the former member of the Fugees, who by this time was on a solo career and was doing different projects. And I think that a lot of these celebrities and other people saw this guy just spending all this money and realized that he was a source of money, and they hung out with him, I think, in part to get money out of him. And for Pras, that worked exceptionally well. In 2012, Joe Lo wanted to get close to the Obama campaign. He wanted to meet President Obama and have his picture taken with him. And he gave Pras Michel $20 million, some of which Pras then used to funnel to the Obama campaign. He used straw donors or conduits, people who he gave money to make donations so that he could exceed the legal limits on donations to a presidential campaign. That's illegal. A few years later, in 2017, Joe Lo realized that he was being investigated by the Justice Department for his role in the 1MDB theft and had his assets frozen. He then wanted political help, finding a fixer or a lobbyist who could go to the new Trump administration and help him try to get the investigation killed. And he went to his friend Pras, somewhat surprisingly. And Pras knew a woman in the entertainment industry who was a Republican donor, and knew a even bigger Republican donor by the name of Elliot Broidy, who was one of the top fundraisers for the Republican National Committee and had raised a lot of money for Trump. And this group arranged to be paid massive sums by Joe Lo, this Malaysian criminal, to try to get the Justice Department to kill this investigation. While they were doing this, they then were introduced to a Chinese vice minister for security who Joe Lo was attempting to cultivate in China. And through that connection, they also were asked to begin lobbying for the extradition of a Chinese dissident and wanted criminal in China who had fled to the United States named Guo Wenwai. And they began a separate additional lobbying campaign to try to get him extradited from the United States to China. So Pras has now been convicted of a host of crimes for his role in this scheme.
He took the stand himself in his own defense. What did he say? What was his defense?
His defense was a little confusing, and I would say that it was pretty disastrous for him to have taken the stand, because he admitted that he had made these illegal campaign contributions. He admitted that he accepted a large amount of money from Joe Lo to try to help him influence the United States government. He just quibbled with some of the ways that the government was defining whether he received an investment or if it was just a payment for his services. But he also said that he was trying to get as much money as possible from Joe Lo. And in his own defense, he said, I saw that this guy spent all kinds of money, and I wanted to get as much money as I could from him. And he did. He wound up getting paid more than $100 million. And his contention was that he didn't do anything illegal to get that money, that these were legal business deals. But that story was not, I don't think, plausible. I watched it, and I didn't think it was at all true. And the jury obviously agreed, because they convicted him on all counts.
That was Dan Friedman, a journalist with Mother Jones News magazine, talking about rapper Pras Michel being found guilty on 10 counts of things, including money laundering. It's an incredible story. I just cannot wrap my head around it.
No, but you summed it up pretty well, so thank you. We also heard in the programme quite a lot about Sudan, the conflict there, efforts to bring it to peace. UN envoy for Sudan, Volker Perthes, telling us about efforts to extend a ceasefire. And we talked, Vic, as well, about 30 years since the plane crash in which most of the Zambian national football team died. Vani Dukuli from Liberia writes, as we mourn with Zambia over their 3-decade-long loss, the people of Sudan, mainly soldiers loyal to rival warlords, should stop the senseless war and allow ordinary people to live in peace and harmony. And Vani says Africa deserves better. That's it from this edition of Newsday. From Vic, me, and all the team. Goodbye.
Bye.
This is the BBC World Service, looking into how Turkey's forthcoming elections might be affected by the recent deadly earthquake.
People cried out for support, but the government said it cannot be responsible for the earthquake.
But you can't say the economy is bad.
This campaign will be very different to what might have been expected.
After the earthquake, Turkey's elections at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
India is one of the largest consumers of edible oil. Now it plans to produce more of it at home by using genetic technology. How? Join us to find out more.
Next, it's The Inquiry. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to The Inquiry on the BBC World Service with me, Tanya Beckett. Campaigners are gearing up ahead of next year's presidential election in America, and this time around they have artificial intelligence readily at their disposal.
Political campaigning is going to be one of the first places where we see how these technologies can be used as this kind of tool to convince, to sway opinion.
And candidates' teams know much more about us than we might wish.
For the last 20 years, we have been voluntarily uploading our text, our images, our audio, and our video to social media for free. Then suddenly these systems have access to a phenomenal amount of information.
So what could this mean for voters?
No matter what you're doing, your phone is part of your life. You can't really say, I'm just engaging online or offline. You're really doing both of those things at the same time, all the time.
This week on The Inquiry, we're asking, will AI decide America's next president?
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. The UN envoy to Sudan, Volker Perthes, has confirmed to the BBC he's trying to organise a 3-day extension to the current US-brokered truce due to expire tonight. The army says it's initially approved sending a delegate to Juba in neighbouring South Sudan to discuss the plan with the Rapid Support Forces, but the RSF have not immediately responded. Mr. Perthes said he was working with the regional body, IGAD.
They have basically summoned, or at least they have called on Burhan and Hemeti to come together in Juba to be mediated between, as it were. General Burhan has accepted in principle. There will be logistical issues, no doubt. I don't think that the RSF leadership, Hemeti or his brother, who is number 2 in command, would be able to refuse such a call if it is doable logistically.
China, one of Sudan's largest trading partners, has deployed naval vessels to evacuate more of its citizens. Its foreign ministry said it expected to transfer some 800 people before the ceasefire is due to end on Thursday night. Rescue operations have intensified since the truce began on Tuesday. President Erdogan of Turkey has cancelled scheduled election campaign appearances for the second day running. He had been due to attend the opening of Turkey's first new nuclear power plant. He'll take part via video link instead. Ola Garin has this report.
President Erdogan is in the fight of his life at the polls, but he's now out of sight. The 69-year-old was last seen in public on Tuesday night when he became ill during a live TV broadcast, which had to be halted. When it resumed, he appeared looking pale, saying he had been working hard and had picked up a stomach bug. Turkish officials say claims on social media that he suffered a heart attack are false. His main rival for the presidency, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, was one of the first politicians to wish him a speedy recovery.
Republicans in the US House of Representatives are hoping a bill they've approved on borrowing limits will convince President Biden to begin negotiations on spending cuts. Mr. Biden's been hoping to increase the amount the US can borrow without conditions. The Republican House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said Mr. Biden can no longer put America's economy in jeopardy.
We're going to limit the growth in the future. We're going to save by pulling back this unspent COVID money. We're going to grow this economy by making us energy independent again and getting more people, encouraging them back to work. The sad part here is now the Democrats need to do their job. The president can no longer ignore by not negotiating.
World News from the BBC. Federal prosecutors in the United States have argued that the airman charged with leaking secret defense information should remain in jail ahead of his trial. Prosecutors say Jack Teixeira may still have access to classified information and could damage US interests if he released it. The 21-year-old keeps a number of firearms at his home. South Korea and the United States have promised an overwhelming joint response in the event of any possible use of nuclear weapons by North Korea. It comes in the Washington Declaration, announced during a state visit by the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Among other measures, the agreement will establish a joint nuclear planning group, as Jean McKenzie in Seoul explains.
Politicians here dislike essentially that they're in the dark, that they had no understanding of what would cause Mr. Biden, what would trigger him to push the nuclear button. So this gives them some of this involvement that they were wanting for. But in return, they have had to promise that South Korea is not going to develop its own nuclear weapons, because people here had started to call for that, and that had alarmed policymakers in Washington. And it's really why we've seen Washington step in and provide these new security measures.
The Australian government is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. It argues the current system is broken and prevents officials from tackling labour shortages. The Home Affairs Minister, Claire O'Neill, said Australia had to, as she put it, skill up or sink. Officials are also aiming to make the country less reliant on temporary workers. A team of British archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They use satellite images to pick out what's referred to as the typical playing card shape of such fortifications. The researchers believe they are evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign. They suggest the camps may have only been intended as temporary structures. BBC News.
Welcome to the inquiry with me, Tanya Beckett. 1 question, 4 expert witnesses, and an answer. It's the 31st of March 2023, and a grand jury in America has just indicted former President Donald Trump. An image pops up on social media. It's a photograph showing US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris appearing to be celebrating in the White House. But a closer look reveals that in the image, Kamala Harris has 6 fingers on one hand and her forearm is missing. Not only that, both the president and the vice president were not, in fact, in the White House on that day. The fake photo was sent to millions of Americans. It's an early opening shot ahead of next year's presidential election, in which, for the first time, artificial intelligence can be readily used to create images, videos, and text at an extraordinary pace, so that very small groups of voters can be targeted directly. And this so-called generative AI was put into the hands of the wider public with the launch last November of a piece of software called ChatGPT. ChatGPT is able to scour the internet for information, then produce essays, poems, and even lyrics. It seems inevitable that voters will have an increasingly tough task working out which campaign messages are genuine and which are not. This week on The Inquiry, we're asking, will AI decide America's next president?
Part 1, Digital Politics.
Our first expert witness is Betsy Hoover. Etsy co-founded Higher Ground Labs, a company which invests in technology for political campaigns. She's based in Oakland, California, and her political career began as an organizer on the first Obama presidential campaign way back in 2007.
Obama really used digital organizing and digital engagement for the first time. Was really the first candidate to bring that to the forefront of the political arena. And honestly, a lot of that was out of necessities. We had way fewer staff, we had way less money. And so we had to think about creative different ways to run a first state by state and then national campaign. And so the campaign leadership did that in a lot of different ways, but one of our strategies was to use digital.
But reaching out to the electorate online wasn't simply an effective way to cut costs. It was also the best place to find voters.
If we wanted to meet people where they were at that moment, they were spending time online. And fast forward to now, that's even more true, right? Everything that a campaign does, includes technology, includes digital engagement, because everyone's online all the time, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. Your phone is part of your life. You can't really say, I'm just engaging online or offline. You're really doing both of those things at the same time, all the time.
Did you worry at that time that this use of digital capabilities, this digitization of the process, meant that it was lacking authenticity?
Yes. I mean, in the sense that, there was a constant conversation then, again, like as is happening now in campaigns, a constant conversation around how do we make sure, even though not all of our communication here is one-to-one, right? We're sending an email to lots of people at one time, or we might be sending a text message to lots of people at one time, or we're targeting voters based on what Facebook and Google allow us to target on, and showing them certain content. So there was always I think, really healthy debate about how do we make sure people are still having individual, authentic experience with the campaign, but we had to couple that with the efficiency of reaching lots of people at once.
Obama was elected for the second time in 2012. The role technology plays in elections has grown substantially in the decades since then. Modern deep learning artificial intelligence already allows candidates to understand very well the profile of the electorate and what their priorities are. But what could be different in the presidential election of 2024 is the newer and fast-developing strand of artificial intelligence called generative AI, which will allow campaign teams to tailor messages swiftly and at scale that resonate deeply with small audiences.
A presidential campaign hires a massive digital team with a bunch of content strategists. Those content strategists right now and in the past have spent quite a bit of time creating different variations of an email or different variations of a social media post to go out at different times to different audiences. AI can help us do that much more quickly, even at the scale of a presidential campaign, and really allow those content strategists to do content strategy rather than, quite manual production. So I think that's really exciting.
But if content can be made and distributed so easily and cheaply, then surely there's a risk that this technology can be used not just by the supporters of a candidate, but also bad actors seeking to undermine them. Time for our next expert witness.
Part 2, Artificial Intelligence.
Did you hear the story about a woman who got a phone call from her daughter saying she had been kidnapped and they were demanding ransom? And she fortunately thought to call her husband, who said, she's upstairs in her bedroom. What are you talking about? So now we're doing fake kidnappings over voicemail.
Our second expert witness is Hani Farid, a professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley. Hani's story about a kidnapping scam might seem a bit of an extreme example, but it does demonstrate that artificial intelligence has developed to such a highly sophisticated level that it's able to impersonate the voice of a child well enough to deceive even her own mother. So how did we get to this point? Well, part of the answer is that computing power has increased exponentially in the last 2 decades, and with it, our skill in creating complex and highly capable software. The other part of the answer is that we've also spent all of that time handing over vast quantities of our personal data.
So for the last 20 years, we have been voluntarily uploading our text, our images, our audio, and our video to social media for free. We have been voluntarily feeding these systems, and suddenly these systems have access to a phenomenal, unprecedented amount of information. Every time you visit a website, there are all kinds of little bots on there that are collecting your data. So the fact is that your online footprint is up for sale. And it is a good business. It is a highly, highly profitable business, and it is mostly unregulated. So the machines know my voice. They know my name. They know where I live. They know my wife's name. They know my family members. The social media world, the data vacuumers of the world have collected phenomenal, unprecedented amounts of personal information, sometimes legally, sometimes illegally. And so we also are all now vulnerable to being manipulated and targeted because of how much personal information we have given up about ourselves.
Social media and other sites are able to use deep learning AI to sort through this data and find people with exactly the right profile to target with particular advertisements. This can already be intrusive enough. But now this fast developing and recently widely available type of artificial intelligence, generative AI, is able to use personal text, photos, and videos to make fake content.
That's voice cloning. That's creating images of the Pope in a puffy coat. That is deepfake videos. It generates content, text, audio, image, video. The average person can now go to a web page to download an app, to download some code, and generate and clone a person's voice and a person's likeness, and then carpet bomb the internet with that material. So that sort of unregulated wild, wild west is problematic.
Hani says it's alarming that generative AI has become so freely available and pretty much unregulated, given the potential for this type of misuse. There are numerous AI systems, but ChatGPT is the one that's seen as a game changer because it is so simple to use. ChatGPT creates text, but similar programs that allow equally easy production of images and videos are also within reach.
You got to ask yourself, what is the inherent value of me being able to clone anybody's voice that I can grab from the internet? And besides fraud and misinformation, I don't really know. And so you got to be asking, what are these companies thinking that allow for this in a mostly unregulated space?
Attempts at the type of fake kidnap that Hani described at the start are deeply worrying, though, so far, thankfully rare. But as America gears up to choose its next president at the end of next year, he thinks that fake voice clips, photos, and videos of candidates are likely to become much more widespread.
In 2 minutes, I can create a video of Joe Biden saying anything I want. I can clone his voice, a service that costs me $5 a month. So the technology has finally gotten here and has been fully democratized, easily accessible, and very high quality. So I think that the audio and image space has essentially arrived in terms of being able to create fairly convincing manipulated media. The full-on video is lagging slightly behind, but it is coming here.
False campaign messages could end up being very confusing for voters and undermine the democratic process. But as we heard earlier, artificial intelligence in politics is not all bad, not least because it has the power to open up the political landscape. Time for our next expert witness.
Part 3, campaign funding.
So the United States has a very unique campaign finance system. Most countries usually use public funds to pay for their elections. In our case, most of the funds come from individual donors. So now you have to find all of those donors and compete for their dollars. So every single campaign in the country is in the business of finding new supporters all the time.
Our third expert witness is Martin Carouse. Martin is the CEO of Sterling Data Company based in Los Angeles. His company fundraises for some of the largest political campaigns in the United States. Martin explains how using artificial intelligence to find potential donors makes the process much, much quicker.
If you're a Democratic candidate running for, say, a nationwide office or, say, a statewide office that has national implications, there's up to 17 million Democratic donors who could be potential supporters. But you don't know who these people are and which of these people are most likely to donate to your campaign. But you do want to get a hold of them. Campaigns come to us and they give us the responsibility of finding the people who are most likely to donate to their campaigns. So their investment essentially on these political lists return as quickly as possible. And we use AI to make that happen and to really supercharge that process.
Martin says AI has become so sophisticated, it's now able to sort through tens of millions of rows of data at an extraordinary speed.
These days, I can plug that data into our AI software, and it takes a few minutes, not hours, not days, a few minutes for it to effectively spit out the results and tell us these are the 10,000 people who are the most likely to donate to a given campaign. The speed and scale of that is incredible. Just a few years ago, this would have taken multiple days and possibly the time and effort of multiple people, and it still would have not had the same results as AI does.
This type of software has become very easy to get hold of. A short while ago, it would have been a case of tasking an in-house engineer with the job who would then be tied up for very, very many hours.
This is what that looks like. Hey, engineer, can you take my list and create, a prediction model for me? And then the engineer takes it and says, okay, boss, it will be 2 days. Now, what has really changed over the past, say, 2 years is there are a lot of platforms online that essentially allow anybody to use deep learning technologies incredibly quickly at an incredibly low cost. For instance, in our case, it is much easier to create a custom machine learning model for every single candidate or cause that we work with than if we had to effectively punt this to a software engineer every single time.
All this, of course, makes standing for election far cheaper for the candidate.
Over time, this will most certainly lower the cost of running campaigns and thereby the profiles of candidates who can run. I'm convinced that artificial intelligence has the potential to become a great equalizer in politics. But for now, emphasis is on potential. We don't know exactly how this will play out, but if this plays out like any other economic process, the most likely thing is this will drive down cost, and that is absolutely in the favor of candidates whose biggest barrier to running for elected office is cost. So that could be huge.
So what might this all mean for the next US presidential election?
Part 4, 2024.
There is no doubt by the time that the next election comes along, our ability to use these kind of tools as a measure, as a method of campaigning is going to be far more sophisticated. And if you aren't using generative AI as a tool of campaigning, it's difficult to see how you can compete with those who are.
Our fourth expert witness is Nina Schick. Nina is the author of a book called Deep Fakes, which looks at AI-generated content and the impact it will have on society.
Do you think using generative AI in elections means how candidates relate to their audiences will change, and maybe even the priorities, maybe even the message itself?
Absolutely, because I think that by using AI to be able to craft messages for every single potential individual, so you build almost an audience of one, will give a politician the ability to relate much more profoundly to every single potential person they are trying to target. I think political campaigning is going to be one of the first places where we see how these technologies can be used as this kind of tool to convince, to get public opinion, to sway opinion. There is no doubt in my mind that it's going to transform the way that we campaign and the messages, because the messages can be created bespoke down to every single individual person.
Nina agrees with Hani that generative AI also provides more opportunity for bad actors. Indeed, this was already going on even before the launch of ChatGPT.
If you look at what was happening around the last electoral cycle, you saw lots of manipulated content of Democratic candidates, Republican candidates, deepfakes of Donald Trump saying you're doing things he never did, manipulated videos of Nancy Pelosi looking as though she was slurring her words, made to look drunk, manipulated videos of Joe Biden to kind of push the narrative that he was senile and therefore inept and unable to stand for office. I think that you're going to see these tools being used in this offensive capability to undermine candidates from the other side. And although that might not come directly, obviously, from the campaign, there will be many groups, individuals, or associated to each campaign who will be making this kind of offensive content to target the other side's players, if you will.
Which begs the question, 4 years on from Republican allegations of vote rigging in the last election, how much more confusing are things likely to become?
How are voters going to know what is genuine and what is not?
Well, this is one of the fundamental problems, right? There's a profound existential question for voters, but for society as well, which is that how do we know what's synthetic? How do we know what's authentic? How do we know what's real? What can we trust? Also, because there's this new phenomenon, which is known as the liar's dividend. Let's say there's a real video of a politician, taking a bribe or doing something which should make their campaign inadmissible. They shouldn't be standing for office. It's much easier for that candidate to say, well, this isn't true. This is AI generated. So you corrode the very integrity of all digital information, which is what voters use to make their choices.
There have been widespread allegations of Russian interference in US presidential elections since 2016.
And of course, this means that the electorate is more exposed than ever before to foreign interference.
There is absolutely no doubt that these enhanced and increased capabilities to fake content, to scale disinformation, to industrialize it, will be used as a tool by foreign actors. And what's happened since the last election is that more and more state actors have become involved in the global disinformation game. Obviously, there is Russia, but China has increasingly become an aggressive actor, not only domestically, but in the West as well. There is North Korea, there is Iran, and many other kind of countries looking at the playbook, which was pioneered by Russia, and starting to get involved in global information operations.
Do you think this all means that democracy ultimately will be undermined?
I don't think that that's an inevitability. We've seen democracies struggle over the past kind of at least 2 decades, in part to do with how rapidly the information ecosystem has changed, how differently we consume information, who we consider to be our kind of trusted sources of authority. So there are challenges. However, I think in the long term, democracies will be able to overcome this. But I think we really fundamentally have to rethink some of the basic foundational structures of how we run our politics and govern our society, because as these AI systems become an inevitable part of life, we need to have the debate as to what kind of society we want to build.
So now we return to our question. Will AI decide America's next president? Artificial intelligence has undoubtedly turned a corner since the last presidential election in 2020. It's now quite straightforward for campaign workers to not only single out prospective voters, but also to create messages rapidly and at scale to send to them. So voters should expect to receive a plethora of highly tailored political ads. The risk is they will not know what is real and what is not, and so whatever artificial intelligence can offer democracy, it also has the power to undermine it. A final word from our second expert witness on how he sees the wider risk to society.
Let's say that the AI apocalypse comes. We have nobody to blame but ourselves. Yes, humans created core technology, but then every single individual who's ever posted something online has been part of feeding that beast, which is now allowing it to learn very rapidly and create and manipulate.
This inquiry was presented by me, Tanya Beckett, produced by Jill Collins, and researched by Anushka Mutanda Doughty. The editor was Tara McDermott, and it was mixed by Richard Hannaford.
Business Daily is coming up next, and in 20 minutes, Witness History finds out how the Met Gala became fashion's biggest night.
Anna Wintour was always placed at the bottom of the long staircase with other important people, and when I hung around there and looked, I noticed that she would get rid very quickly of people like me, and others who were important were there for a long time.
And at 8:30 GMT, it's assignment.
Every year, people in Laos are killed and maimed by unexploded ordnance, UXO, left over from the Vietnam War. And 50 years since the last bombs fell, I've come to hear about the impact UXO is still having.
That's followed by the documentary, discovering how humans might one day live in space.
Say 12 people own a month each out of the year of an apartment in orbit around Earth. That's a very special address.
With news every half hour, this is the BBC World Service.
India is one of the largest consumers of edible oil and spends billions of dollars each year on exporting it. Now it plans to produce more at home by using genetic technology. How? Find out with me, Devina Gupta, on Business Daily after the latest world news on the BBC World Service. BBC News with Moira Alderson. South Sudan says it's leading efforts to mediate an extension of the current ceasefire in Sudan. The Foreign Minister, Deng Do Deng, said a 72-hour extension would enable the creation of a humanitarian corridor between the capital and other cities. China, one of Sudan's largest trading partners, has deployed naval vessels to evacuate more of its citizens. Foreign Ministry officials said they expected to transfer about 800 people before the ceasefire is due to end on Thursday night. President Erdogan of Turkey has cancelled scheduled election campaign appearances for a second day. On Tuesday night, he seemed to fall ill live on television. Republicans in the US House of Representatives are hoping a bill they've approved on borrowing limits will convince President Biden to begin negotiations on spending cuts. It's unlikely the bill will be passed by the Democratic-held Senate. Ukrainian officials say Russia has intensified artillery and rocket attacks near the eastern city of Bakhmut. More than 300 strikes were recorded in a period of 24 hours. Australia is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. It argues the current system is failing to tackle critical labour shortages and needs to be more assertive in attracting highly skilled professionals. US prosecutors want the airman charged with leaking secret defence information to remain in jail ahead of his trial. They say Jack Teixeira may still have access to classified information and could harm national security if he released it. The US State Department has said it won't allow a Sri Lankan provincial governor to enter the United States. It accuses him of rights violations during Sri Lanka's civil war. A team of British archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They believe they are evidence of an undocumented military campaign. BBC News. Hello and namaste. I'm Devina Gupta and welcome to Business Daily. Right now I'm in my kitchen in Salford in the UK, away from my home in India, and I'm trying to make Indian tamarind lentils curry. And this crackling sounds of black mustard seeds in yellow mustard oil reminds me of home. Now, these are two essential ingredients for Indian cooking. And I'm about to add some more spices, and this curry is now cooking. So let me tell you about the hot debate happening in India over the key ingredient of my dish, mustard. A question that is closely linked to the food security of the world's most populous country. Is India ready for genetically modified mustard? It is the first GM food crop to be approved officially for cultivation. And not everyone is happy. We talk about that in a bit, but first, let's tell you why and how this is a big step for India's agrarian economy. If you find yourself in a farm in the North Indian state of Uttar Pradesh in the winter season, one thing you can't miss is this sound of tractors. These are big red and black machines moving around the field in between the crops as well. And one of the crops in these fields is bound to be of big green stems with yellow flowers. This crop is locally called sarso. From its shoots to leaves, flowers and seeds, all the parts are used in cooking in India. But perhaps it's the seeds which are the most important part from which edible oil is extracted. An estimated 6 million farmers grow this crop around the country. Among them is 48-year-old Kulwant Singh.
I was born to a family which has been farming for generations. I primarily cultivate wheat and sugarcane crops, but I've reserved 10 acres of land for mustard.
So how much do you earn from it?
I get about 60 quintals of mustard crop, and with each quintal, we get about 30 kgs of mustard oil. So my profit in a good season is around $400 when I sell this crop to a trader to take out the oil.
And what's the biggest challenge for you to grow this crop?
The biggest challenge for us is that we are seeing temperatures getting higher in winters, so the shoot of the plant is drying faster and is prone to fungus. We can't use a chemical spray to kill them as it will impact the crop as well.
And that's becoming a problem. Already the demand for vegetable oils from soybeans to palm and mustard is so high that India has to get a bulk of it from outside the country. Each year it spends billions of dollars to import 70% of its oil needs from other countries like Argentina, Malaysia and Brazil. And that's why India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been sharing this message.
सिर्फ गेहूं, चावल, चीनी में ही आत्मनिर्भरता काफी नहीं है.
It's not enough to have self-reliance in wheat, rice and sugar crops, but it is vital that we become self-reliant in pulses and edible oils. India's farmers can do it. Our government will make sure that farmers get access to premium seeds and the best farming technology.
टेक्नोलॉजी उसकी हर सुविधा मिले.
So one solution that the country has been exploring is a genetically modified version of edible oil crops. Professor Deepak Pental is in his early 70s. He's credited for developing the first ever food-based GM crop in India. He and his team have worked for years on mustard seeds and have made a genetically modified version called Dhara Mustard 11 or DMH11. Professor Pental tells me how he started the project in the early 90s.
Around 1993-94, we found we were working on mustard because it's an important oilseed crop of India. We found that when you cross Indian types with East European types of mustard, you get hybrids which are more productive.
Why mustard? I mean, why was it that this experiment started with the mustard crop?
We just thought that mustard, it's a crop grown in around 6 to 7 million hectares. It grows under very limited water availability, and it's an important crop. And there was a shortage of edible oils at that time. There's still continuing that shortage of edible oils in India. So we thought we will work on this crop.
So what's the difference then between this genetically modified mustard seeds and the ones that are right now available in the market?
So hybrids yield more than pure line varieties. If you have 20 to 30% more yield, then the amount of oil also increases by 20 to 30%.
How much time has it taken to develop it and also to get approvals for it?
Oh, we were ready with the technology in 2002. As you know, genetic engineering is a bit of a controversial area, and European countries still do not grow transgenic crops. But in North America and South America and Australia, genetically engineered crops are being grown for last 20 odd years. We started some tests. In 2008, the new guidelines were issued by the government of India. The statutory bodies looking after biosafety wanted all the tests to be done again in mustard because it's a different crop. So from 2010 to 2015, we did very elaborate testing in public funded laboratories. And in 2015, we submitted it to the Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, which is in the Ministry of Environment and Forests.
So Professor Pentel's team had to wait for over 20 years, but finally there is official clearance. India's Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee is on board for farmers to start planting these seeds. But, and it's a big but, there are many activists who have reservations about this technology, and so they have asked the courts to step in. So what's the debate all about? I have two experts who can share some insights here. Bhagirat Chaudhary is the founder director of the South Asia Biotechnology Center, which is involved in various GM seeds experiments, including that of mustard in India. And Kavita Kuruganti of the Coalition for a GM-Free India, the body that has questioned this approval. I start by asking Kavita, why is she against GM food crops in India?
For too long, the focus of our agricultural policy making has centered around productivity to the exclusion of various other concerns that should have taken equal weightage in policy making. And my concern with genetically modified mustard crop being approved for environmental release in India is that it's the first food crop to have been given a go-ahead. And mustard has a very wide usage in almost all Indian kitchens. It's used as a seed, it's used as leaves, it's used as oil, and so on. Yeah, I want to point out that GM foods are hazardous, and the hazard emerges either from individual new genes that get introduced in the name of genetic engineering, or the genetic engineering process itself, or because of chemicals that go hand in hand with genetically modified seeds. And here we are talking about a herbicide-tolerant mustard, which will increase chemical usage in our farming. And there are various other issues with regard to whether this crop has been tested properly. And there are various socio-economic implications also from GM mustard getting its approval.
Bhagirat, what is your response and the fact that these concerns would be also voiced by consumers who may not want to have genetically modified mustard oil?
So we have a very robust mechanism of regulatory system. We have seen involvement of hundreds of scientists who were involved in evaluation and assessment of biosafety with various parameters that looked at not only the history of safe use, but the data that are being generated in the country. So the question of safety is completely ruled out. Of course, India as a country is importing close to 5.5 million metric ton of soybean and canola, which is completely genetically modified, sourced from genetically modified production that is happening in Canada, United States, Argentina, and Brazil. So, in essence, India is already consuming edible oil that is derived from GM sources. And I believe, consumers are much more would accept the technology if you can increase the production that would allow them to have access affordable edible oil in the country.
Bhagirat, here's the debate also from the farmer's side, and which is about seed sovereignty. There is a danger of making farmers over dependent on seeds company because most of these GM crops are said to be seedless. And in the case of poor farmers, they may have to borrow a lot of money to buy these seeds. How do you check this?
Farmers are given choice. None of the farmer in the country is being forced to buy seed of a one or another country. We have a mix of companies, and there is an ecosystem where people compete for quality seeds that can be used by farmer depending on the performance that they see in the field condition. We have Competition Commission of India that ensure that the competition is there in the seed segment, and these legislative mechanisms ensure that sovereignty is being assured in the country. So
Kavita,
I believe that
I would like to disagree.
Kavita, do these safeguards work then? Yes.
No, I think there are issues here, and within the seed industry in India, there have been terrible fights where big multinational companies which have secured patents on genetic material and de facto on entire crop seeds. And these are legal fights as well as real technology related fights that are underway in the country even now as we're speaking. And with GM mustard, the idea that's being proffered is that this is a public sector GMO, and therefore we don't really have to worry about this being controlled by any one seed industry player. But the reality is that this public sector body has already patented this technology, and patents, as we all know, get assigned to others. And it boils down to everyday life and death and livelihood questions of millions of farmers, whether they'll be able to access seeds in a timely, affordable and accessible manner and with choices or not.
But Kavita, the other side of this equation is also there are many farmers who are not able to even sustain farming as a profession right now in the country. They are leaving this profession. Do you believe that genetically modified seeds could actually help in higher yields and then make farming as a viable profession as well?
Let's remember that farming continues to be one of the riskiest private enterprises out there, and climate change is exacerbating the problem. In such a situation, as a policymaker, if you were responsible, you would actually talk about creating those options for farmers which reduce the risk and not increase the risk. According to me, genetically modified crops actually represent a greater riskiness in farming in multiple ways, technology-wise, economics, and everything else.
But sitting in his farm in Nimbhara village in the western state of Maharashtra, Ganesh Nanote disagrees to an extent. He has been using the GM cotton seeds in India. Almost 2 decades ago, India introduced the GM technology in non-food sector and allowed GM cotton seeds known as BT cotton to be used by farmers like Ganesh.
If it wasn't for the BT cotton seeds, I would find it difficult to have cotton in my fields. Earlier, I got 3 to 4 quintal of cotton in my farms, but after BT seeds came in the market in 2003, my produce has increased almost 3 times. Not only that, earlier, I could only cultivate cotton for 10 months. But cotton grows faster with these seeds, and I just need 6 months to grow them. So it means I can sow other crops like wheat and earn more.
But has farming become more expensive for you from the time you've started using BT cotton seeds?
उसमें देखिए बीटी का बीज लेते हैं तो उसमें कितना 800 रुपए का पैकेट मिलता है 2 पैकेट I have to buy 2 packets of seeds for my farm. Each packet costs roughly $9, so that's affordable for me. But then there are other costs. I now have to pay more for fertilizer as the soil needs to be nourished more. Also, there is a new kind of pest that is infecting the crops, so I have to spray more pesticides, and that also adds to the costs.
उसकी वजह से हमको थोड़ा और खर्चा बढ़ रहा स्प्रे का. So would you still support growing genetically modified food crops?
Yes, I believe we should get better GM technology because we have to compete in the global markets, and I want to be able to compete with a farmer from the US for my produce. So we should get access to GM technology.
So what's the next step from here? India is waiting for its top court to decide on whether or not its farmers can switch to genetically modified food crops. But till then, will Indian scientists continue to explore this technology further? Bhagirat tells me his team is looking at creating hybrids in other food crops as well.
What we have seen is that in last 1 year, we have seen renewed interest in soybean. BT brinjal is being seriously re-looked at. Governments, these steps are also, I believe, driven by overall use of these technologies in different part of the world. We have seen Philippines approving golden rice, the biofortified rice that being approved for commercial cultivation, the drought-tolerant sugarcane being deregulated in Indonesia, and corn is, I think, nearing approval in many of the African countries. I see the first time there is a big interest on this technology across the world.
So with that, as we wrap up this edition of Business Daily, here's an interesting fact. Did you know that India has a rather romantic connection with the mustard fields? The swathes of yellow mustard flowers singing in the wind have inspired many filmmakers. One movie that comes to my mind is a popular film from the 90s, Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge, which means the big-hearted will take the bride away. But romanticism apart, will consumers be willing to have edible oil and other products from these mustard fields if they have genetically modified seeds? Despite opposition, the current scientific consensus is that GM food crops that have been approved and are regulated are safe to eat. Well, on that note, at least my curry is done. That's it from me, Devina Gupta on Business Daily. See you next time. Namaste.
BBC World Service, and now witness history with me, Alex Collins. I'm taking you back to the 4th of December 1995. We're in New York City for the fashion party of the year. Anna Wintour, Vogue magazine's editor-in-chief, is hosting the Met Gala for the first time. This is the story of how she transformed the gala from a formal society dinner to a massive celebrity party that makes headlines around the world. Susie Menkes, who was the International Herald Tribune's fashion editor, has attended the Met Gala many times. But now that Anna's in charge, everything's changed. There are more famous people than she can count. Gwyneth Paltrow, Kate Moss, and Naomi Campbell.
It was an extraordinary moment when I arrived. We saw lined up photographers wanting to take pictures of the famous people who were about to climb the stairs. And then came a whoop of joy from the people who were outside, who saw somebody they recognized and knew. And then very slowly, sometimes extraordinarily slowly, these people would walk up the steps to the top, posing like mad to all the photographers.
That's the scene as the stars arrive that night at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, one of the world's most famous museums. They've got Monet's Water Lilies and Pollock's Autumn Rhythm. But for our story, what really matters is its huge collection of fashion items. It's housed in what's called the Costume Institute. And that's why the Met Gala exists. It started in 1948 to raise funds to support it.
In the early days, the focus of the event was the dinner and, of course, who you sat next to. And people came in and then they chatted in the entry place, and then they'd start walking up this long stairway, glamorous, and showing off their clothes. What struck me so much, people just didn't seem to make the same effort with their clothes. I'm sure they wore very discreet and wonderful clothes, but I don't really remember any of them. What I remember is the jewels. There was a lot of red and there was a lot of green, and I'm sure they were all real. These were not fakes, which might have come later. They were the things that probably these people had inherited over the years, and they thought it was the right thing to bring them out for the great event of the gala. I always thought the event was very much of a gossip event.
Gossip wasn't the only thing being served and digested.
And then we all went into the eating, and we stayed there quite a long time then. I would say probably an hour and a half. And I can assure you that when I went through the years, the time you spent eating got less and less.
Was the food any good?
I don't remember the food being anything very much. I'm sure it was, but nobody was in the mood really for eating. They were in the mood for chitter-chatter. So, yes, people would pick at the food. The husbands mostly ate the food, and the women looked at it.
The food doesn't sound that exciting. But when Anna took over, she wanted everything to be fabulous.
You look gorgeous, Anna Wintour. Hello.
She put top celebrities from politics, entertainment, and sport on the guest list,
How are you?
making them pay thousands of dollars to attend.
Well, it's great of you to sponsor this. This is terrific.
Well,
Keeping the gala true to its roots as a fundraiser. Anna welcomed them personally, as you can hear in this BBC documentary, Boss Woman, from 2000.
you look gorgeous. Incredible.
Anna Wintour was always placed at the bottom of the long staircase with other important people. And when I hung around there and looked, I noticed that she would get rid very quickly of people like me, or those she didn't think were worth a chat. And others who were important were there for a long time. So she really got the thing under her own personal control, and you have to admire her for that.
When Anna took over, she didn't just change who attended, she changed when it was.
She moved the actual event itself to earlier in the year to May. And in fact, and it's become something that people say, the first Monday in May, you know they're talking about this event. And this was how she really started to own it, or Vogue did, which was where she worked. And so it became part of what people saw. And in America, certainly that idea of a time when something happened was very much of a focus.
And a year when something really did happen was 1996. Princess Diana was there.
High society gathered at the Metropolitan Museum of Art to dine, dance, and honor designer Christian Dior. But all eyes were on Diana, Princess of Wales. And only hard copy caught an exclusive peek at the princess preparing. Diana decided not to sneak in a side door like some other high-profile guests, but instead she swept up the front stairs. She was a work of art, dressed in a daring midnight blue and black lace gown, accented with a pearl and sapphire choker.
She looked simply lovely. She had a dark dress, but it really floated over her body in the way you looked at her. And she had this quite short hair by that stage. She'd just been divorced, and it was a certain daring look that she'd put together. And she carried in her hand a special Christian Dior handbag. And she looked like a star of any kind of show that you ever went to. And most of all, she looked very happy.
Did you say anything to her?
I said to Princess Diana, I love your dress, because it was from John Galliano, who was very much the person that everybody loved in the fashion world at that moment. And it certainly looked gorgeous on her. And she smiled her sweet smile back. I expect 1,000 people had said it to her, but she looked like she was having a good time.
Susie loved Galliano's creation for Princess Diana. It was one of the many iconic outfits she witnessed on the gala's red carpet over the years. Another spectacle came in 2015, as Anna Wintour enthused on Vogue's YouTube channel.
So I think in the modern era, when people think about the Met, there's no question in my mind that they think about this extraordinary dress that Rihanna wore. This dress must have been seen several billion times around the world. And when Rihanna arrived that night, I think the world stopped just to admire how extraordinary she looked.
This dress came out and it was enormous. There was a tiny waist and there was a huge skirt. Could it possibly be Rihanna? No, never. She'd never get into a dress given by Goy Pei, who was a designer that I must say nobody outside China knew anything about. But yes, that's what it was. So The Met Ball became something that also introduced new people, that made people excited, and there were people cheering everywhere. So it was really a big event, but a joyous event, not of people being mean to each other, but of people of showing off.
And all that showing off is what keeps the Met Gala in front of millions of people's eyes, and also keeps the cash flowing to support the Costume Institute. In 2022, a record $17.4 million was raised. Susie's in no doubt that Anna's reign as chair of the Met Gala has cemented her place as one of the fashion world's most influential people. The next Met Gala takes place on Monday, the 1st of May, 2023. The theme is Karl Lagerfeld, A Line of Beauty. And though the guest list is never published, we know that Anna will be welcoming her gala co-chairs, Michaela Cole, Dua Lipa, Roger Federer and Penelope Cruz to the famous red carpet on the stairs of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Susie Menkes was speaking to me, Alex Collins, for that edition of Witness History from the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service, and here's Harriet Gilbert to tell you about World Book Club.
We've been reading a novel called Prep by Curtis Sittenfeld. It tells the story of Lee Fiora, a shy, intelligent 14-year-old who, having won a scholarship to an elite boarding school, finds it isn't quite what she expected. It's a sharp and witty coming-of-age story that explores themes of class, race and gender.
World Book Club, from the 6th of May. In half an hour, assignment.
Every year, people in Laos, in Southeast Asia, are killed and maimed by unexploded ordnance, UXO, left over from the Vietnam War. I'm Antonia Bolingbroke-Kent, and 50 years since the last bombs fell, I've come to hear about the impact UXO is still having.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station. At 8 a.m. GMT, with just hours to go before a ceasefire in Sudan ends, regional powers intensified diplomatic efforts to get the warring sides to agree to talks in South Sudan.
They have called on Burhan and Hemeti to come together in Juba to be mediated between, as it were.
Also coming up on the newsroom with me, Janat Jalil, Spain is set to experience its hottest ever day for the month of April, with temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius expected.
It's true that the heat today is not normal. It's totally unusual for it to be 40 degrees.
And the South Korean president gives an unexpected performance at the White House.
Something touched me deep inside the day. Wow. The music died.
That's all coming up after this news bulletin. Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. South Sudan says it's leading efforts to mediate an extension of the current ceasefire in Sudan that's due to expire tonight. South Sudan's Foreign Minister Deng Dor Deng told the BBC President Salva Kiir's proposal of face-to-face discussions had been accepted by the Sudanese army, but their rivals, the Rapid Support Forces, had not yet responded. Here's our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams.
It's very much up in the air as to whether or not this diplomatic initiative within the region will actually bear fruit. Obviously, time is short. The ceasefire that is currently in place is due to run out tonight. It is already being described by UN officials as pretty shaky, with lots of violations being reported and a very precarious situation on the ground. So a great deal of urgency surrounding these efforts to get it extended.
China, one of Sudan's largest trading partners, has deployed naval vessels to evacuate more of its citizens. Its foreign ministry said it expected to transfer some 800 people before the current ceasefire is due to end. Rescue operations by a number of countries have intensified since the truce began on Tuesday. For a second day running, President Erdogan has cancelled his entire election campaign schedule. Party officials said he'd contracted a stomach bug and rejected claims he's seriously ill. It's just 3 weeks before Turkey goes to the polls in crucial parliamentary and presidential elections. Ola Guerin reports.
President Erdogan is in the fight of his life at the polls, but he's now out of sight. The 69-year-old was last seen in public on Tuesday night when he became ill during a live TV broadcast, which had to be halted. When it resumed, he appeared looking pale, saying he had been working hard and had picked up a stomach bug. Turkish officials say claims on social media that he suffered a heart attack are false. The president won't be at today's opening of Turkey's first nuclear power plant. Officials say he will join in by video link.
Republicans in the US House of Representatives are hoping a bill they've approved on borrowing limits will convince President Biden to begin negotiations on spending cuts. But the bill conflicts with Mr. Biden's hopes to increase the amount of money the US can borrow without conditions. David Willis reports.
The bill's passage by 217 votes to 215 followed weeks of behind-the-scenes wrangling amongst Republican lawmakers who now form the majority in the lower house. Whilst raising the current debt limit of nearly $31.5 trillion, the plan would also cut spending on programs such as preschool education and healthcare benefits for the poor, and trim nearly $5 trillion from the national debt over the course of the next 10 years.
BBC News. Federal prosecutors in the United States have argued that the airman charged with leaking secret defense information should remain in jail ahead of his trial. Prosecutors say Jack Teixeira may still have access to classified information and could do immense damage to US interests if he released it. They've said he has repeatedly tried to frustrate the investigation. The State Department in Washington has said it won't allow a Sri Lankan provincial governor to enter the United States because of gross human rights violations. Wasantha Kalinago was accused of a series of killings while serving as a naval officer in the Sri Lankan Civil War. Local authorities dropped the charges 2 years ago, but US officials said credible evidence from independent investigations showed he was responsible for atrocities. The Australian government is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. The Home Affairs Minister, Claire O'Neill, said the country had to, as she put it, skill up or sink. With more details, here's Phil Mercer.
Critical labour shortages are forcing Australia to be more assertive in the global race for talent, to recruit highly skilled overseas professionals and international students. The government considers the complicated and outdated migration system to be a barrier to prosperity. It wants the country to be less reliant on temporary workers who will be given more opportunities to stay permanently. The review says it's important that Australians don't feel threatened by economic migrants.
A team of British archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. The researchers believe they are evidence of a previously undocumented military campaign. The area was a base for Rome's capture of the Nabatean kingdom, a major civilization centred on the city of Petra in what is now Jordan in the 2nd century. That's the latest. BBC News.
Hello, you're listening to the newsroom on the BBC World Service with me, Janat Jalil. We begin in Sudan. While the 72-hour truce, the latest in a series of ceasefires, has largely held, the UN says it's concerned about reports of fighting, looting and attacks on civilians in Sudan's West Darfur region. More than 500 people have died in the violence between Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces this month, and tens of thousands more have fled the country. The instability has led to shortages of fuel, food, and limited access to doctors or clean water. The UN has confirmed it's trying to organize a 3-day extension to the current ceasefire in Sudan, which is due to expire today. The UN Special Envoy, Volker Perthes, told the BBC that the East African Regional Bloc, IGAD, was intensifying pressure on both sides to agree to talks in South Sudan.
IGAD has mobilized some of their most powerful people. That includes President Ruto of Kenya, President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, President Bello of Djibouti, President Museveni of Uganda, and they have basically summoned, or at least they have called, on Burhan and Hemeti to come together in Juba to be mediated between, as it were. General Burhan has accepted in principle. There will be logistical issues, no doubt. I don't think that the RSF leadership, Hemeti or his brother, who is number 2 in command, would be able to refuse such a call if it is doable logistically. And we as United Nations would, of course, support such a mediation support by IGAD.
Our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams, is monitoring events in Sudan from Nairobi in neighbouring Kenya.
It does represent quite a concerted effort by regional leaders to try and force the hand of the two generals who are leading this conflict. The idea would be twofold, probably. One, to get another 3-day ceasefire, to extend the one that runs out tonight. And then also perhaps that would lead to face-to-face discussions between the warring parties to end the conflict. That at least is the intention as expressed by the South Sudanese foreign minister speaking to the BBC a short time ago. They're also obviously keen to establish humanitarian corridors in Khartoum and other cities that have been affected by the fighting to try and address what is an increasingly dire humanitarian situation.
A dire humanitarian situation and particular concern about fighting in West Darfur.
I think the concern kind of changes almost from hour to hour as reports come of situations in different parts of the country. I mean, certainly Khartoum and the neighbouring area have experienced some of the worst violence. But as you say, Darfur has also seen some very significant violence. And in fact, this morning we had reports of the deputy police commissioner in West Darfur being assassinated. We're not quite sure what the details are surrounding that, but the security situation there is supposed to have deteriorated, with citizens apparently seizing a police station and the weapons inside it. So it's a very volatile situation in several parts of the country, while in other parts of the country, life goes on pretty much as normal. But obviously there is a fear that as this ceasefire, which is already a fairly shaky affair, the existing one, as it comes to a close without any immediate prospect of it being replaced, then that security situation could worsen right across the country.
And meanwhile, many nations are in a race against time to evacuate their citizens.
That's right. And, there is a sense that window may be closing, at least in terms of the use of the airstrip north of Khartoum that has been used a lot by Britain and other countries in the last couple of days. It could continue to be used. It is an area that is secured by the Sudanese military. It is obviously a viable route out of the country, though the key thing there is how easy it is for people in Khartoum and the surrounding area to actually reach it, because you've got to go through quite a network of checkpoints along streets that are pretty dangerous and in a situation in which fuel and transport is increasingly difficult. But there are other routes as well. Significantly, the long drive out to Port Sudan on the Red Sea, where there are regular vessels there that are available to carry people across to Saudi Arabia. So there are routes out, but they're all arduous and they all present different levels of difficulty.
Paul Adams. Spain is set to experience its hottest ever day for the month of April, with experts predicting that temperatures could go as high as 40 degrees Celsius. That's around 20 degrees higher than normal. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, has warned of the continuing challenge posed by climate change. This woman in Seville, in southern Spain, says people there are used to this level of heat, but not at this time of year.
It's true that the heat today is not normal. It's totally unusual for it to be 40 degrees. The only thing that is true is that here in Andalusia, especially in Seville, we're used to the heat.
Our correspondent in Madrid is Guy Hedgecoe.
Temperatures have been rising throughout the week. We've been warned that this week was going to be unusually hot, with temperatures around 10 to 15 degrees higher than normal for this time of year. And we were told that towards the end of the week, it was going to get particularly hot. So the authorities have been warning people. They've been giving the kind of warnings that you would expect to hear in July or August. That is, telling people to stay indoors at the hot times of day, in the afternoon and the early evening, warning that elderly people and small children are particularly at risk. And I think people are turning the air conditioning on if they have it, and just trying to stay out of the heat at those hot times of day. There are some unusual measures being taken in some parts of the country, for example, in schools, where classes are being brought forward to earlier in the day so that children are not in the heat when it's getting really, really hot later on.
And is this part of an overall trend in Spain of generally rising temperatures?
Yes, it does seem to be. I mean, for example, last year was particularly hot. We seem to be seeing not so much higher temperatures in Spain, but just longer summers, starting earlier and finishing later. That has been very much a trend in recent years. And I mean, last year, I remember, I was covering a heat wave in May here in Spain, and there was a mini heat wave, and that was seen as extremely unusual. This year, we're having that same conversation in April. And the feeling is that it's not so much the high temperatures that you really notice, it's just how long these warm spells or hot spells seem to last. And it is lasting longer and longer, the Spanish summer.
The Prime Minister's been talking about the continuing challenge posed by climate change. That must clearly be a big issue for many Spaniards.
Yes, it is. And I think, for example, one of the big worries here, which we've already been seeing for months now, is a major drought across the country. Up in the northeast of the country, in Catalonia, for example, it hasn't rained in a sustained way for 2.5 years. So reservoirs there are at sort of extremely low levels. There are major restrictions on water use. And so those are some of the challenges that are being presented by this. And the government has been very vocal in saying that this is caused by climate change. It has to be countered using measures, and there has to be a broader policy to try and battle climate change. But here in Spain, the feeling is very much that climate change is having an impact already, and it can be seen in people's everyday lives, whether it's on the reservoirs or people not being able to water their gardens because of lack of water, or having to turn their air conditioning on at an unusually early time of year.
Guy Hedgecoe, a former journalist who's accused Donald Trump of raping her, has told a court in New York that she's suing him to get her life back. The allegations go back to the 1990s when E. Jean Carroll says Mr. Trump violently attacked her in the fitting room of a department store. She told jurors he'd shattered her reputation. Mr. Trump has strongly denied the accusations, writing on social media that the civil case is a scam and a witch hunt. The BBC's New York correspondent, Neda Tawfik, sent this report from outside the courtroom.
E. Jean Carroll was for the most part calm and collected as she testified for her first day on the stand, but there were some emotional moments as she recounted her story. She told jurors that she was plagued by the moment that she walked into that fitting room where she alleges Donald Trump forced himself on her and raped her. She said she constantly questioned that decision, but that she was proud she was able to get out of that situation. She also told jurors that while she might not recount the exact date the attack happened, she could still remember the feeling of the extreme pain of that alleged attack. She says she remembered it as she was sitting there on the stand. And then later on, when she talked about the impact this has had, ending her romantic life, hurting her career, impacting her reputation to the public, she also got emotional, saying that she was just so happy to have her day in court, that she had been waiting so long to try to rehabilitate her whole entire reputation. Now, this, of course, was just her first day on the stand. Donald Trump's lawyers will have the opportunity to challenge her account when they do cross-examination. But also, Donald Trump has been vocal on social media, blasting this as a made-up scam, saying her lawyers are political operatives. That got some choice words from the judge in this case, who warned Donald Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, to speak to Donald Trump, to tell him to stop, saying that the former president was opening himself up to further legal trouble if he continued to post about this case.
Neda Tawfik. In a historic move that's been welcomed by those seeking a more inclusive Roman Catholic Church, Pope Francis will for the first time allow women to vote at a global meeting of bishops in October. 5 religious sisters will be granted voting rights. The assembly will consist mostly of several hundred male bishops. In a further break with tradition, the Pope announced that voting rights would also be extended to 70 hand-picked non-clerical members of the religious community, and he hoped that half of those would be women. For more on this, Victoria Uwankunda spoke to Debra Rose, co-director of Future Church, a Catholic organisation seeking greater involvement of lay people.
Well, I think it's a little like a mini volcano. It is extremely paradigm shifting in the Catholic Church. The authority structure, those people who have made decisions for all these years, that is coming to an end, and we are seeing the opening of real diversity in terms of decision making, and especially as the doors have been opened to women having a deliberative voice in this important decision-making body in the Catholic Church, the Synod.
So what kind of decisions are taken in these kind of assemblies, and how important are they to the church and its followers?
The key difference is this is a real opening, and for 70 non-bishops, which Pope Francis has said he wants half of those to be women, they will be actual members. In the past, they've been auditors, which means they just listen, they can give input, but they have no voting voice, no deliberative voice in the decision-making. And now they will not only participate, they will not only give input on the various sections, but they will actually vote on the final product, which Pope Francis has said in a previous decree that when this body votes and agrees on something, it will become ordinary magisterium, which means it has a very high level of authority within the Catholic Church.
And so how do you think the wider church is going to be receiving this news?
Those who have been working for reform of the structures, inclusion of women, LGBTQI people, divorced and remarried Catholics, there's just a whole long list of people who have been excluded for a very long time from participation. I think they're going to be overjoyed. But I think those who have a more traditional or conservative bent will be frightened by this. The notion that women are actually going to move into decision-making roles is very frightening for some. And I think the majority of Catholics will go along in the end, because once something becomes enshrined in the Catholic Church, people do tend to move toward it.
Debra Rose of the Catholic organisation Future Church talking to my colleague Victoria Uwankunda. Disney is suing the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. Disney claims the governor and his officials have violated its constitutional rights by waging what it calls a concerted campaign of retaliation after the company criticized a ban on discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity in primary schools. And Ron DeSantis' so-called war against so-called woke corporations is dividing Republicans, with some worried that they're straying from their roots as the party of big business. Our North America business correspondent is Michelle Fleury.
It's the escalating feud between one of America's biggest companies and a potential White House contender is now headed to court. Disney filed its suit on the same day that officials appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis voted to block development plans for the Florida theme park. The entertainment giant claims it is a victim of a relentless campaign to weaponize government power against Disney. A spokesman for Mr. DeSantis dismissed Disney's lawsuit as an attempt to undermine the will of the voters in his state. This battle started last year after the firm spoke out against a law banning discussions of sexual orientation or gender identity in primary schools, often referred to as the Don't Say Gay law. The Florida governor and likely presidential candidate has clearly decided that taking on a company perceived by his base as woke is good for politics, but starting a fight with one of the state's biggest employers and taxpayers comes with costs, of which this lawsuit may only be the first.
Michelle Fleury. A unique art installation has been built in the Greek capital Athens, highlighting the wastefulness of fast fashion and its social and environmental impact in African countries. It's called Return to Sender, and it uses second-hand clothing that's sent to African nations in large quantities as donations. The group behind it is an art collective from Nairobi. Our correspondent Harry Bly has been finding out more.
Return to Sender is an enormous outdoor installation, a pavilion made out of large, tightly packed cubes or bales of used clothing wrapped in plastic. It was created by the Kenyan art collective, The Nest. Katerina Gregor is the project's curator.
There's something rather paradoxical in it because it's at the same time attractive as it is disturbing, because these bales of clothing, as they're packed very well, very tightly together, they create a kind of patchwork, a collage of different bright colored fabrics. So it looks, very enticing, but upon closer observation, you obviously see that there's a subtext that is rather dystopian, actually.
The installation aims to draw attention to the environmental issues of fast fashion, which, when sent to African countries, often goes to waste.
What happens is that a lot of our clothing ends up in Africa, and more than 40% of this clothing, which is supposed to go there as secondhand clothing, actually ends up in rubbish dumps.
Katerina explains why the installation is important for Greece.
Here in Greece, there's actually a rather relatively low environmental consciousness as regards fast fashion. And so the project was specifically intended to, raise awareness and generate a discussion about how quickly and easily and often without thinking we consume cheap clothes.
Return to Sender was originally commissioned for Documenta, a contemporary art event which takes place every 5 years in the German city of Kassel. It's hoped that after Athens, Return to Sender will move on to more cities in richer nations where visitors can experience the unseen challenges posed by cheap clothing.
That report by Harry Bly. As fears rise about the nuclear threat posed by North Korea, the United States has struck a new agreement with South Korea as part of what's being called an unprecedented commitment to show that the world's biggest military power is prepared to use nuclear weapons to defend Seoul from attack. This comes as the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol is in Washington. Yoon Suk-yeol is in Washington for a state visit. He met Mr. Biden on Wednesday, and he's due to address a joint session of the US Congress today. Jean McKenzie reports from Seoul on the landmark deal struck between the two nations.
This is the US stepping up its commitment to use nuclear weapons to defend South Korea against North Korea. The US is responsible for South Korea's defense, and it's always implied that it would use nuclear weapons if they were needed. But people here have begun to question that commitment and have needed reassurance because North Korea is making such rapid progress on its nuclear weapons program. It is developing tactical nuclear weapons that can target here in South Korea, and it is refining its long-range weapons that can reach the United States. So under this new deal, one thing the US is going to do is to send one of its submarines armed with nuclear weapons to the Korean Peninsula. The two sides are also creating a nuclear planning group. Now, this allows South Korea to be more involved in US plans to use its nuclear weapons, because up to this point, South Koreans have essentially been kept in the dark with no understanding of what would actually trigger the US president to push the nuclear button on its behalf. But in return for these US commitments, what South Korea is having to do is to promise that it will never develop its own nuclear weapons, because calls for that here are increasing. And this has alarmed Washington. And it's really why we're seeing these new measures be introduced. Some people I've spoken to today say that while there are some reassuring things in this deal, it doesn't go far enough, because it doesn't actually change anything, because the United States still gets to decide whether to use its nuclear weapons or not. But even so, this is a win for South Korea. And if you look at what President Biden said at the White House yesterday, he was unequivocal in his promise to defend South Korea. He said that if North Korea were to carry out a nuclear attack on the US or on one of its allies, then it would spell the end of that regime.
Jean McKenzie in Seoul. Away from the politics, President Yoon Suk-yeol gave an unexpected performance at the White House at a state dinner. His karaoke song of choice? Don McLean's American Pie. He told guests it had been one of his favorite songs when he was growing up.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how the Music used to make me smile. And I always felt my chance that I could make those people dance and make me happy for a while. February made me shiver with a paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't have one more step. I can't remember if I tried well, Bowie's willow bright. Something touched me deep inside the day the music died.
Very enthusiastic response there from a White House audience to the South Koreans' rendering of that classic American Pie. And it also seems to have gone down very well with Don McLean himself, who's been sharing video clips of the performance on social media. President Biden said the singer wasn't able to join them at the White House, unfortunately, but he did send a signed guitar, which was then presented to the South Korean leader. And that brings us to the end of this edition of The Newsroom. Thanks very much for listening.
This is the BBC World Service, and The Forum is looking at how the mobile phone has changed our lives.
The fear of low battery and the sheer panic when you think you might have actually lost it and become totally cut off from the world. No! Oh, thank goodness. There it is. Our panel will be exploring what we've gained, what we've lost, and how we got to the point where we almost can't live without one.
There is a psychological attachment of people to their phones, which really makes them move beyond being a tool.
From the history of ringtones, cameras, and messaging to when phones got the internet.
The phone knows our darkest secrets, our insecurities, our desires, and it tempts us with what we're most interested in.
The Forum, how the mobile phone changed everything, at bbcworldservice.com/forum or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Assignment from the BBC World Service. Laos in Southeast Asia remains the world's most bombed country per capita. It's been 50 years since the last explosives were dropped by American planes, but people here are still being killed by unexploded ordnance, or UXO. I'm Antonia Bolingbroke-Kent, and I've come to Laos to see what a threat these UXO still pose and the efforts being made to clear them. That's Assignment, after the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. South Sudan says it's leading efforts to mediate an extension of the current ceasefire in neighbouring Sudan. The Foreign Minister, Deng Dor Deng, said a 72-hour extension would enable the creation of a humanitarian corridor between the capital and other cities. China has deployed naval vessels to evacuate more of its citizens. Officials said they expected to transfer about 800 people before the ceasefire is due to end in Sudan on Thursday night. For a second day running, President Erdogan has cancelled his entire election campaign schedule 3 weeks before Turkey goes to the polls. Officials say he's contracted a stomach bug. Republicans in the US House of Representatives are hoping a bill they've approved on borrowing limits will convince President Biden to begin negotiations on spending cuts. It's unlikely the bill will be passed by the Democratic-held Senate. Ukrainian officials say Russia has intensified artillery attacks near the eastern city of Bakhmut. More than 300 strikes were recorded in a period of 24 hours. The remains of what appears to be a missile have been found in a forest in central Poland. Initial examination suggests it was an air-to-surface missile. The Defence Ministry says it presents no danger to the public. Prosecutors in Paris have launched an appeal against a court decision clearing Air France and Airbus of involuntary manslaughter over a plane crash in 2009. They've always denied the charges, blaming pilot error for the crash. Australia is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. It argues the current system is failing to tackle critical labour shortages and needs to be more assertive in attracting highly skilled professionals. A team of British archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They believe they are evidence of an undocumented military campaign. BBC News.
There are a lot of UXO awareness posters up. Just parking outside a wooden house. Beautiful pink bougainvillea spilling over the fence. A few mopeds parked outside. I'm guessing this is where the UXO has been reported. I'm in the northern Lao province of Xieng Quang with demining charity, the Mines Advisory Group, and a farmer has just found some unexploded ordnance, or UXO, left over from the days of the Vietnam War. Welcome to the documentary from the BBC World Service. I'm Antonia Bolingbroke-Kent, and this is Assignment.
Laos is the most heavily bombed country per capita in the history of the world.
Portia Stratton is the Mines Advisory Group's Lao Country Director.
From 1964 until 1973, over 2 million tonnes of ordnance were dropped over the country in 580,000 bombing missions, which is the equivalent of one plane node every 8 minutes, 24 hours a day for 9 years. So a huge amount. And of that, at least 270 million cluster munitions were dropped as part of the bombing campaign, of which an estimated 30% failed to detonate.
Just to be clear, those were American bombing missions. The Kingdom of Laos, or Laos, was supposed to be a neutral country. But this Southeast Asian nation shares a 2,000-kilometre border with Vietnam. And by the mid-1960s, there were tens of thousands of North Vietnamese soldiers fighting here, as this report from CBS News in 1970, called The Not-So-Secret War, illustrates.
This is the battlefield in Laos. These are government troops supported and financed by the United States, fighting and losing ground to communist troops, many of them from North Vietnam, fighting in remote mountains in an obscure corner of Asia. It looks and sounds familiar.
Laos' own population at the time was under 3 million. The famous Ho Chi Minh Trail, the North Vietnamese military supply route that fed the communist insurgency in the south, passed through Laotian territory, and the North Vietnamese were supporting communist insurgents, the Pathet Lao, in a civil war. It's 50 years this month since America withdrew from the Vietnam War and stopped bombing Laos. But the legacy is a country still littered with unexploded ordnance, bombs, grenades, and other explosive remnants of war. That's what the farmer has found in his field near the village of Sam Nguyen. One of the MAG community liaison team, a young lady, is showing the man a picture of various types of bomb, a blue 26, a blue 42, a blue 3B, and a blue 24, all types of cluster submunition. He's being asked to identify what he's found.
He found a blue 26, only one item in his land.
My translator, Ye Bun Singh, is also from the Mines Advisory Group, or MAG. The man's field is a bit of a drive away, so he's just getting on the back of one of the MAG bikes, and we're going to follow him there. As we drive back through Sam Nguyen, we're passing rice paddies, grazing water buffalo. The children have obviously just left school. They're all flooding along the road. On either side of us rise these forested slopes, spumes of banana palm. Very beautiful landscape. We've turned off the main road and are now bumping up a very rough red dirt track. As we drive up the track, being thrown around in the car, passing fields that have been freshly slashed and burned. The farmer, Yua Taiyang, is a small man of 61. He's wearing a black sports jacket, he's got short black hair, black trousers, flip-flops. So it's about 100 meters from here.
Yes. And he found him, he's slashing and, burned this field.
To the right of the dirt track we've driven up is a very steep field. Well, it was forest, but this farmer has cut a whole patch of it and burnt it in order for him to be able to plant his crops. And when you're burning the field. Are you worried about UXOs and the risk of setting off hidden ordnance?
Yes, he said he was very worried when he first started his slash and burn. Since he found that items, that's why he stopped there.
He got nervous. And have you heard of any people in this village who've had accidents with UXO whilst doing slash and burn?
Yes, quite many of them got killed by UXO.
All farmers?
Yes.
Talking to this farmer, I'm reminded of the extraordinary risks people have to take here every day just to make a living from their land. Every time they plough their fields, they plant, they burn the fields before the planting season, they are taking a huge risk. I mean, he just said that lots of farmers have been killed in this community. Very sad. Very shocking. The war ended in 1975 when Laos fell to the Pathet Lao. It has been a single-party communist state ever since. For years, it remained largely closed to much of the world, and it wasn't until 1994 that bomb clearance charities like the Mines Advisory Group were allowed in to begin their work. By then, tens of thousands of people had been killed or maimed by the unexploded remnants of war. 5 decades later, people are still dying. Here's Portia Stratton again.
2021 did show a spike in accidents, and there were 63 accidents in 2021.
And where are most of these accidents taking place? Which parts of the country?
In 2021, most of them were in Jiangquan, up here in the north. As always, the people that are mostly affected are the people that are using the lands. Farmers and young kids. I mean, I've met with so many families who are scared to let their young children play on the land because they know that there's contamination.
Because cluster munitions were dropped in bombs containing about 600 of them, when you find one, it's very likely you're going to find quite a few more. Because of this, I'm not able to follow the farmer and the MAG team up into the forest, so I'm just waiting on the track for them to come down. Yua Taiyang and the MAG team were just appearing out of the jungle, sliding down a steep slope back towards us. So did they take a photograph of the bomb? The team was just getting out his smartphone and showing me a photo of the bomb they just found on Yua Taiyang's field. God, it's so hard to see. It is it's a BLU-26, and it is a very heavily rusted tennis ball-sized cluster munition, which is hidden in a patch of leaves. So difficult to see. It's dangerously well camouflaged with the leaves around it. So you can see how accidents happen with cluster munitions all the time.
Yes.
I mean, how did Yua Taiyang even notice it?
Yeah, so he said it's quite difficult to spot, but he's just doing his work as normal, and then he found it. It's like ball bearings around it. Then he was thinking immediately in that time that, okay, so I must report it to the MAC people so they can get rid of the items, so make it safe for me. Otherwise, other people, they will not see it, so that would be dangerous.
That's the thing about UXO. You never know exactly where they are or how much is left in the ground. And it takes just one bomb to render a whole area unfarmable. Having found it, the next step is to get a disposal team to come and perform a controlled explosion. I don't actually have the sound of one of those in Laos, but I have experienced one before in neighbouring Vietnam. So for those of you who'd like to hear one, here it is.
3, 2, 1, no!
Oh my god. Yes, so loud. It's really noisy.
Trust me, it was very loud, even from hundreds of meters away. Just imagine what that does to an adult, let alone a child. Sabadi! Just gone into the classroom. The class is a girls' class. Just down the road from the farmer's field, a class of 30 schoolgirls, around 8 years old, are being introduced to two MAG representatives who are going to teach them about the dangers of unexploded bombs.
It's a loud song. It's explaining about the fight during the war.
So the children are now being shown a video, which is an animation about the dangers of UXO. And it's about what not to pick up. The cartoons showing wartime and planes flying over, dropping big bombs on the village. The girls are being asked to identify the names of different munitions from a poster that's on the wall beside the blackboard. It's surreal seeing young girls like this having to identify the names of different bombs, and these bombs are a daily danger to them. It's just mind-boggling. I've come to the MAG base in Ponsavan, the capital of Dien Quang province in northern Laos. And it's a large compound. There's a lot of staff milling around. They have 800 staff who are based here who come back here from the field after clearance operations. Mimwa is a petite 41-year-old, her long black hair tied in a ponytail. She's dressed in a traditional sin, or sarong. Like many who live in northern Laos, Mimwa is from the Hmong ethnic minority. 50 years ago, the Hmong army, supported by the US, fought against the communists. Today, Mimwa works in operation support for MAG, but as a 5-year-old out playing with her friends, she stepped on an unexploded bomb.
She feel like a lot of blocks on her leg, and she only remember that the explosion was loud. And then she feel pain afterwards, and then she crying. And later on, the villagers and her grandma heard the explosion noise, and they came to check, but she was lying on the ground. So they picked her up and then brought her to the hospital.
What injuries did you sustain from the UXO?
The majority injury for her is amputated on her leg because explosion took off her leg, and then shrapnel went to her face and have a wound on her face.
Mimwa is wearing a very beautiful blue embroidered sin, and as she pulls up, I can see her prosthetic limb. And obviously 5 is very young. Can you remember at all what happened in the weeks and months after the accident?
After the accident, she only feel pain and she cry all the time. And when her pain is gone or her leg is recovered, then she knew that it's sad for her because she lost a leg. So it's not like her friends and the other people.
Despite her injuries, Mimwa comes across as remarkably positive about her life, though I should point out that I had a government minder with me at all times who listened closely to these conversations, not the most conducive to open discussion. It's early in the morning here in Dien Quang, just 7 o'clock, and I'm arriving at the house where the female UXO clearance team are based. And they're off to work in the field this morning, and I'm going with them. Morning, ladies. Sabadi. Sabadi. And I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 ladies so far. They're all in their very smart MAG boiler suits. Their uniforms have American flags on their sleeves to show that this team is funded by the United States, part of the $45 million the US government spent on UXO clearance in Laos last year. So this is where everyone lives for 3 weeks while they're working in the field?
Yes.
And then after that, they all go home?
Yes.
The ladies are all packing up the van to go out for the day's work in the field, loading a stretcher on top of the van. Hope that's not going to be needed. There's a lot of boxes being loaded onto the truck. It's a big old Land Cruiser. This is an all-female bomb clearance team, which is great to see. If it wasn't so hazy, I'd be able to see mountains around us. Xian Kuang is a fairly high plateau, well, about 1,300 meters above sea level, and there's a lot of mountains here. But because of the air pollution, I can't see them at all today. The thick haze is caused by farmers, like Yua Tayang, who we met earlier, slashing and burning their fields at this time of year, ready for planting. At one point during my visit, air pollution levels were 25 times the World Health Organization's recommended air quality guidelines. Oh, we've arrived at the clearance site. It's just outside Ponsavan, and I can see a cordoned off area, cordoned off with red and white tape, and that's obviously the clearance area. The ladies are now all gearing up and going out to start clearing. They're all walking away from me, carrying detectors and spades over their shoulders and buckets. They've got big wide-brimmed hats on to protect them from the sun. They sort of look like they're going out to do a day's farming in the field, but just a very different sort of farming. They're farming UXO rather than crops.
Crops, yeah, it is.
And you might be able to hear in the background the metal detectors beeping. And they just walk methodically across the grid. And every time the detector goes off, they have to get down and dig it up and see if it could be a rusty nail, it could be a blue 26 submunition. They don't know until they excavate. It's a laborious task, and there's no way of speeding it up. To think that so much of the country is being cleared by just single humans with metal detectors and spades and buckets. No wonder it takes such a long time.
My name's Pete Haymond, the current U.S. ambassador to the Lao People's Democratic Republic, and I'm lucky enough to be able to say that this is my third assignment in Laos, which is a rarity within my foreign service.
How is this UXO contamination impacting Laos' development?
Well, in general terms, you have the personal toll, that is persons who are killed and injured and those who are emotionally and psychologically affected by those accidents and what it means to them about trying to use their land. You have the impact on safe agriculture. Much of Laos is still a rural-based economy, and most of the population is still working in agriculture, including in the affected areas. And third, you have an effective tax on infrastructure development, because in the contaminated areas, there's always an extra expense for clearing the ground before whatever you're building, whether it's a road or a school or a government building goes up. You have to have an extra budget for the clearance.
The Lao government has said it wants to remove UXO as a barrier to national development by 2030.
Now, that's a difference, say, between being UXO-free and being UXO impact-free. The mountains and the jungles of Laos will have rusting pieces of metal for a long time to come, just as Europe has UXO from the world wars and the US occasionally digs up shells from our civil war. That will be there for a long, long time.
This field where the team are clearing today is pockmarked with bomb craters. Some of them are huge. Some of them could swallow a double-decker bus. Others are small and fairly shallow, like these ones. And that whistle means it's the end of the clearance team's day. A rare day when they have not found a single piece of UXO. Hot work.
Nothing found.
Finished. Nothing found. The team are just coming back in with all their equipment and then packing up the car. And they haven't found any UXO today, but they have found a bucket full of scrap metal Yeah. And one crushed can of beer lao, which I'm sure is something they find quite frequently. So how was today?
It's not that tired, but very hot day today.
So a bucket of scrap metal, I'm afraid, is all they've got to show for their hard work today. Well, thank you so much. Khop chai lai lai, khop chai lai lai. We're just driving along a red dirt track to Ban Nateng village, and several of the houses we pass, their sheds and barns, are built using cluster bomb casings. The locals making good use of war scrap. Just shows quite how much scrap metal there is around here. Very bumpy road. Just past one barn with about 8 pillars made of green metal cluster bomb casings. Ingenious use of available materials. Just arrived at one of the villagers' houses. It's a wooden house. There's ducks and chickens, banana palms. The village consists of really one track cutting through wooden houses. There's a few new concrete houses replacing the older style buildings. I've come to Ban Nateng because the villagers here make a living in a rather unusual way from the unexploded ordnance that litter the countryside around the village. Sabadi, Sabadi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, you speak English?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Somtit.
Dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, it turns out that this tall, slender 40-year-old is the local English teacher. I like your house. It's very beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you.
He supplements his income by making metal objects in a workshop next to his house. Stacked on one side is a mass of old bombs. There's a shoulder-mounted grenade. There are big 500-pound bombs, old helmets, grenades, mortars. I can see a blue 26 cluster bomb known as the pineapple bomb, yellow casing. What's this? There's a really large pit of what must be a US aeroplane. That's from a plane.
Yeah, small plane.
Oh, it's almost a whole plane. Half of Sumtit's roof of his workshop is made up of the body of an American aeroplane. Metal and ordnance everywhere. And amongst all this ordnance, Sumtit is sitting at a fire. What are you making here?
Now I'm making the chopstick.
Chopsticks?
Yeah, chopstick.
Metal chopsticks?
Yeah, metal.
And what else are you making?
Big spoon. And another souvenir. So many things that. Now I have the big client from USA. They have the big order every month. Elizabeth from US just order the earring.
Elizabeth from the US has ordered these.
Yeah. 2,000 piece.
2,000, and it's earrings?
Yeah.
And he's sitting at a stone kiln.
Yeah, oven. Oven for melting aluminium. The pot inside we use the big bomb.
The big 500-pound bombs?
Big bomb like this, yeah.
And where do you find these bombs?
I buy from the trader. They go in the countryside, then I buy from them. Now is have only the jungle, the land near the village is finished, don't have now.
So in the past, it was easy to find scrap metal, bits of ordnance near the village. Now that's finished, so you have to buy the metal from a scrap metal dealer who's getting it from remote jungle areas.
Yeah.
So you bought all this metal from a scrap metal dealer?
The villager.
From villager?
Yeah.
But isn't it dangerous?
Yeah, some people die for it, yeah. But they need the money that they no work.
God, it's amazing that people here are still taking these risks. How much do you pay for, say, a 500-pound bomb from a scrap metal dealer?
For the aluminium, 40,000 kip now.
40,000 kip per kilo for aluminium. That's $3 per kilo.
Yeah.
And the people in the US know that these are made from American bombs?
Yes, they know. They need only the piece of bomb, not another metal.
So is this a good business for you?
Yeah. Because when they make the order, it's good money for our family. Yeah.
That keyring is a bomb. Keyring is a hand grenade. I like this one, the tiger bottle opener.
Yeah.
And this one,
peace sign.
the peace sign.
Yeah, peace sign.
A bit ironic.
Yeah.
Made from old bits of American bomb dropped here over 50 years ago. Somchit admits that he's increasingly using other sources of scrap aluminium to make his spoons and trinkets, though, as he says, the American market wants its war memorabilia to come from, well, the remnants of war. But as bomb clearance continues, you'd hope that supply will dry up, and that one day the farmers and children of Laos will be able to work and play without worrying about what happened here half a century ago. That was assignment from the BBC World Service. I'm Antonia Bolingbroke-Kent. The producer was John Murphy.
In 1973, 2 decades of civil war in Laos ended. But when the fighting stopped, many of the country's Hmong people had to flee to escape persecution.
We were on a trek for about 2 weeks through the jungle, and there were about 50 or 60 with us who are extended clan members.
Search BBC World Service Witness History online, or wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
At bbcworldservice.com, it's Tech Life with Zoe Kleinman.
A distressing account of the human cost of keeping extreme material off the internet. The sound of the quantum computing revolution. And could the complex interactions between cyclists and motorists be a brake on the development of driverless cars?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Would you like to live on another planet or in a floating space station, fulfilling your life's hopes and dreams among the stars? Until recently, this was fantasy, but no longer.
We can begin to think about what it will mean for people to live in space.
I'm David Baker, and for BBC World Service Radio, I've been discovering what settlements in space will be like.
Everybody will be under a lot of pressure there because of the way we're living so far from home.
Who will be living in them?
Is this something that should be opened up to all of humanity, or something that should be owned and exploited by just a few entities or companies or nations?
And how they'll be organized.
There are enormous potentialities for tyrannical control.
What was once fantasy could now be reality in the next decade.
I would anticipate the beginning of an ability to live in space in the 2030s.
Join me, David Baker, for Living in Space, right after the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. South Sudan says it's leading efforts to mediate an extension of the current ceasefire in Sudan that's due to expire tonight. South Sudan's Foreign Minister, Deng Deng, told the BBC a 72-hour extension would enable the evacuation of foreign nationals and the creation of a humanitarian corridor between the capital and other cities. He said President Salva Kiir's proposal had been accepted by the leader of Sudan's army, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. Deng Deng said he hoped General Hamdan Dagalo of the RSF would also come to the discussions.
This is a very important sign. So we hope that General Dagalo will be able to respond as President Burhan responded, and will build a concrete measures and concrete steps. What need to be done? We cannot do this unless by agreement of both parties.
Our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams, is monitoring events from Nairobi.
This does represent quite a concerted effort by regional leaders to try and force the hand of the two generals who are leading this conflict. The idea would be twofold, probably. One, to get another 3-day ceasefire, to extend the one that runs out tonight. And then also perhaps that would lead to face-to-face discussions between the warring parties to end the conflict.
For a second day running, President Erdogan has cancelled his entire election campaign schedule. It's just 3 weeks before Turkey goes to the polls in crucial parliamentary and presidential elections. He was due to officially open Turkey's first nuclear power plant, but officials say he'll now take part via video link. Ola Guerin reports from Istanbul.
President Erdogan is in the fight of his life at the polls, but he's now out of sight. The 69-year-old was last seen in public on Tuesday night when he became ill during a live TV broadcast, which had to be halted. When it resumed, he appeared looking pale, saying he had been working hard and had picked up a stomach bug. Turkish officials say claims on social media that he suffered a heart attack are false. His main rival for the presidency, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, was one of the first politicians to wish him a speedy recovery.
An appeal has been launched by the Paris public prosecutor against a court decision clearing Air France and Airbus of involuntary manslaughter over a plane crash in 2009. Air France and Airbus always denied the charges, blaming pilot error for the crash, in which 228 people died. The plane is thought to have stalled during a storm and plunged into the Atlantic Ocean hours after departing from Rio de Janeiro. The verdict earlier this month came after a 9-week trial. BBC News. China has accused the United States of provoking confrontation by promising to strengthen its nuclear weapons commitments to South Korea. President Biden told his counterpart, Yoon Suk-yeol, there would be an overwhelming response if North Korea launched a nuclear attack on the South. American submarines armed with nuclear weapons will in future dock in South Korea. This comes as support grows in South Korea for the country to acquire its own nuclear weapons. There's been an intensification of Russian artillery and rocket attacks near the eastern Ukrainian city of Bakhmut, according to officials in Kyiv. More than 300 strikes were recorded in a period of 24 hours, but Russian forces are said to have failed to make advances on 2 villages. The Australian government is to overhaul its migrant workers programme. It argues the current system is broken and prevents officials from tackling critical labour shortages. The Home Affairs Minister, Claire O'Neill, said Australia had to, as she put it, skill up or sink. The government says Australia needs to be more assertive in the global race for talent. Phil Mercer reports.
The government considers the complicated and outdated migration system to be a barrier to prosperity. It wants the country to be less reliant on temporary workers who will be given more opportunities to stay permanently. The review says it's important that Australians don't feel threatened by economic migrants.
The State Department in Washington has said it won't allow a Sri Lankan provincial governor to enter the United States because of gross human rights violations. Wasantha Kalinago was accused of a series of killings while serving as a naval officer in the Sri Lankan Civil War. Local authorities dropped charges 2 years ago, but US officials said credible evidence from independent investigations showed he was responsible. BBC News.
Welcome to Living in Space on the BBC World Service with me, David Baker. We're the world's radio station, and today we're going to be taking that idea even further. Step outside one night and look up into the sky.
We need to sit down and have a dialogue with regards to the future of space.
In amongst the stars, you should be able to see a tiny red dot, Mars.
When a crisis comes, you cannot live on the Earth. Probably space would be the better choice.
200 million kilometers away, the next planet in our solar system feels impossibly distant.
And everybody will be under a lot of pressure there because of the way we're living so far from home.
But we've already landed robotic crafts on its surface. And in the not too distant future, we'll be building human settlements there.
It's time for a new kind of astronaut, the younger generation. It's time for them to go out and not only explore the new worlds, but to settle new worlds.
And when that happens, stepping out on an evening won't just mean gazing up at the heavens. It will mean people in the heavens gazing down at us.
The company vision is to build the infrastructure and the foundation that enables eventually millions of people to live and work in space.
In this program, I'm going to be asking what human settlements in space will be like, who will be living in them, and how they'll be organized.
We have to think of a solution that is good for the entire human race, not just for one race or for one country.
Our first stop is a lot closer to home. Bristol, a city in the southwest of Britain, among the crowds milling around on the harbour side on a sunny September afternoon.
Inside there's hydroponics.
Plants are being grown hydroponically without soil, which might be a way that you would grow plants on Mars. We're in our hydroponics research area, so we're surrounded by a few plants that have been grown here, and they've all been chosen for their sensory qualities. So they're plants like sage, lemon balm, and there's a big basil plant behind here. My name's Ella Good, I'm an artist, and I am leading this project with my friend and fellow artist, Nikki Kent. Hello. The project is called Building a Martian House. It is a prototype of how you could live in a house on Mars.
Ella and Nikki's project is a continually evolving work of art, exploring what it would be like to live on another planet.
The lower floor, that would be part of your rocket that you travel there with all the life support systems already in it, so that the people who arrive, they don't have to build their own life support systems, and they know they definitely work because they've survived the journey. So that is what the lower floor is, but then you want more space than that when you live on Mars. And that's why having an inflatable design really works, because it packs down very small and is very light. And then when you get there, you can inflate it and fill the walls to make them thick and filled with the Martian regolith so that you can protect yourself in some way from the radiation as well.
Ella and Nikki think all of us should be involved in working out how we will live in space.
We've been working with engineers and scientists and architects to talk about the feasibility of the building, and then involving the public and families and school children to talk about how might you live in it. And we thought we'd come back to the house today and start here just so we could kind of reflect on what we've started.
And I was experimenting with human hair. This is something that then I created. Maybe
once a week, Nikki and Ella invite anyone who wants to come and actively design the actual features of this Martian house. These workshop participants create designs that will meet the needs of the fledgling community they imagine themselves to be part of on Mars.
Well, how would a new community in this new place function? How it could look really different to how we live on Earth? And how does that reflect in how we work together here?
And everybody will be under a lot of pressure there because of the way we're living so far from home.
You need to have people around that will help you out, because that's what you were referring to. Is literally just describes collaboration as well. Sharing is caring.
Social contract to decide how we live and function together, because I'm a firm believer that can't really decide by committee, because that kind of dilutes good ideas.
Whatever kind of governance system we have has to be a lot more survival focused than we're used to thinking of.
So speak in private, you only speak in a communal place, and then you can't have subgroups, and you can't have gossip, and you can't have lies, and so then you only speak when you're in the communal area, and then everybody knows nothing else has been said outside those walls.
The first community on Mars would probably have to be sterilized, so no babies on Mars for this first batch of people. I don't know how ethical that is, but it doesn't mean, for example, in terms of females, that you don't menstruate or you don't feel like you want to mate with someone. So I was wondering how to make space for activities like that, because this is just a basic human need as well.
Building this Martian house is a work of art, but there are good reasons to believe human dwellings on other planets could become a reality in the near future. The US government's NASA, the world's biggest and most powerful space agency, plans to establish a base on the moon as early as 2034, and it has ambitions for a human mission to Mars just a few years later. The prospect of human settlements in space means we have to start thinking about some very different issues than the ones that have shaped and dominated space exploration so far.
Everybody thinks, we are too busy thinking of the science and the technology. We can ignore for the time being the societal issues or the sociological issues. We have to start now. I'm Bazlan Othman. I was formerly the director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in Vienna, Austria. I was also the founding Director General of the National Space Agency of Malaysia.
Mazlan argues that we need to have a much wider and a much deeper debate about what kind of communities we want to build in space.
A lot of people believe that whatever inequities that exist on Earth will be exacerbated in space. We have to think of a solution that is good for the entire human race, not just for one race or for one country. There is a moral issue here. It's not just about having the cultures being different in space, but who should be allowed to go to space? Would we leave all the poor people from the poor countries behind because they cannot afford to pay 100,000 or 250,000 for that trip? We will have to look at the best talent, and the best talent is not only coming from one country or one creed of people. We need to think of how we can build some kind of diversity.
And she says we need to think about why we want to go and live in space in the first place.
What is the motivation for us to set up such a settlement or habitat in space? And I believe it might be one of two. The first is that there is some economic activity that is critical or vital to sustain an economic activity here on Earth, and is vital for the whole human race. The other motivation is that the planet Earth is doomed, and that the human race, in order to survive, will have to leave the Earth. It's been said that if the dinosaurs had a space program, they would not be extinct today.
In the past, space exploration was limited to big nations with big budgets. Think of the American Apollo missions or the Soviet Union's Soyuz program. But now, many countries on Earth have space initiatives, and indeed many private companies too. As I found at the biggest and noisiest annual global trade fair for space exploration.
I've come to Paris to the International Astronautical Congress, a huge convention of space specialists, which is taking place in this enormous convention center here in the center of the city. Over about 4 floors, I can see all around me stands from pretty much everyone who's involved in the exploration of space. There's NASA over there, there's India, there's the UAE, there's some European countries here, the European Space Agency, of course. And if you really want to understand what the thinking is about the future of space, this is the place to come.
Tomorrow, when a crisis comes, you cannot live on the Earth. Probably space would be the better choice. I am Sudhir Kumar. I am Director Capacity Building and Public Outreach from Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO.
We're just looking around the corner at, there's a big chart about India's first manned space program. Could you tell me a little bit about that and why India's looking to go into space or send a person into space?
The sustainability of the humankind is obviously a question. And today you are comfortable on the Earth. But after some time, probably you have to explore. Maybe after 100 years or 200 years or 300 years, people would prefer to go beyond the Earth for their survival. That is one thing. The second thing is, very important thing is, we should know what is happening elsewhere. So what is beyond Earth is a subject of concern to protect ourselves. Tomorrow we do not know, solar system, let's say different kind of asteroids are coming, they may hit us. How actually the system outside to protect ourselves? Technologies which will enable the people to go into space and live in an autonomous manner will give lot of spin-offs to the human society. Tomorrow water is depleted. how to survive in the low crisis situation. These are all the technologies that are very much important to develop, which can be scaled for the spin-off applications.
And it'll give you the return here back on Earth or in space or in both?
Both.
And Sudhir sees a big role for business when it comes to space exploration. We're on the India state stand, but over there's Lockheed, there's different companies all around us. How is that relationship managed when it comes to our colonization of space, the commercial and the state?
They're complementary to each other. The government should act as some kind of supporter, mentor, rather than builder. The building, we have to do building-based manufacturing, assembly, testing, we should leave to the industry.
In the past decade, there's been spectacular growth in the number of private companies getting involved in commercial space exploration. They're not only providing the rockets used to launch satellites and promoting space tourism, but they're also making plans for establishing a longer-term human presence in space.
So that this amazing experience can actually become real for people who are not space people.
Right, and so everyone has the potential to be a space person, so I think that's the first thing we could say, right?
In one of the huge dark presentation halls in the Paris Conference Center, we found Blue Origin, the space company founded by Amazon's Jeff Bezos.
We're still entering a new world as we do this commercially.
Brent Sherwood is Blue Origin's Senior Vice President, Advanced Development Programs.
The company vision is to build the infrastructure and the foundation that enables eventually millions of people to live and work in space.
Brent says we need to go through 3 stages that will take us towards permanent settlements in space.
The first step is what I call adventure travel. Spaceflight is still high risk, it's very expensive, and you can think of an analogy like a very high-end adventure travel vacation, climbing Mount Everest or going to Antarctica. It's risky, but it's curated. The step after adventure travel is genuine tourism. And the step after tourism is living. I would anticipate the beginning of an ability to live in space in the 2030s. A model I like to think about is a timeshare condominium in orbit. Say 12 people own a month each out of the year of an apartment in orbit around Earth. That's a very special address, quite amazing houses. And we can begin to think about what it will mean for people to live, at least for part of their life or part of the year, in space.
It sounds idyllic, a timeshare out among the stars. But life in space, whether it's orbiting the Earth or further afield on the Moon or Mars, will be much harsher and much more dangerous than the conditions we're used to here on our home planet. And that's likely to have a big effect on the kind of societies we build there.
There is a lack of freely available liquid water, a lack of natural food, and of course, an atmosphere that's either toxic or no atmosphere at all. I'm Charles Cockell, and I'm Professor of Astrobiology at the University of Edinburgh. Climate and the environment that people will inhabit in extraterrestrial places will shape the sort of societies that they make.
Now I'm asking you to hypothesize, but can you give me some, for examples here? If it's a dangerous situation, does that lead to a particular group or a particular group function?
Yes, well, imagine you're on the Moon or Mars, for instance, and you can't just go outside and breathe the air as you can on the Earth. The oxygen that you breathe comes from a manufacturing process. Even if you own your own oxygen-producing machine, the parts in that machine are presumably serviced by someone else. And that means that something absolutely vital to your existence has elements of control from other people. And as a consequence, I think, there are enormous potentialities for tyrannical control over those commodities to control the population.
Freedom or human rights might take second place to survival.
In the space environment, protecting people from the lethal external condition is paramount, and any right or claimed right of freedom can be looked on as trivial compared to this need to survive in the extraterrestrial environment.
What can we do politically to avoid just a bunch of dictatorships in outer space?
A limited range of goods and machines is an excuse for political control. And the best way out of that, a little bit like autarky on the Earth, is to maximize the range of goods coming in and out of a settlement. And that speaks to reliable spaceships traveling through the solar system, allowing for this free movement. Essentially, what you want to do is transform the solar system into a free trade zone, and that will enhance the conditions for liberty in otherwise isolated settlements throughout the solar system.
That free trade zone will create a big role for the private sector in space. And companies are already seeing a commercial opportunity in the imminent decommission of the International Space Station, or ISS, a kind of floating science lab that's managed jointly by the US, Russia, Japan, the European Union, and Canada. The ISS has been orbiting the Earth since 1998, but by 2030 it'll come to the end of its useful life. And according to Blue Origin's Brent Sherwood, its replacement, or replacements, will have a very different business ethos.
8 years from now, the space station, according to current plans, will be decommissioned. And that's critical because it means the scientific research business that's currently conducted on station needs to move to one or more commercial space stations. That then becomes a kind of anchor tenancy of a commercial facility, which then enables us to build that facility to be a mixed-use business park. And that's certainly the model of our space station program called Orbital Reef. Without the prospect of a genuinely commercial business at the end of it, nobody's going to invest. A combination of governmental public action and private enterprise. That's certainly the way we do it in the West, and I expect to see that continue to open the frontier in space.
So what would those private space stations do?
There's both tech and non-tech industrial applications. So that could be products that can only be made in microgravity and then returned to Earth. It could be entertainment products like making films in the zero-G environment. It could be gaming, for example. There's no casino on the International Space Station. It's a government facility, but gaming is a big business around the world. There are ideas that people are already working on for biomedical products that could only be made in space. A classic example that people talk about these days is growing organs for organ replacement, because in microgravity, you can suspend in a kind of containerless way some tissue culture. So that may turn out to be, growing corneas, for example. That might be something that works better in space.
The effect of microgravity on biological processes is a massive area of research in space exploration, and one that could have profound implications for the future of human life away from the surface of our planet. As I found when I stumbled across a stand in one corner of the vast Paris exhibition hall.
Hi, gentlemen. David Baker from the BBC. This is obviously an important event.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, what's going on here? What's going on?
Okay. Hey, my name is Ismail Yamin. I'm from Independence X Aerospace. So we are a new space transportation company. Yeah, so what we do is mainly on space vehicles, re-entry vehicle, and also launch vehicle. But in this case, today with me is Dr. Egbert from Spaceborne United.
Dr. Egbert Edelbroek. I'm working with Dr. Yamin in a collaboration. We're going to sign an agreement today. Spaceborne United is my company, which is focusing on researching and also enabling different stages of human reproduction in space. So in a few years, we aim to enable the very first conception of a human embryo in history, conceived in space and not on Earth.
Because of the lack of gravity, cells behave very differently to how they do on Earth. And that goes for sperm and eggs and embryos too. The technology Egbert and Ismail have developed is designed to see if it will be possible for an egg to be fertilized in a zero-gravity environment and for an embryo to grow.
At the moment, we're focusing on the beginning of reproduction, so that means the conception stage, conception and the early embryo development, so the first 5 or 6 days.
So what we can see here is it's a clear plastic disc which has reservoirs and canals built into it. And you can see how that would be spinning around. Where does the sperm start and where does the egg start before the spinning
egg starts? On the reaction chamber.
Here on the edge, outside,
on the outside of the disc. And the sperm cells begin in a chamber more close to the center.
Okay.
We are facilitating artificial gravity by placing the embryos on a rotating disc, and by adjusting the spinning rate of the disc, we can adjust the gravity level that they are experiencing. And as soon as the disc inside the life support system is in low Earth orbit, in space, then we will reallocate the sperms in the disc and send them to the female cells. And in each chamber, we plan to have 3 female cells, so there will be 12 embryos, potentially, if the fertilization works well.
And when do you think we might be seeing a baby born in space?
We could see that in about 10 to 15 years.
Private companies are also about making profit as well as cost effectiveness.
Yes.
Is there a profit to be made out there?
Yes, definitely. It's a huge profit to be made, because what we are doing here is not only helping to understand how human can grow and sustain in space, but there are other things as well. Like, for example, the development of vaccines, antibiotics, and other biotech specimens. They actually perform better in space, especially when you're talking about protein crystallization that are essential for vaccination making and stuff like that. Their efficiency is close to 100% because of the microgravity effect.
And will we be seeing a new generation of billionaires who make their money in space?
Absolutely.
With such a commercial approach to human settlement of space taking shape now, I can't help wondering whether this will cause tensions with other space powers who might have different priorities and values. Or indeed whether those without the money to invest could be cut out of the market and the benefits of living in space altogether. That's what I'll be exploring in part 2 of Living in Space. So please join me after the news.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring King Charles's causes and passions and asking what kind of monarch he might be.
Wow, this individual was ahead of the time.
Wakes up every day trying to be a solution maker.
He cares, he's compassionate.
Charles III will soon be crowned as British King, but as the oldest monarch to assume the throne in the UK, he's already spent decades pursuing his passions and projects.
He's one of the rare establishment figures that has consistently cared about urban inner city life.
I'm Layla Nathu, and I'll be speaking to those who know him best to understand what sort of king he'll be.
He's transforming lives all the time.
His sense of purpose was to save the world. It wasn't just to be king.
Thank you, King Charles. Keep it up, man.
The Making of King Charles. Tuesday at 8:30 and 19 GMT.
Would you like to live in space, fulfilling your dreams among the stars? I'm David Baker, and for BBC World Service Radio, I've been discovering what communities in space will be like. We've already heard how tough life in space could be, and how significant commercial enterprise will be for space settlement. But how might living in space be open to all in the years to come? That's what I'll be finding out in part 2 of Living in Space, after the latest news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. South Sudan says it's leading efforts to mediate an extension of Sudan's current ceasefire before it expires tonight. South Sudan's foreign minister said a 72-hour extension would enable the creation of a humanitarian corridor between the capital and other cities. For a second day running, President Erdogan has cancelled his entire election campaign schedule. Officials said he'd contracted a stomach bug. It's just 3 weeks before Turkey goes to the polls in parliamentary and presidential elections. China has accused the US of provoking confrontation by promising to strengthen its nuclear weapons commitments to South Korea. President Biden told his counterpart Yoon Suk-yeol that there would be an overwhelming response if North Korea launched a nuclear attack on the South. Australia says it wants to overhaul its current immigration system in order to attract more highly skilled workers. The Home Affairs Minister said the current points test programme that assesses migrants is failing businesses and the economy. Human Rights Watch has accused Turkish border guards of shooting and torturing Syrian civilians trying to cross into Turkey from their war-torn country. It says the abuses amount to grave human rights violations and has called on Ankara to investigate and take action against those responsible. Ukrainian officials say Russia has intensified artillery attacks near the eastern city of Bakhmut. More than 300 strikes were recorded in a period of 24 hours. Prosecutors in Paris have launched an appeal against a decision clearing Air France and Airbus of involuntary manslaughter over a plane crash in 2009. Almost 230 people died in the accident. A team of British archaeologists has identified 3 previously unknown Roman camps in the Arabian desert. They believe they are evidence of an undocumented military campaign. BBC News.
Welcome back to Living in Space on the BBC World Service with me, David Baker. We're exploring what human communities will be like as we venture out into space and begin to settle there.
I am Giuseppe Ribaldi. I am interested in space in 61 years, and I have spent 35 years with the European Space Agency. And in the last 10 years, I've been starting a number of activities, including the last one, the Moon Village Association.
Backed by big space corporations such as Lockheed Martin, the Moon Village Association is one of a number of international groups now debating what human life among the stars could actually be like. Giuseppe sees here a big opportunity to reshape the way we live together.
We will have an opportunity on the moon to have a new start. We have an heritage of our history of several thousand of years, but the moon is giving us a chance to start again nearly from scratch, not really from scratch, but give us an opportunity to rewrite some of the way of behaving.
That opportunity will come quite soon. Both the US and China have plans to build bases on the moon in the next 10 years. And that will raise challenges. Right now, relations between the two countries are not exactly cordial.
The present political landscape is not extremely, let's say, positive. And so there again, the Moon Village Association has started an activity to try to bring together different blocks, to try to talk to each other, to try to find a common level playing fields, to try to understand each other and interact with each other.
When you look at what we've done on planet Earth, when we humans have moved into new territories, let's face it, hasn't always been pretty. It's been a bit of a Wild West. There's been aggression, the powerful have won, the person who has the most force has got all the resources. How do we avoid that happening in space?
It is also the difference between access to limited resources or unlimited resources. And as you know, as we have seen in many historical background, when you have limited resources, you're about to doom, because the fight between the people for the limited resources will inevitably bring to the end. Access to space resources, Moon, Mars, and so forth, gives a chance to everyone to have, as I said, unlimited basically resources, which it is a condition necessary but not sufficient to limit the wars or to limit the conflict.
But even with unlimited resources, we're going to need to find a way of regulating how we live together in space. Not only on an individual level, but also when it comes to relationships between states too. And the laws we have at the moment may not be up to that.
We need to sit down and have a dialogue with regards to the future of space, especially that a lot of the laws and legislations and common agreements towards space exploration or utilization of space has been drafted decades ago, when there were very few players operating within the sector, and most of them were nations operating there. I am Sara Al-Amiri, Minister of State for Public Education and Advanced Technology in the United Arab Emirates. I'm also the chairwoman of the UAE Space Agency.
How do we work out who owns resources they take control of or they discover in space? I mean, in low Earth orbit, I can kind of understand that if I had a private satellite, I can charge people on Earth for access to the information that it gathers. But what about when I'm on the moon or on an asteroid or something? Is that resource the whole of humanity's, or is it mine?
You can't dictate policies based on who gets there first.
But in fact, there's a good chance, on the moon at least, that those first arrivals will get to decide how we live there. And that's because of the way the regulation of space has played out so far. Space exploration is covered by 2 global treaties, brokered by the United Nations. The 1967 Outer Space Treaty says that space should only be used for peaceful purposes, and that access to it and its benefits should be open to all. That treaty has widespread international support and was signed by all the major space powers. However, none of the major space powers has signed the 1979 Moon Treaty, which proposes that no one can claim ownership of territory or resources on any celestial body in space. That makes places like the Moon, asteroids, and Mars much more vulnerable to exploitation by whoever gets there first.
Is this something that should be opened up to all of humanity, or something that should be owned and exploited by just a few entities or companies or nations?
What would you like to see included in it? What kind of discussions would you like to see taking place?
I would like the whole aspect of ownership to be kept open and not defined that whoever gets there can cordon off X number of kilometers and be able to explore in it and not open it up to others. So that's the first aspect that needs to go into place. And that ensures that as you're going and defining it, you don't sequester it to a particular group of people.
And without proper regulation, many, like Edinburgh University's Charles Cockell, think there's a real chance of tension or even conflict in space.
People tend to think of space as a place where there are limitless resources. So it's ridiculous to talk about two settlements fighting each other in space. But it's actually not the case. If you go to the moon, for example, the readily available ice on the moon is localized to the permanently shadowed craters of the South Pole. There are also places in the South Pole and Moon where there's permanent light, where if you stand on the rim of a crater, the sun goes round and round on the horizon, a bit like in Antarctica, and you get constant light. These are fantastic real estate locations if you want to build a settlement with permanent light. So there are places in space that are extremely rare and could be extremely sought after. And in those places, we could imagine the potential for conflict and disagreements.
Namrata Goswami, a researcher with a deep knowledge of the Chinese space program, as well as those of the US, India, and the UAE, agrees that we're lacking a global agreement about how we should operate in space.
I haven't seen a regulatory framework coming out of the United Nations that actually takes seriously the kind of conversation we are having, which is space settlement, which is about resource extraction.
Instead, we have two very different agreements. The US's Artemis Accords, which about a dozen other countries have signed up to, and a Chinese initiative that extends that country's Belt and Road program into space. That initiative is supported by more than 140 states, including Western nations such as Italy, Austria, and New Zealand, and could, Namrata says, lead to conflict about how disagreements in space are policed.
The Communist Party of China might actually establish a unit on Mars that reflects back some of the legal stipulation of the Commercial International Court with Chinese legal system dominating. And we know China does not have an independent judiciary today. So that would depend. Will that judiciary be independent? Would it be completely politically motivated to grant a case to one particular actor vis-a-vis other?
Unsurprisingly, the US is also concerned about the growth of Chinese power in space. Bill Nelson is head of NASA.
If you're going to have international cooperation in space, you've got to have transparency. Even with the lack of transparency of the Chinese space program, and in particular, I'm talking about what they present as their civilian space program. Even since they have not had transparency, and I can give you several examples if you want. But nevertheless, we have had cooperation, for example, in deconfliction of some space activities in and around Mars. So will that blossom into a greater relationship? Well, that's up to the Chinese. Thus far, they have been unwilling.
But others are more optimistic. Professor Yun Zhao, a specialist in space law at the University of Hong Kong, sees no conflict between China's Belt and Road Initiative and the UN's Outer Space Treaty.
I'm Yun Zhao, Henry Chen Professor in International Law and Head of Department at the University of Hong Kong. My research area is mainly on space law and dispute resolution. The Outer Space Treaty has a provision regarding the jurisdiction and control within the space of their own station. So within the station owned by the United States, the American legal regime will govern the activities that take place within their station. In the Chinese station, the Chinese law will apply. So the jurisdiction control has been well provided in the Outer Space Treaty.
In the most recent space white paper that China produced, I think updated it in January 2022, there are quite a lot, maybe even half a dozen mentions of the Belt and Road Initiative in space. Now, the Belt and Road Initiative, as we know, is quite a national initiative from China. How does that fit in with the international nature of how space exploration will take place?
The Belt and Road Initiative is one very important initiative that was put forward by the Chinese government. But if we look into the Belt and Road Initiative, the essence is to emphasize about the international cooperation, which is exactly the most important principle in outer space regarding the space cooperation and also the multilateral regime. So that's why there's no conflict in between Belt and Road Initiative and international cooperation in outer space.
And Mazlan Othman, formerly the director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in Vienna, says China's aims are much less nationalistic than they might appear. She had direct dealings with the country when she was Director General of the Malaysian Space Agency.
If they want to set up another China in space, then they wouldn't talk about international cooperation. Why bother? For China, for instance, when they were talking about their station on the moon, they have gone out to a lot of countries. I have been approached by China, and many countries have been approached by China to see how can they expand, the interest of other countries in their project. We're going out and reaching out to the developing countries. You know very well that they're not going to bring in big investments. So I believe a country like China is looking for maybe diverse inputs into their program, because I think everybody agrees that diversity is a strength.
Not everyone is so well disposed towards China. Some people think that Chinese geopolitics right now are very much like the imperial colonialism that we saw in the past. And Mazlan thinks that we should not go down that route again.
So we can learn from history. So I think, again, being the optimist, if we know we have made mistakes in the past, how do we learn from those mistakes? You look at what is the definition of colonization. It includes one party taking over the domain of another country, or in this case, another planet.
Those who have come from a post-colonial, they've dealt with colonizers and shrugged off the shackles of that. And this is how they think. Their way of thinking will be very important. I'm Nnedi Okorafor. I am a science fiction and fantasy writer, particularly African futurism and African Jujuism.
Nnedi's novels imagine a future in which humans move out into space to work and to live. Drawing on her Nigerian-American heritage, she's acutely aware of how human history is scarred by the experience of colonization on Earth. And she's worried that if we don't listen to the voices of people who've been colonized, we'll just make the same mistakes in space.
The problem is the hierarchy that is involved in just leaving the planet. So there's already that. It's already in place. So you can see who's behind building the technologies to leave the planet. They're the colonizers. So therefore, they're in control of the programs. So therefore, they pick and choose who goes and how, all of that. So you've already got the attitude and ideas of colonizers in the DNA of space travel. So that flaw is already embedded in the way things are being done.
And can you give me a sense here how the mindset and the attitudes of people who've experienced being colonized themselves will be useful for making new communities in space? What kind of things will those voices be saying?
People who come from colonized societies will be able to recognize that, and they'll be able to be like, okay, I've seen this before. I know what this is. I know where this is going. I know what comes next. It's going to be this. First, you name something, and then you start mobilizing groups against that something. And it's just kind of that slippery slope that we've seen before. They'll be able to recognize it most, and hopefully they'll know to speak up and be like, this is problematic and this needs to stop. I think that those who come from societies that have dealt with, for example, genocide, they'll know the markers of that and they'll be most passionate about stopping it.
So far, space culture has been dominated by a hierarchical and military-led mindset. The extreme conditions of space and the huge cost of space travel have concentrated efforts into the hands of nation-states and their militaries. But now, Neddy argues, it's time for us to think again and build a different way of living together.
Just a simple hierarchical structure is not going to work. It will eventually just duplicate what we've seen before on this planet. I guess I don't really know what the name of what I would consider that works would be, but it would be more of a web kind of thing that utilizes everyone's skill and utilizes and prioritizes everyone's skills, and everyone will come with different skills.
In your Binti novels, you have a heroine who brings ideas from space back to Earth to change things here. I wonder if that's going to happen in reality when we're out in space. Do you think, how significant might communities in space and the culture that they have be if to influence society here on Earth?
The mirror that it will hold to Earthlings will be so powerful that I think it will be, whatever is learned from that experience, that I think Earth people will have to listen.
I really love your optimism. I must admit, perhaps it's late in the day and I'm feeling a little bit cynical about it, but it's a bit like, when you go traveling, isn't it? And you come back to your hometown and you can see so many things. And you really want to tell the people in your hometown, oh no, what about this? What about this? What about this? But they often don't listen, do they? They kind of feel, who's this uppity outsider who's gone away and now telling us what to do?
True. But that's why you need to have a storyteller on board. Because storytellers, a storyteller will be able to translate. They'll be able to translate all the experience from that Mars colony in a way that Earthlings will be able to hear and enjoy. So the enjoyment will be like the sugar that will attract and make for people to want to listen.
If someone asked you if you'd like to be the storyteller on that one-way mission to Mars, what would your reaction be?
That's the kind of possibility where it's like, because I am terrified of that idea, but it's like, if it were presented to me, I'd have to accept it. Like, I would totally accept it. I totally would.
Not everyone, though, is so keen to go into space. And that includes people whose day job is in the space industry.
My name is Didier Schmidt. I'm working for the European Space Agency, where I'm in charge of the strategy and the coordination of the space exploration program. Why would people want to go to Mars and live there? What would they do? It is like going on Earth to a most extreme desertic area, and you have to imagine you're in near vacuum. You can only go out of your home, so to say, with a heavy EVA suit, which is probably about 80 kilograms. Of course, it weighs less because of the gravity, but still, it's awfully cumbersome. You cannot scratch your nose, when you have an EVA suit on. And what would people do? That is the question. We hear about this, that we have to become a multi-planetary species and so on. What for? What would people do on these planets which are so hostile?
They'll be in extreme environments, and we kind of know what they'll be like. But what about when later we start to build villages or towns or cities? What kind of societies will we be building in space, do you think?
Of course, you hear things which are a bit outside of the imagination today, of terraforming, changing the environment of Mars and so on. I think this is a very, very big mistake and a very counterproductive statement and initiative, because it says de facto, for those who have the chance to be extremely rich and maybe powerful, they have a plan B for our planet if something goes wrong. That is a very negative message.
Why is it a negative message, apart from the inequality message?
Because the message is wrong, because we shall not talk about a plan B. We shall take care of our planet and our children on this planet.
Space analyst and author Namrata Goswami disagrees.
The argument that I hear people making is that why don't we first get Earth right? Right. But you see, that also is a very Western value-oriented argument. I hear this a lot from my Western colleagues telling people from the other side of the world, for example, my African colleagues that want to have a good lifestyle, that want to develop themselves, that they shouldn't, because that would lead to the depletion of Earth or would repeat back some of the bad behavior that, say, Western civilizational move with capitalism has brought to Earth, right? Or my Indian colleagues or my Asian colleagues, right? And so I would argue that we could do both. We could actually, by moving out to other settlements, we could improve life, we could offer much more access to resources.
And as we move further and further away from our planet, our view of events on Earth will change. Blue Origin's Brent Sherwood.
What we find is when people fly in space, they change. Their perspective about what I would call human hubris changes, because it becomes viscerally apparent how insignificant any of us is. And especially the contrast between the inherent lethality of the universe and the precious biosphere in which we evolved and live, and the nest that we're currently fouling, so to speak. That's a very impactful experience to people. So I hope that as the overview effect is able to be experienced by more and more people in the future, it will fundamentally change how people view what are in fact very trivial conflicts on Earth, very parochial conflicts.
In fact, in the future,
on Q95 today. Get more bang for your buck. Talk shows, news, sports, music shows, entertainment events, weekend shows, Newsweek reviews, early morning shows, evening and daytime shows, hot tips on health, nutrition, security, traffic, weather, environment, and more. Place your display banners on the Q95 website, www.q95da.com, with live links to your own website. Advertise on Q95, your one-stop shop for audio and video streaming, breaking news, sports, and entertainment. Advertise on Q95. Get value for your money. Call 767-448-5822 today. At Q95, we are family. Join your family. You can send emails, request songs, name your top 10 songs of the week, and even tell us the music that you want to hear. Stay on top of the latest news and entertainment. Hear it first as it happens. Stay in touch. Call our sales office at 767-448-5822 or call our on-air live talk shows at 767-449-3095, 3096, and 3097. Stay right on Q. Log on to Q95FMradio.com or WICEQFM.com and contact us. Keep it locked. Q95.
Right on Q. Right on Q. Right on Q.
Views expressed in this radio program are not necessarily those of Q95 FM radio. Q95 FM radio will not accept any responsibility or liability for the statements made during the course of this program.
For a newborn day.
Rise and shine. What's on your mind? Wake up to gentle, inspiring, spiritual, and positive motivational thoughts every morning. Get your day started on the right track. It's your time to shine. Call Q95 and tell the world what's on your mind. Speak to the issues making the news that concern you from day to day. Rise and shine. What's on your mind? Only on the big station. Only on Q95.
Thank thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, O Lord. We thank thee. We thank thee each morning for a newborn day, where we may work the fields of new mown hay. We thank thee for the sunshine and the air that we breathe, O Lord. We thank thee. Thank thee for the rivers that run all day. Thank thee for the little birds that sing along the way. Thank thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, O Lord. We thank thee. Oh yes, we thank thee, Lord, for
rest, and thank you for the gift of life this morning. Thank you, Lord, for waking us up and bringing us here in the land of the living. Thank you for gracing us, Lord. Thank you for causing us to journey through the challenges of life, as varied and difficult as they may be. Thank you, Father God, for family. Thank you for friends. Thank you, Father, for churches, communities, and thank you, Lord, for Whitey Kubuli. Thank you for those who attempt to guard the grass under our feet and the focus that they help us have. And thank you for going before us, Lord, and making every crooked path straight for us. Thank you for being God all by yourself in our lives, and thank you for being a friend that sticks closer than a brother. Thank you that in all things you undertake for us, and we are grateful. Thank you for the blessings of today amidst the challenges. And thank you for being God. Thank you that you don't take advice from anybody else on our behalf. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Lord.
We thank thee every day as we kneel and pray, that we were born with eyes to see these things. Yes, we thank thee for the fields where the clover is grown. Thank thee for the pastures where cattle may roam. Thank thee for thy love so pure and so free, O Lord. We thank thee.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Q95 FM, the big station. The program is Rise and Shine. My name is Randy Rodney, and I'm glad to be with you this morning, this Thursday morning, the 27th day of April 2023. Let me welcome the many of you already tuned in our way on your FM dials in Dominica, from Capuchin to Scott's Head and Delis to Coolibistry. It's my joy to bid you good morning from our studios here on Hanover Street in Rosa Dominica. A very good morning to the many of you listening to us in the Caribbean region, from the Bahamas to Belize, and of course around the world on www.q95da.com. Some of you listen on live online radio.net, on myradiohot.com, on TuneIn, on Streamer, and a few of you with me on Facebook, and I'm glad to have you. I say a very pleasant good morning to you, and I remind you daily, this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. God has never made a bad day. Today is a great day. It's a good morning. It's hot during the day, those days, but guess what? We thank God that He takes us through the paces, even with the heat or with the rain or whatever it is. We are grateful that God undertakes for us each time, every time, and all the time. And so I ask you and I invite you to be thankful today for who God is and for what He's doing for you. And as you do that, remember always that today you need to plan to be better. Never, ever, my friends, plan to be bitter.
Rise and shine, awake with the sun. Feel its rays and healing home as it dries the cold night away. Open your heart to a brand new day. Embrace the sound of nature's symphony. Hear the harmonious melodies. Focus your mind on the positive things. Let them surround as nature's choir sings. It's gonna be a good day. Something good's gonna happen for me, yeah. It's gonna be a good day. Good things are surely gonna come my way. It's gonna be a good day. Something good's gonna happen for me, yeah. It's gonna be a good day. Good things are surely gonna come my way. Oh, 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 oh. There's so much power in the words that you say, so use them wisely in a positive way. If you say them in faith and only believe, God will hear and blessings you'll receive. It's gonna be a good things are surely gonna come away.
Let me extend a very pleasant good morning to the many of you who worked the graveyard shift last night.
Good's gonna happen for me.
Good morning to our nurses, or police, or fire ambulance, or prison and security officers.
Surely gonna come away.
Good morning to farmers, or fisher folk, or market vendors, or street cleaners, or teachers, or students, or office workers. All good morning. Good morning to the many of you working in the affairs of the gospel. Good morning to you, and good morning to my treasured retirees.
Something good's gonna happen for me, yeah. It's gonna be a good day, good things.
We stop for scripture reading momentarily, ladies and gentlemen, at 6:30. We pause for prayer, and I ask that you stay with us, okay?
So I'm gonna sing this happy song. I'm gonna sing it all day long. Won't let nothing bring me down. Not today, no, no. I just know things will work out. Even though I don't know how. But I know at the end of the day, things are gonna be okay.
Of course, at the end of the day, it's going to work out. At the end of the day, things are going to be okay. All right. So walk with that confidence, walk with the understanding that whatever happens to you today, at the end of the day, it's going to be fine, just fine. We return to Exodus chapter 13, and today I'll read in your hearing verse 17, and I will read through to verse number 22 of Exodus chapter number 13, from verse 17 through to verse number 22. I read from the New King James Version of the Bible, and the text reads thus. Then it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. For God said, lest perhaps the people change their minds when they see war and return to Egypt. So God led the people along by the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea. And the children of Israel went up in orderly ranks out of the land of Egypt. And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had placed the children of Israel under solemn oath, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here with you. So they took their journey from Succoth and camped in Etham at the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, so as to go by day and night. He did not take away the pillar of cloud by day or the pillar of fire by night from before the people. Yesterday, we got into a place, my brothers and sisters, where we saw that the children of Israel have now left Egypt. And they are leaving Egypt under the directions of God through Moses. The text before us, we saw, is deliberate in pointing out to us that God did not lead the children of Israel by the land of the Philistines, although it was near. Didn't say it was easy, it just said it was near. And I said to you yesterday, by my research, it would have been a 4 to 10 day journey. It was near. We understood yesterday that the choice was made for them by God. God decided where they must pass. He was their guide. And he led them through Moses. Now, the onus was upon them to follow that direction, just like it is on us to follow that direction. Very often, my brothers and sisters, we make choices of our decisions, and we blame God for the effects of it later on. We make God guilty for allowing us or for causing us to do some things, whereas we would have made decisions as to where we want to go. If God had allowed Israel to make the decision of where they must pass, they would have chosen, more than likely, the way which led them through the land of the Philistines. But God's choice, God's provisions and providence for us is that he leads us to the ultimate goal. There's something I say often to our people, and that is we see in chronology. We look at time in terms of seconds and minutes and hours and days and weeks and months. God operates with us outside of time. So when he looks at us and functions with us in seasons, our life season. So God sees the end from the beginning. The decision in the text by God to have them go through the land, to have them go for the path of the Red Sea rather than the land of the Philistine, I shared with you yesterday, had, number one, a privilege for them. They saw their Pharaoh drown before their very eyes. The man who had enslaved them, had abused them, the person who had caused their lives to become miserable, God decided that you need to pass through the Red Sea because I'm going to work something out for you that is out of this world. And at the end of what I will do, you will see your enemies be plundered before your eyes. My brothers and sisters, I have confidence. I have always had that confidence in God, that God really and truly, when he takes care of us, he does a fantastic job. He does not do a halfway job. And not just that he doesn't do a halfway job. It seems to me that when he says, revenge is mine, he really means that. And when he deals with your opponents, when he deals with the people whose intent is to make your life miserable, who plans like the devil did for Job to strip you off of your peace and your goodness, when he deals with the people who seem to be bent on making your life miserable and totally annihilate you if they could, it is always better than when we deal with them ourselves. So, number one, God had them take a different direction so that they would actually see the promise that God made to them. The Egyptians would die. He did say to them, the Egyptians that you see today, you will see no more forever. God stood by his promise, and they saw that. But here's something else that I see in the text. And I'm still talking about God leading you in the way that he wants. Here's what the text says. God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. Hear God's reason now. For God said, lest perhaps the people change their minds when they see war and return to Egypt. Now that's pretty interesting. And let me tell you why it's interesting. Let's go back as to what's happening. The people got into Egypt, my brothers and sisters, via the hand of Joseph. They are there now as a people for 400 years. They are pressured. They got accustomed to slavery. They are accustomed to being bruised and held under the hand of their oppressors, so that they have been what we call now victimized so much that they have grown accustomed to being victims. That's all they knew, slavery. No wonder they became the growth engine of Egypt, because they knew how to take a grind. They knew how to take a hard time. They were formed by that hard time. And so that's all they knew. They did not know how to go to war with anybody. What they knew was how to work hard with their hands and bring out results. That's all they knew. They did not know how to handle guns. They did not know how to handle weapons of mass destruction. All they knew was to work hard for their living. And now that God is taking them out, when you look at what has happened there is, if God had taken them the way of the Philistines, they would have had to start warfare immediately. Why? Because the Philistines were actually occupying a property that's part of Canaan next to Egypt. God is bringing them to the land of Canaan. But understand that these are people whose warlike fighting spirits have been broken. And I want you to take time to listen to me, because I'm speaking from Roseau, Dominica, and I'm sure I have lots of you in the audience from Dominica. The people's spirits were broken by slavery. You need to understand, my brothers and sisters, that very often when we get bruised and we keep being battered, that our spirits get broken. We wonder, we used to pray before, we used to fight before, we used to be militant before, and then we get to the place where we say, you know what, I can't do this anymore, I can't fight anymore. It just seems as though that's how my life was meant to be. Take blows on the people, be pressured on the people. So you know what? I just grow accustomed to taking blows on the people. I'm not talking anymore. I'm taking the abuse. The fella slap me every night, and I go to bed. Next morning he get up, he gives me coffee. I've grown accustomed to that. Blows is part of my living. Pressure is part of my living. My manager wants me to come to work, and now I'm working 60 hours a week, and I have to work, and I have to work other work, overtime work, and it's just become part of my living. That's what I do. And some people have gotten acclimatized to misery. And that's what happened to them. They became acclimatized to misery. Their spirits were broken. They did not think that there was anything better for them. Guess what? God knew at that juncture they couldn't fight. They had lost their fighting spirit. The Philistines were a formidable enemy. And you have to understand that. The Philistines were a very formidable enemy. If God had taken them through the land of the Philistines, they'd be routed in a day, in a few minutes, because they had lost their fighting spirit. God took them, therefore, across the Red Sea, gave them some time to harden themselves, if you like. And we don't have time to look at the entire story, but I want you to say in summary, God provided them opportunities in their hard times to strengthen, that their spirits would now be changed. They would now be thinking differently. They would move from that victim victim mentality to a place where they understand that I can get better. Because you see, God is bringing them to better. But you see, my brothers and sisters, when God is bringing us to better, we will not be able to appreciate better until we begin to change our mindsets, until we begin to change the way we think, the way we look at things. We will not begin to appreciate better until our minds begin to change. And I'm hoping that over the last few weeks, I am already beginning to help us change our minds as to moving ourselves from a victimized mentality to a place where we begin to understand that we can get victory. We don't have to be victimized all the time. We don't have to sit down under somebody putting their knees on our neck for the rest of our lives. God wants better for us. You don't have to take abuse from a man who is not able to buy you a dress, but because he buys you a Coke, you think that life is fine. You don't have to do that. God wants to move us from that victim mentality to a mentality of being a victor. But it can't be done in the snap of the finger. And even God knows that. That's why he's handling his children like that. So he does not take them in the shorter path because it would not have been the easier path for them. Hey, I hope you're getting this. He does not take them through the shorter path because it would not have been the easier path for them. In fact, it would have been so difficult for them that probably most of them would not get to Canaan. They would have been destroyed by the first war with the Philistines. They would have been annihilated by the first war with the Philistines. So God decided, deliberately so, that the first thing I'm going to do is take you all through the Red Sea, so you could see the failure of your enemies before your eyes. And then I'm going to gradually change your mindset from that which you had grown accustomed to in Egypt, of being a slave, of being victimized, of being under the hand of somebody who did not like you, of being oppressed, so that your mindset will begin to change. And now you'll be able to rise from being a victim to a victor. Because if I just took you into Canaan, you just eat everything that's there and destroy it and go back to Egypt and enjoy the slavery. God says, I will not take you through that way. So I'm going to prepare you with small work. In fact, when you look at the text, if I recall that very well, after the children of Israel crossed the Red Sea, and then, they had their little struggles for water, for this and for that. The first war they fought was with the Amalekites. Now, in comparison, the Amalekites was a much weaker army than the Philistines. But by then, they had grown to move from just using their stuff for their daily living under the slavery that they were put under, to a place where they were much stronger. They could now fight for themselves. I want you to consider that as we move along, and tomorrow we'll put a little bit more meat, tomorrow, God willing, on this thing.
He leadeth me, O blessed thought, O words with heavenly comfort fraught. Whate'er I do, where'er I be, still 'tis God's hand that leadeth me. He leadeth me by his own hand. He leadeth me, his faithful follower I would be, for by his hand he leadeth me. Sometimes mid scenes of deepest gloom, sometimes where Eden's flowers bloom, by waters calm or troubled seas still that leadeth me. He leadeth me by his own hand. He leadeth me. He is faithful follower I would be, for by his hand he leadeth me. And when my task on earth is done, when by thy grace the victory's won, in death's cold wave I will not flee, since God through Jordan leadeth me. He leadeth me by his own hand. He leadeth me. His faithful follower I would be, for by his hand he leadeth me. For by his hand he leadeth me.
Watch the trail of the insects stop when you spray them with pop. Flying, crawling, insects are falling when you spray them with pop. Nothing comes close to pop. Pop, the Caribbean brand. Pop, the #1 brand. Pop, the baddest in the land. Nothing comes close to pop. When the root bugs get in your way, pull out your pop and give them a spray. When you want insects to stop, nothing comes close to pop. The Caribbean brand, get serious, get pop.
Trading Limited does it again. Just received a new brand of delicious chicken luncheon meat. Great taste, less salt at unbeatable prices. Frankie's brand of chicken luncheon meat. 200 grams, $3.50, and 340 grams, $5.50. Available retail and wholesale. Try Frankie's chicken luncheon meat today. You will be amazed. Another great product from ESA Trading Limited. Also received a wide range of disposable products at the very best prices, guaranteed. ESA Trading Limited. We're making a difference for you.
We pause for prayer in about 3 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay with us. We pray in 3 minutes time.
That's how strong God's love is. strong God's love is. That's how strong God's love is. That's how strong God's love is. When your life is filled with worries and fears, Jesus Christ will still be there. And when you're tossed on life's stormy sea, or lost in sin, He'll set you free. Here comes the ocean so deep and wide, always walking by your side. Just call on Him and you will see that you live eternally. Oh yeah, that's how strong God's love is. 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 Here comes the ocean so deep and wide, always walking by your side. Just call on Him and you will see that you live eternally. Oh yeah, that's how strong God's love is. 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 Hallelujah. That's how strong God's love is. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hallelujah. That's how strong God's love is. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hallelujah. That's how strong God's love is. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hallelujah. That's how strong God's love is.
Let's pray time around this radio altar this morning. Let's pray together, my brothers and sisters. Father, we thank you that very often we don't understand it, but you love us more than we love ourselves. Sometimes, Lord, we plan for lives. We think that we have everything down packed, and we begin to execute the plans that we've made for our lives, and we're in danger. We encounter difficulties and problems and worries. Lord, our eyes are so limited that we have made decisions for ourselves, some earth-shattering decisions for ourselves, some decisions that would affect the rest of our lives, and we miscalculated. We thought that she would have loved us for life. We thought that he would have been there for life. We thought that this investment would have lasted and things would have worked well. We make calculations for ourselves that sometimes plunge us in so much pain. Today we are understanding that when you led your children out of Egypt, logically, you should have taken them in their minds through the shorter path, but you didn't. You didn't because you knew them. You didn't because you knew their end from the beginning. You didn't because you saw what their mindsets were. And indeed, you look at us. You know us. And Father God, you use so many people, so many instances and circumstances to guide us. Yet we are so stubborn, some of us, that we intentionally, some of us, drift from you. Some of us, just by the fact that we do not see very far, we make decisions that take us away from your plans. And in both cases, Father God, we affect ourselves negatively. Today we are learning that truly we should commit ourselves to you leading us. When we don't know it, when we don't see it, when we don't know how it's going to work and operate, that we should lean upon you. We should truly give you every part of our lives, so that, Father God, in our journey, we will not injure ourselves uselessly, as it were, but will walk the path you want us to walk, such that we'll become what you want us to become. Father God, remind us daily that you are truly the Alpha and the Omega. You've loved us so much that you have our best interests at heart. You tug us, you pull at us, you encourage us. You've sent so many messages to us in so many ways. Yet we've been walking in a direction, and you love us still. You care for us. You care for us to the point where you want to build us and lift us. And so I ask today, Lord, that you will give us, every one of us in this audience, a new understanding of who you are. That taking us through some difficult moments does not mean you don't love us. In fact, because you know the end from the beginning, you take us through challenging times to build us in preparation for what you have in store for us. What a good God you are. What a loving Father you are. A God who sees, knows all things, and bring us to the place of recognition of the great love that you have for us. Thank you, Father God, for loving us beyond ourselves, in a love that causes us in everything to become victors. Lord, for those of us whom you are taking through, bring us to the place, Daddy, that we understand that the place you are bringing us is to get us disaccustomed to slavery and to enjoy that which you are preparing us for. Thank you for your word today. Thank you for lifting our spirits. And thank you for speaking to the people who thought that you abandoned them, that you forsook them. Thank you for reminding them that trials are really meant to make us better, to remove the dross and to cause the shine to be seen. Thank you, Father God, for being a good Father in our lives. We give you praise and glory for truly being our God and our Father. In Jesus' name, amen and amen. Thank you, Father God.
Many are the afflictions of the righteous, many thorns along the way, many times we feel abandoned. Cry out to God, is there no other way? Lord, when I'm walking through the valley, sometimes it feels like you're not there. Then the enemy surrounds me, cause my heart to pound with fear. Lord, please open my eyes to see many angels there surrounding me, many watching over my head, standing guard around my bed. Lord, in the middle of the night, when it looks so wrong, it's going right. You're causing me to triumph. You're causing me to triumph. Once again, you're causing me to triumph. Causing me to triumph. Once again. Many are my accusers, many wanting me to give in. Celebrate today, I celebrate a victory. Tomorrow I'm fighting once again. Many waters, Lord, surround me. Troubles rushing like a flood. Oh, life seems so confusing. Thinking, will I ever win? Oh, Lord, please open my eyes to see the many angels there surrounding me. Angels helping me to stand. Yeah. Oh my God, they're holding up my hands. And in the middle of the night, when it looks so wrong, it's going right. You're causing me to triumph. Causing me to triumph. Once again, you're
Somebody's on my... Rise and shine. Good morning. Hello?
when you walk through the fire, you won't be hurt. No, 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 no. When you walk through the water, you will not drown. Yes, he'll be right there. He'll understand. He'll be right there. He'll hold my hand. Causing me to try.
Somebody's on my telephone. Rise and shine. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Pastor?
I'm doing very well. How about you?
Okay. Fine. And Junior and the others okay?
Yeah, we are good. Thank God.
Okay. Praise God for that. I would like to send happy birthday to my adopted daughter, Hazel Hector Basil, her husband, Ken Roy, and her children, adopted sisters, Aristotle and Jemima Lawrence. Want to wish her a happy birthday. And also happy birthday to Francilia Maglo and Alex Bernardine Loda. Wishing them all the best, God guidance, love, and protection. And advance birthday to my friend Brenda George at Kulibi Street. Wishing her the same when it comes around. Have a blessed day.
Have a good one yourself. God bless you. God bless you. Let's take a pause and let's do this.
The road ahead is full of possibilities. Let Sagicor General navigate you through life's journey with our unbeatable motor insurance. Visit Sagicor.com and get on the road today.
Some advice from your Aunt Angie. If you're going to invest in an exotic pet, choose anything but a Norwegian forest cat. Apparently, they will eat all your jewelry. Before you know it, you're racing to the vet when your cat escapes from his carrier and lunges for your earrings. You crash and your cat swallows your pearls. But if you're smart, you'll have CG United Motor Insurance and get the best comprehensive coverage for the price.
Get the best comprehensive coverage for the price. CG United. Good like that. All benefits are subject to policy provisions, including eligibility at the time of service.
Good morning again to all of you listening this morning, wherever you are. I'm glad, always happy to have you in the listening audience, my brothers and sisters. It's my joy always to have you here with us. You make extremely good company. There's some of you listening to us in Dominica, of course, and many of you all around the world. We're so happy to have every one of you with us. You just make good company, right? You make good company. So I take you to Foster. For those of you who don't understand the Creole very well, listen, this song is saying, hold on, and hold tight. Don't you ever let go. You know why? Because God is the person who's going to bring you all the way to the end. All right. So if you don't understand it, that's what it says. Some of you on my telephone, I'll take that call briefly and I'll go back to the song. Rise and shine. Good morning.
Hey, blessed day to you. What's up, my brother?
I well, thanks. How about you?
I give him thanks, blessings to you and family, all my guardian angels. Antonio, mom, it's a while. God blessings to you. Edith Abraham, Gina Louis, and all my friends here, there, and elsewhere. I do talking to Pastor Rodney this morning because I know he vexed with me. Have a blessed day.
I can get vexed with you. I mean, I do buy my vex no way, you know.
Have a blessed day, my brother.
Blessings on you, my friend.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Foster Xavier says, Chibe wed. Rise and shine. Good morning.
Morning to you. Happy weekend to you. Happy weekend to all your listeners and all Dominicans wherever they are.
Thank you very much.
Remember, if you go into court, I'll be a witness.
Thank you. Thank you very much for standing in my corner.
Welcome.
C'est pas la pousse à famille,
Jésus à la porte la galère. Je vais. Jean-Philippe, aïe, ouais, Georgie, oh, ouais, moi là, aïe, ouais, Raymond, aïe, ouais, Peter, nous, nous,
Rise and shine. Good morning on the telephone.
Yes, sir. Morning.
How are you?
All right, calling from India now. I just called to tell Dominic and just hold tight before apology.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tell hey. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. I don't know blessings. I never see him. I never know him. I don't know what he look like. But I will just tell him one love. Keep up the good work.
All right. I'm sure he's listening.
Irie, yeah.
Thank you. He's a guy who think he handsome. That's all I can tell you about him.
C'est ça. Vous savez même pas. Magalati bonne vie, c'est pas vrai. C'est pas bon du tout. Yes. Même si nous avons pris ça, faut Paul nous dit bagaille comme ça, que la check après pris, le bagage lâché. Allez nous garder. Allez pour là. Papa, le bagage lâché là ça. Hey, nous allez.
Chebela foila palaje. Chebela me body. Let me tell you something. Sometimes, there's a temptation to give up. You say, I can't take this thing anymore. So I finish with that. I am fighting. I live in this thing alone. And I will confess. I'll be the first to confess to you. Sometimes I feel that way. You know what? This thing is taking too long. Some of the people you're fighting for not fighting with you. They don't care about it until the rubber meets the road. And some of the people who need you to fight, they themselves not standing with you. And you just feel, you know what, leave that alone. Leave that alone. I tired fight. I ain't doing that. As preachers, sometimes we get to the place where we figure the more we preach, the more people do what they want. If we preach the truth, that's why some preachers are going away from the truth, huh? Because the more you preach the truth and you tell people how to live, is the more vexed they get with you. As though they're making you pay for what God said to them. And sometimes the temptation is there to say, you know what, leave that. If I just follow the crowd, if I go with the stream, my life will be better. And sometimes we don't want to chibi. The encouragement today is hold on to what you believe that is right for you to do. Don't let go. Don't you ever let go. Hold on for dear life. Because that's the only reprieve that you have. He's the only person that's going to bring us to the best place that we ought to be. Here's Samuel Mida singing, if you don't go with me, I ain't going nowhere.
Got it.
Yeah. Can't tell you how much I need you. How I need to breathe. Them sisters me from the side and just now look like anything will happen and me now move forward. Tell them don't worry about me. Every one of my steps are ordered. And they say, if you're not going with me, I'm not moving from here. It's your presence I need, so I won't fail again. If you're not going with me, I'm not moving from here. It's your presence I need. Me don't lose track of the amount of times me fall down. I'm not as good as people think I am. And to be honest, my strength is all done. Only a few will understand. but on this rocky road you never left me, God. And now I'm close to the promised land. And just so you know, I'm not crossing over if you are not holding my hand. Oh, cause I'm smart enough to know that I'm nothing without your love. Sometimes I get distracted by your promises, cause over there, the milk and the honey look good, and I'll be living the way I should. But even if me I can cash 6,000 millions in the bank, there'll be something.
Hey, all of you, my family out there need to know that, man. You have to take God with you. And if God ain't going with you, don't move nowhere because you're in trouble.
Yes, your presence I need.
You see, blessings, that's the message I try to give everybody, and they don't understand it very clearly. They think it's money you have to go with and links you have to go with.
It's your presence I need. Oh, many are the plans of a man's heart. He knows not what tomorrow brings. But sure are the plans of the Lord. So I will trust you in
On the telephone, you are my final call this morning. Good morning on Rise and Shine.
Morning, Pastor Rodney.
Yes, good morning. You have 20 seconds with me.
Let me tell you that it's something that when I did not have a house and I was under the house waiting for the lighting idea, and I used to sit on this step and I used to cry. But then it happened that I had to hold on, had to wait and hold on. Day and night I crying and like there's no, but I put in my hope though in the Lord for the person, and God does not come in our time.
That's right.
In His own time, and I'm optimistic that God will show up one of these days. When we do waiting, it will take us by surprise. God will step in and do what He has to do.
That's right.
I tell the people of Dominica, no matter what, hold on to the unchanging God. God does not lie, and He's a God who keeps His promise.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Good. God bless.
I know me up on a mission like Tom Cruise. Jesus, if you're not going with me, I'm not moving from here. It's your presence I need.
Ladies and gentlemen, Samuel Minas will be here on May 29th, right here in the lovely Commonwealth of Dominica. And I understand tickets will go on sale maybe in a week's time.
It's your presence, it's your presence.
My name is Randy Rodney. Today is Thursday. I'll be back with you, God willing, tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. for Rise and Shine.
Not moving, if you're not going, something not going, your presence I need. Oh, if you're not going, something's not going. If you're not moving, I'm not moving.
Guess what? Go out there and have a good day. Have a great Thursday. Remember that you must take God with you every time, everywhere. Because if you don't take Him with you, you're in trouble. I love you, man. Have a good day. You hear?
No matter whether you're a police officer in a uniform, no matter whether you're somebody trying to get home or driving down the street with your girlfriend, one thing that we are all learning is that life is so fragile. One blink and the person you love is gone. Just 1 second, one flash, and what started out as a beautiful day turns into something horrible. And I admit to you, it changes the way I deal with people. You know how you care for somebody, but you don't say nothing, you just kind of, see you later. I'm learning to say something. I'm learning to make myself open my heart and say, I love you, I appreciate you. Thank you for those biscuits you made. I love the way you tell jokes all the time. I'm glad you're my friend. I look kind of mushy and I get kind of silly and it goes against my machoism, but I'm learning that if you love somebody, you better say something. You better say something. Don't allow the petty things that we can all fall out. It's so easy to fall out. You can fall out with people. It's so easy to be angry over things that don't even matter. Don't allow those petty things to stop you from loving and caring and nurturing and reaching out to people. Can I get an amen?